2025 at approximately, not even approximately, this phone is amazing, 2:12 p.m. May we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Adam Johnson.
Present.
Commissioner Justin Green.
Here.
Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Here.
Commissioner Lisa Kakari Stone.
Present.
And Chair Camila Bustamante.
Present.
Thank
If
you.
we can please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. And acknowledgement, the Santa Fe County building is located on the traditional homelands of our people is known as Ogapoge, White Shell Watering Place. We honor the land itself with all those who have deep connections. Santa Fe County is committed to being in relationship with the neighboring communities and all people who remain stewards of this land throughout generations. Now have a moment of reflection by Cindy Benedict.
Good afternoon. Let us take a moment to focus on the work ahead of us today. Being ever mindful of our decisions and in the best interests of our community. We take a moment of silence.
Yes, I'd like to have a moment of silence as well for Kim Shanahan, an author who wrote for the New Mexican and also an advocate for public housing and sustainable housing. He will be sorely missed. He died in Costa Rica just last week. Thank you.
Commissioner Bustamante, or Chair Bustamante, I'd like to have a well. Today, we remember Minerva Marquez Dominguez, a resident of District 2 whose life was tragically cut short on April 12th of this year. She was 46 years old and lost her life during an argument with her husband, Servando Castillo Lujan, while she was babysitting her toddler grandchild. Despite the efforts of emergency responders, Minerva incurred injuries and passed away. Her death reminds us of the devastating toll domestic violence takes on individuals and families in our community in Santa Fe County. Her story emphasizes the urgent need to confront this pervasive issue, not as a private concern, but to fight past the stigma and changing our social norms, requiring a community prevention and community violence prevention solutions. We honor Minerva. We must also reflect on the importance of education, prevention, intervention, and peer-to-peer and larger support systems. May her life and legacy compel us to take meaningful action against intimate partner violence and advocate for change.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too want to give an acknowledgement to the life and service of Kim Shanahan. He was an advocate for the home builders, and I worked alongside him with the Home Builders Association, and then I also served on the City of Santa Fe's Planning Commission's long-range planning subcommittee, which sadly has not been really reestablished since those years, 8 years ago, and it is sorely needed. But Kim was a great advocate for systemic thinking, long-term thinking, sustainability, especially in water conservation, and he will be sorely missed. Additionally, I do want to send our condolences out to the friends and family and the community in Rio Arriba County for Sheriff Merrifield. Sheriff Merrifield passed away about a couple days ago, and was way too young, but in the time that I got to know him in the past 2 years, he's always been helpful in trying to collaborate with our sheriff and with our area and answering questions on how Santa Fe County can work together with Rio Arriba County along the northern border, where we both share communities such as Chimayo and Espanola and the areas around there. And so he will be missed as well. So I'm very sorry to see them both go.
Okay, so for the work we have before us and for the remembrances that have been brought to our attention, we will have a moment of silence. Thank you. You may be seated. At this time, we'll ask for approval of the agenda. Manager Schaefer, are there any changes to the agenda as has been provided?
Chair Bustamante and Commissioners, the only recommended change from staff to the agenda as presented is in the area of public hearings, and we would respectfully request that what is listed as item C be heard first under that category, and that's a public nuisance abatement pursuant to ordinance number 2023-04, nuisance abatement, section 11 resolution. Other than that, I would just note that the final meeting or agenda for today's meeting was posted on Friday at approximately 2:51 in the afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager Schaefer, and I'm going to apologize. The mask made it a little difficult for me to hear, and I understand I will be removing one item from the agenda.
Forgive me, Chair Bustamante, we won't be removing an item from the agenda. Instead, the recommendation is that item C under public hearings be considered first. So in essence, 12C would become 12A, and everything would be relettered accordingly.
Understood. Thank you very much. My apologies.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Johnson.
I'd like to request that, considering that I'm going to bet that many people here are here to speak about the Bobcat Crossing item, which is item I under miscellaneous action items. If we could hear that after, immediately following public comment, having sat in many public meetings, it's just, I think, a nice thing to do. So I'd like to make that request, to move item I to immediately, to be the next action item on following public comment at 3:45.
We have a motion by Commissioner Johnson to move the Bobcat Crossing item to immediately after public comment. Do we have a second?
Second?
Under discussion?
Under discussion?
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. I think that given that this has been published and there is a lengthy number of action items, I think that there might be some people that are expecting to show up later and that might show up and go, wait a second, you just pushed this so far ahead that it would be too late at that point. And I know some people that I did make aware of this, that asked about this, and they were made aware that this was later in the agenda. So I do think it's inappropriate to move it so far ahead of this without public notice. I mean, I guess it's potentially their risk and their loss not to sit through a whole bunch of meetings, but these folks are here and they can wait. Sorry, not that, but I think it's...
We have a motion by Commissioner Johnson, a second by Commissioner Hughes. We do have a request to consider that there may be people who would also like to comment on this matter. Is there any change to your motion?
I'll withdraw the motion.
The motion has been withdrawn.
I see Commissioner Green's point.
Thank you.
So, sorry to those who...
You concur with that, Commissioner Hughes, or would you like to forward the motion and look for a second?
Well, I'll forward the motion and look for a second. I think that people who come later, they don't have a chance to comment, so
Oh, that is true.
That is,
people comment and then want to, I mean, people,
They would be observing the item. It's a resolution, so there won't be public comment on the item, so I'll second it.
so.
Sorry.
Just as a move, is public comment is typically on issues that are not on the agenda. So is public comment appropriate to talk about things that are on the agenda today?
it's fine, you can talk about anything you want.
Are we
All right.
referring to matters of public concern at 3:45?
Yes.
Yes.
Don't you think people would come at 4, expecting it to be sometime following that? I mean, it'd be 4, 4:30, 5, 6, they don't know. So,
I'll ask for the vote. We have a motion by Commissioner Hughes now, with a second from Commissioner Johnson. All in favor?
aye?
Opposed?
Me? No.
Commissioner Kakari Stone?
I'll be clear. What is this motion in favor of?
The motion is to move the item regarding the Bobcat Crossing directly under public comment, matters of public concern. And we have a motion by Commissioner Hughes, a motion by a second by Commissioner Johnson, and opposed by Commissioner Green. Calling for yours.
I agree with Commissioner Green that people are expecting in this.
No, okay.
Yeah.
And I will vote no as well. All in favor?
Oh, you've already just done that.
I'm sorry?
That was,
Did that.
We didn't vote on it. Oh, that's what we just did. Hello, sorry.
so the motion fails.
The
Motion fails.
carries.
No, it doesn't.
It does
carry.
not carry. I apologize.
So I will make a motion to amend the agenda pursuant to moving item number 12C to be at the top of the public hearings after 5 p.m.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. That one really does carry. All right. We have approved the agenda with changes. Now we will have years of service, retirements and new hires and recognitions. County Manager Schaefer.
The role of county manager for this portion of our presentation will be played by Sarah Smith. Thank you, Chair Bustamante.
Speak right into the microphone because he took his mask off to do that.
Thank you, Chair Bustamante and Commissioners. On behalf of Manager Schaefer, I'm pleased to present the next 2 items on the agenda. First, we will recognize employees who are recognizing significant milestones with the county, as well as welcome the new hires who joined our team during the month of March. In terms of significant anniversaries, we have 2 employees who are recognizing 5 years of continuous service with the county. They are Laura Chavez from the Administration Division of the Housing Authority, Rosa V. Hill in the Sheriff's Office Administration. Recognizing 10 years of service with the county are Sean DePalma with the Public Works Department and Joseph Lujan with the Sheriff's Office Administration section. We thank these individuals for their service and dedication to Santa Fe County.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Sure. During the month of March, we're pleased to welcome 16 new employees to the county team. We have new hires from the Corrections Department, Gilmore O'Bean, the County Manager's Office, Alyssa Barn in the HR Administration Senior. Also in the County Manager's Office, Systems Analyst Rasheen Smith. In our CSD, Community Services Department, Miriam Gonzalez and Tyler Ryman. In Land Use, we welcome GIS Analyst William Buckler, Development Review Specialist Michael Quintana, and Administrative Assistant Marla Whitmer. In our
Ask
public...
if everyone, sorry, my apologies, but if we can all just double check that our phones aren't turned on. We're good. Thank you. I'm sorry, Sarah.
In our Public Works Department, we welcome Ashley Cisneros as the Real Property Specialist, Manuel Mora as the Vehicle Mechanic Lead. In Community Development, Senior Planner Ann Wadarchik. In the County Assessor's Office, Assessment Specialist 2, Carlos Casillas. Our County Clerk's Office welcomed 2 new employees, Margaret Gillette and Christian Rodriguez Pena. We have a new volunteer firefighter, Robert Rodriguez. And in RACC, we're welcoming an Emergency Communications Specialist 2, Eugenia Wallace. I'd like to also note that in the month of March and into April, we had 7 hires in the clerk's office that were temporary employees that were hired on just for the month to perform special election duties. So we welcome all these employees to Santa Fe County.
Thank you. Welcome all of you to Santa Fe County. The work that you have ahead of you is a privilege and quite an honor to serve the people of Santa Fe. So we're so grateful for your presence and the opportunity to work with you. Okay, and now we have the employee of the first quarter.
So now we move on to announce the nominations for the Employee of the Quarter for the first quarter of 2025. I'd like to note that this is probably a record. We have 10 employees who were nominated across the county this quarter. I'm not sure if it's a record, but it's impressive. As the manager does, I'll read a brief description of why the different employees were nominated, and then we'll announce who this quarter is awarded to. We'd like to take a picture with the board and the nominees at the end if possible. As I read the nominees' names, I ask that you come join us up front and receive your certificate. So our first nominee is Emma Felt with the County Manager's Office, Department Administrator. Emma has voluntarily and exceptionally stepped up to provide invaluable administrative support to the newly established Office of Emergency Management under the County Manager's Office. Her outstanding work ethic, professionalism, and dedication have significantly contributed to the success and impact of OEM on the residents of Santa Fe County. From managing finances and procurement processes to coordinating travel and logistics, Emma consistently goes above and beyond, demonstrating competence, reliability, and commitment to excellence in everything that she does. So congratulations, Emma, on being nominated.
And we'll all applaud for them when they're all up here, okay? So get ready.
Yeah, get comfortable. Next nominee is Justin E. Martinez. He's with our Public Works Department, Utilities Operations Foreman. Justin consistently goes above and beyond to support the team, demonstrating a positive attitude and strong commitment to completing work accurately and efficiently. He communicates clearly and directly, always willing to answer questions and provide guidance on job tasks. His support has been instrumental in helping colleagues advance in their roles, including assisting with study efforts for Level 1 water certification and facilitating access to OSHA 10 and OSHA 30 training. It's Justin E. Martinez.
Justin, if you can please come forward. Well, we have Justin Green, who's going to play the role of Justin Martinez. We don't have him with us.
Our next nominee is Maricela Martinez. She is with the Administrative Services. She's the Administrative Services Director for Public Safety. Since becoming Operations Manager and quickly advancing to Director, Maricela has provided vital guidance in budgeting, interdepartmental collaboration, and process development. Maricela goes above and beyond her role, assisting departments such as RACC, Fire, Corrections, and the Sheriff's Office, all while effectively managing her own team. Her tireless work ethic, ability to handle complex projects, and inclusive, solution-driven approach have made a lasting impact on county operations and those that she works with. Congratulations.
Thank you, Maricela.
Next up, from our CMO legal division, we have Tyler Dominguez, administrative assistant. Tyler is a dependable and knowledgeable colleague whose collaborative and supportive approach has been instrumental across multiple departments and initiatives. He plays a key role in guiding staff through procurement processes while also contributing significantly to budgetary and purchasing efforts. His work was especially critical in launching an FY25 pilot project where his responsiveness and expertise helped ensure a smooth start. Tyler's contributions have laid a strong foundation for the county's new record management initiatives. Congratulations.
Thank you, Tyler.
Next up is Eric Lucero. Eric is the Fleet Services Manager in the Fire Department. Eric Lucero brings over 24 years of fleet management experience, playing a vital role in enhancing the effectiveness and efficiency of the fire department through the development and implementation of key programs. He manages over 200 emergency and administrative vehicles, ensuring they are properly maintained and ready for response. His leadership, technical knowledge, and dedication have earned him widespread respect as he consistently supports regional and district personnel, even outside of regular hours. His efforts have significantly strengthened the department's operational readiness and service to the community. Next up is Jason Creighton. He is a Project Manager 1 in Public Safety Fire. Jason has been instrumental in improving fire department facilities through his strong communication, dedication, and proactive approach to project management. He's streamlined processes for both ongoing and overdue projects, ensuring clear updates, timely follow-ups, and collaboration with all affected parties. His respect for the fire stations as second homes for crews is evident in his attention to health, safety, and livability. Jason's experience, problem-solving skills, and commitment have significantly enhanced the reliability and operational readiness of Santa Fe County fire stations. And we have Brandon Delgado. He is a construction inspector in our Public Works Department. Brandon brings exceptional knowledge, initiative, and dedication to the projects division, often taking on responsibilities that exceed those of a typical project manager. His strong grasp of ongoing projects, attention to detail, and ability to recall key information have made him an invaluable asset to the team. Since joining last year, he has contributed significantly to numerous projects, such as the Santa Fe River Greenway Trail, Arroyo Hondo Trail, and El Rancho Community Center upgrades, while empowering his peers through his work ethic and leadership. And we have Greg Lucero. Greg Lucero is an electrician in the Public Works Department. Greg plays a critical role in maintaining and improving electrical systems across county facilities and fire stations. He responds to a wide range of issues, including power outages, broken lights, and cord reel repairs, helping ensure safety and operational continuity. Greg takes initiative to conserve county resources, such as sourcing and installing new lighting at the Judicial Complex to avoid contractor costs, while also improving energy efficiency and nighttime visibility through upgraded exterior lighting. Next is Sarah Rodriguez. Sarah is the department administrator in our Public Works Department. Sarah consistently goes above and beyond in her role, demonstrating exceptional commitment, reliability, and a positive attitude. She's always willing to pause her own work to assist with funding questions, procurement processes, and budget preparations, offering prompt and accurate support to the projects team and the Public Works staff. Her strong communication skills, proactive problem solving, and cheerful professionalism make her an invaluable team player and a key contributor to the department's success. And last but not least, Bianco Bylan. I hope I said your last name right, Bianco Bylan. She's a cook in CSD. Bianca has made a remarkable impact in just a little over a year of employment, significantly increasing meal participation at both the Santa Cruz and Chimayo senior centers. Her reliability, timeliness with food orders, and consistently high performance have earned her the respect of both staff and seniors alike. So much so that new cooks are sent to train with her, and seniors express strong praise and even compete to have her at their centers cook.
Thank you, Sarah.
You're most welcome. Can we just acknowledge, we'll do a big round of applause for all the
Yes.
nominees.
Do we have any comments from the commissioners? I would like to just start by thanking you all for your excellent work. I think it speaks volumes for the staff that we have, and I look at all of you and just am so proud for everything that you've done and the recognition that you've achieved. Commissioner Green?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Same accolades here. I've gotten to meet a few of you over the years, and some of you just about a week ago up in Chimayo. And I'm sorry that Bianca isn't here. I've gotten to eat her food. It's fabulous, and it became controversial because when we were talking about working in collaboration with Rio Arriba County, the seniors up in Chimayo said they refused to go eat at Chimayo's center because Bianca's food was really fabulous, and it is. So anyway, guys, thank you very much. Congratulations. You all deserve this honor, and thank you for your leadership above you to put you forward to this and to recognize you. It's all part of building a great team here. Thank you, guys.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yeah, I'd like to thank you all for your effort. It truly makes the county work. Oops, turn off my microphone. And the two of you that I've met, I really appreciate meeting you every day. So thank you so much for your work.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Johnson?
Yeah, briefly, thank you all for your service. It's essential to making the county as great as it is. So I reiterate everyone's applause, and I'm really grateful for it.
And Commissioner Kakari Stone?
Yes, felicidades. True public servants and role models. You're all winners. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Shall we take a picture with the group?
I can announce the winner.
Yes, if you would like to wait. Yes,
You're
let's
all
do that.
deserving.
Very good. They are all deserving of this. Thank you.
The Santa Fe County Employee of the Quarter Award for the first quarter of 2025 is awarded to, drum roll please. I want to make sure I get this right. Jason Creighton.
Okay, let's take a picture. Wonderful. Thank you very much. All right, moving on to approval of meeting minutes. A request for the approval of the March 25th, 2025 BCC minutes. If we have any comments, changes, or a motion to approve.
Move to approve the March 25th, 2025 commission meetings.
We have a
minutes.
motion to approve by Commissioner Johnson. Do we have a second?
Second?
Second by Commissioner Hughes. All in favor?
Aye.
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 The minutes are approved. A request for the approval of the April 8th, 2025 Board of County Commissioner meeting minutes.
Move to approve the April 8th, 2025 Board of County Commissioners meeting minutes.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Johnson. Do I have a second?
Second?
Second by Commissioner Hughes. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
April 8th minutes are approved. Consideration of commissioner proclamations, we have none. The consent agenda, we have had one item removed from consent to miscellaneous action items. Do we have a motion to approve or a removal to discuss any of the items under the consent agenda?
Move to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second it.
We have a motion to approve the consent agenda as provided. A second by Commissioner Johnson. Sorry, that was the motion. The second is by Commissioner Green. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Consent agenda passes. Appointments and reappointments action items. We will hear from the Transportation Advisory Committee, TAC. We're here with Brett and Marvelous, so we're looking forward to hearing from you. Who do you have?
Madam Chair, there was a resolution
Thank you.
on the consent agenda. So it was item 4D, and that resolution number is 2025045.
Thank you very much. Okay. Appointments and reappointments. Don't be shy, Marvelous. Dr. Smith.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Marvelous Etching, the Santa Fe County Community Planner. This item before you is our appointments to the Transportation Advisory Committee for the Districts 2, 3, and 4. So the staff is requesting appointment of 3 members to serve on the Transportation Advisory Committee, the TAC. These members will serve a 3-year term through April 2028 and represent Commission Districts 2, 3, and 4, respectively. The Santa Fe County Resolution Number 2015-13 established the Transportation TAC Committee to provide input on transportation-related matters, including planning, operations, and maintenance policies developed by the Planning Division and the Public Works Department. Per the resolution, the TAC consists of 13 members appointed by the Board of County Commissioners and meets quarterly. To improve quorum achievement and promote county-wide representation, the BCC adopted resolution number 2023-089, which revised the committee structure to include 2 members from each commission district and 3 at-large members. Additionally, the resolution extended membership term limit from 2 to a maximum of 4 3-year terms, allowing for continued participation by experienced and engaged members. The list of current TAC members include their area of representation and term expiration date, which are shown below. So for the District 1, we have Mrs. Christina Chavaria as the Vice Chair, with her term from October 2024 to 2027. Mr. Gillis Lang, with his term of October 2023 to 2026. And for the District 2, we have Mr. Timothy O'Malley, and his term is March 2024 to March 2027. And we have a vacancy also in the District 2. For District 3, we have a vacancy as well. And the second seating, which is given to Mr. Ruben Cedeno. For District 4, we have a TAC member, Mr. Bill Miller, for with his term of October 2023 to October 2026. And we have a vacancy as well in District 4. For District 5, we have Mr. Daniel Painter with his term October 2023 to October 2026. And Mr. Phil Rowe with the same term. And finally, we have the at-large members, Mr. John Nitzel as the main chair of the TAC committee, Mr. Jim Murphy, Mr. Jack Sullivan, with the same terms from October 2023 to October 2026. So there are currently 3 vacancies on the TAC, 1 in District 2, 1 in District 3, and 1 in District 4. In February 2025, the Planning Division issued a press release seeking letters of interest and resumes from interested county constituents residing in Commission District 2, 3, and 4 to serve on the TAC. The staff received 7 letters of interest and resumes from the following applicants. From District 2, we have Mr. Charles Harrison. From District 3, we have Mr. Donald Pearson and Mrs. Risana Zaxis. From District 4, we have Dr. Abby Train, Ms. Peggy Fino, Ms. Johnson Samuel, and Mr. Grant Alexander. So the staff is submitting the candidates' resumes and letters of interest for BCC consideration of appointments to the TAC. They are included as Exhibit A. And so the recommended action is that the staff recommends the following appointments to the TAC of District 2 for Mr. Charles Harrison, and District 3 in favor of Mrs. Risana Zaxis, and District 4 in favor of Mr. Grant Alexander. And finally, these are the exhibits provided below to indicate their applicants' letters of resumes, letters of interest and resume, and which also indicates that resolution number 2015-13, 2023-089 within exhibits B and C, and lastly, the TAC membership roster. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments, Brett?
With that, Madam Chair, we stand for any questions.
Do we have any questions for Marvelous or Brett? Commissioner Johnson?
Thanks, Marvelous. Thanks, Brett. I was pleased to see the 4 very distinguished, and qualified applicants for District 4. And having reviewed all those applications, I think Mr. Grant Alexander will be an excellent addition, but I want to thank the other applicants for applying. It was great to see so many qualified applicants in District 4.
Is that a motion?
And I would move to approve Grant Alexander as the TAC member from District 4.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Second by Commissioner Green. All in favor?
Aye.
Commissioner Kokari Stone?
Aye.
Okay. Grant Alexander will be the TAC representative for District 4. Next, we would have either District 2 or District 3. I'll go ahead unless you would like to go, Commissioner Kokari Stone.
I'll follow you, Chair. Thank you.
For District 3, I too reviewed 2 extremely qualified applicants for this opportunity, and recognizing that these are volunteers who bring skill sets that we're really grateful to have working on our transportation group. But I would like to also move forward with the staff's recommendation for Risana Zaxis for District 3. So a motion to approve District 3 TAC member Risana Zaxis.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Johnson.
Question, please.
Discussion, Commissioner Green?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know Arby, and I know she'd probably be fabulous for this, but I'm concerned that she acknowledged a significant amount of time out of the area. And even though it's a quarterly meeting, part of the job is to be on the ground and to be a representative of the community, knowing all the issues of transportation and so on. So I'm wondering if you were able to discuss with her how much time she's out of town, or how much of a resident she is at this point.
She didn't feel that it was going to affect her ability to serve on the committee, and I had the same question. So she really indicated that she wanted to and felt that she could still serve in this capacity.
Okay.
Okay, all in favor? Oh, wait, that was discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we have RD, District 3. For District 2, Commissioner Kakari-Stone.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm making a motion to appoint Mr. Charles Harrison to the TAC for District 2.
And I second?
Second. Oh, sorry.
It's okay. Just, discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I did. Charles Harrison for District 2. Thank you both for your work on this matter. We have Brett Clavia.
Thank you, Commissioner Bustamante. I just wanted to also recognize our county manager's office for soliciting this press release. It was very successful. So I wanted to thank Olivia in particular and Mr. Fresquez as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you very much. Okay, miscellaneous action items. Is this where we moved one of the items, item C to item A? That's under, okay,
But we did add something to the very end of this from the consent agenda.
okay. So miscellaneous action item A. We have a resolution to establish a community organization for La Cañada de los Alamos. Thank you, Nate Crail.
All right, good afternoon, Madam Chair and County Commissioners. So I'm here today to request approval of a resolution to recognize the La Cañada de los Alamos Community Association as a community organization under the SLDC. As well as in your packets, I've included, the exhibits include the subject resolution, the application packet, and also the proposed boundary map. And I'm also joined by several association members who are in attendance in this room this afternoon. And I think they would like to have a few comments after I'm done speaking as well. And just to kind of step back in terms of background of what a community organization is. So a community organization is a new or pre-existing association or organization that is recognized by resolution of the board to represent a specific geographical area. And if recognized by the board, a CO or a community organization is granted a range of 8 different rights and responsibilities. And the most notable of them include the right to receive notice and provide written recommendations for any discretionary development application pending within their community. Another right is what we call legal standing at the quasi-judicial hearings for such discretionary applications. And another notable right includes a right to participate in our ICIP and CIP processes. And so some background for La Cañada de los Alamos. And so La Cañada de los Alamos is a small traditional community of approximately 420 residents in Commission District 4. And a key milestone in this effort has been supporting the community members in the formation of this new La Cañada de los Alamos Community Association. And as outlined in their topics of interest, Exhibit B, they've established the following goals for their association, which include to preserve and protect the rural residential environment of their community, to monitor the progressive development of their community to ensure that this development is orderly and consistent with their character of the area and conforms to applicable county plans. And finally, to represent the common interests of property owners and residents in their community in matters including public services, utilities, as well as general welfare. Unlike our existing 8 community organizations. La Cañada de los Alamos is not currently a community planning area. So, for example, the Tesuque Valley Community Association CO represents the Tesuque Valley Community Planning Area. And so because there is not currently a recognized community planning area for this community, we've decided that the proposed boundaries should follow the U.S. Census Bureau's census designated place boundaries, which is Exhibit C in the exhibits. And this approach, by using this boundary, this approach allows staff in the community to consistently utilize census data for planning studies and project development efforts down the road. So after a thorough review of all their application documents, staff have determined that their application to become a CO meets all the requirements outlined in the SLDC and therefore recommend approval of the application. And I stand for any questions, and after questions, I think the community members would like to speak as well.
Nate, I would like to ask you, would you prefer, I'm amenable to having either Ms. Cook or Ms. Blanco let us, and that way the two of you would be available for any questions at this time, and that way we can make a judgment after that. Is that okay with the applicant? Okay, so if you can choose either Ms. Cook or Ms. Blanco from the leadership of the organization. Okay.
Hello.
Okay, yeah, if you have any additional information that you'd like to provide, and then we'll have it, we may have questions for you.
Okay, I just, I want to thank the commissioners for reviewing our resolution, in particular, Commissioner Johnson for meeting with us. And I wanted to thank Dee for kind of leading the charge and giving everybody behind her some courage to organize this resolution on our behalf and on behalf of the village. I think, you know, of our, primarily, we are a wildland urban interface. And with that in mind, we have, we're vulnerable in terms of wildfires, and especially considering the lack of personnel from the Forest Service, we are really welcoming collaboration with the county and the commissioner in District 4. So I've hiked the Arroyo Hondo headwaters, which have been targeted by mountain bike people who have built trails in that area. And that probably was the origin of us writing this application to the county. We hiked the area with Sean Sanchez, who's the Santa Fe National Forest Supervisor, and Amina Sena, District Ranger. I've hiked the area with members of the Open Spaces Committee of the county. And we all have concerns about that Arroyo Hondo headwaters and the overuse by mountain bikes in particular. But I also want to be sure and mention that Nate Crail and Sam Joseph have been a big help to us from the Planning Council, and in addition, Brett Clavio. I don't know, for people who don't live close to Santa Fe, we are 9 miles from the plaza. If you follow the old Santa Fe Trail for 9 miles, you will arrive at Cañada de los Alamos. It's a little higher elevation. When you get up into there's a forest access road there that's within the boundary, the census boundary of the village. So we have lots of asks of the county, but I appreciate you guys considering this resolution today.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for either Nate or Ms. Blanco? Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Chair Bustamante. Thank you, Nate. Thank you, Martha. Thanks to Dee. Thanks to all the members of this community organization. I have, as Martha indicated, met with them. They're very well organized, and they have, a clear understanding of their community's needs. And I think that this is a really useful application. As was mentioned by Ms. Cook, the Forest Service abuts the Cañada de los Alamos area, and there are some issues with use and access because all traffic goes through the community and directly into the village. It's a narrow road. There are some speeding issues as well. With the creation of this CO, it will give us on the commission and us as staff in the county an understanding of who to work with. And I've met with Mr. Sanchez of the Forest Service. The CO will provide us with an opportunity to have an identifiable organization to enact negotiations. As was mentioned, there is issues with the development of some bike trails in that area that was done without the consultation of this community. We need to make sure that that sort of activity is done in coordination with neighbors. And so I applaud your efforts, and I look forward to working with you as a community organization. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions? Commissioner Green?
Thank you very much. I do like the community organization structure for small communities. Sorry, gives us a good partner, and but understand there are some responsibilities to it, right? You have to. There's administrative things that you need to do to make sure that you contact all of your community. And having worked with a few community organizations, it can be a little bit of a lift. So so be prepared to do that, and I'm sure you're capable of it. It's just making sure that you're capable of it and that you have a succession plan for the people that come after you, because this is something that lives on long beyond you, most likely.
Thank you.
And so I am in support of this. I hope we can work with you to help on the traffic and road issues and access. I hope you actually support access for the greater Santa Fe County, because, advocating for cutting off access is not really the mission. It shouldn't be only your backyard. It should be all of our backyard. But we should work with you to find ways to improve it, to make sure that there's the adequate roads and parking and all the right things in there. But I'm sure you can work on that. And good job, Nate. Thank you.
Commissioner Hughes? Commissioner Green?
Madam
Commissioner
Chair?
Kakari-Stone?
Thank you, Chair. I commend you coming together and putting this application together. Community organizations are sustainability of and tradition to apply. And I support this application and really encourage CO to connect with other organizations. We deeply need a community of practice across our COs within Santa Fe. This is critical for cultivating and building capacity and knowledge with sustainable development codes and other concerns of the community. So thank you.
Thank you. I, too, find community organizations to be quite important, especially in helping the big picture in ensuring that the county is in service to our community from the community's perspective. I have to ask, how many people reside in this boundary?
It was like 423?
Yeah, Madam Chair, 421 as of the 2020 census, approximately.
Thank you. And it doesn't recall, or I don't, it doesn't call for, and I don't recall seeing a requirement to get any type of majority interest of the community. So what diligence was taken to ensure that the people living within that boundary would have an interest in this formation? And there isn't a requirement in the ordinance that creates this, but I'm just curious as to how you were sure that this boundary would include people who wanted to be in it.
What?
Madam Chair, so at a certain point, it was kind of just to use the existing boundary that the census made, and instead of trying to go parcel by parcel, figuring out a boundary, this was a general boundary for the La Cañada de los Alamos community. And, it doesn't, as you stated, the ordinance does not require a majority vote or anything of the constituents in that community, but is more just like, especially as a new association, having them make sure they have a good faith effort and, canvassing the community and making all the community members aware of different efforts that they're undergoing.
Thank you. And then La Cañada de los Alamos is the Spanish word, so it kind of only lends to seeing things in Spanish. And I have to ask, is that really the acronym you want? And I'm not saying it to have 3-year-old humor, but I'm reluctant to say the LCACA is the name of your organization, because as a Spanish-speaking community and a Spanish word, your acronym is La Caca, and I apologize, but sincerely, I really hesitated to bring this up, but I think there's some room to really be considerate of the language that you're working with.
Yeah, I appreciate, what you said, and I did consider dropping the la, and then it would be caca. So I added
the matter of the D in place of the first A.
I just, whenever people refer to Cañada, it's generally La Cañada, and that's, the origin of the village is Spanish, and it's totally recognized by people who live there.
Good.
So the acronym will be LCACA.
Okay, and I will just for the record say LCDCA. Won't have people wondering what people are thinking back in the 2000s, but we respect your self-identification, if you will. Do we have
Madam Chair.
any, Commissioner Johnson?
Move to approve a resolution to establish a community organization for the La Cañada de los Alamos community.
Second?
I second that.
So we have a motion by Commissioner
Hold on,
Johnson.
please.
Second.
Commissioner Cacarstone has her hand raised.
Do we have?
Oh, I was seconding.
Oh, okay. She was seconding. So.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Second by Commissioner Kakari Stone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, that resolution number is 2025046.
046, thank you. Okay, item B, request approval for amendment number 7 to the agreement number 2021-0020 PW with Rocky Mountain Youth Corps.
Good afternoon, Chair Bustamante, Commissioners. My name is Adeline Murthy, the Open Space and Trails Planning Team Leader, and I'm joined by Bill Taylor, Procurement Manager. The Growth Management Department is seeking approval of Amendment 7 to Agreement number 2021-20-PW with the Rocky Mountain Youth Corps to continue to provide resource management services on county open space properties. These services, carried out by youth crews, support the conservation of our natural resources at Little Tesuque Creek and Los Potreros open space. That's what this amendment is for, though they have also worked at the Ortiz Mountains open space. In December 2020, Rocky Mountain Youth Corps was awarded a contract to provide resource management work using youth crews on these open space properties. And they've played a key role in implementing management plans across several sites, including the open spaces that I mentioned. The work completed of the Rocky Mountain Youth Corps has included removal of invasive plant species, installation of wildlife-friendly fencing, and also the removal of legacy fencing that's no longer needed, construction of erosion control structures in watershed areas, forest thinning and slash management, riparian restoration, and also more recently some trail maintenance. Partnering with the Rocky Mountain Youth Corps not only supports the county's conservation goals, but also contributes to workforce development in the outdoor recreation and ecological restoration sectors. Although the Rocky Mountain Youth Corps works with many different project partners across New Mexico, youth crew members have consistently expressed that their work with Santa Fe County has been some of the most rewarding and best learning experiences for them. Amendments numbers 1 through 6 increased the contract compensation and extended the term through December 23rd of this year. And staff recommends continuing this successful partnership with Rocky Mountain Youth Corps. Pursuant to Resolution 2014-143, the proposed increase in the contract compensation requires approval by the Board of County Commissioners. Staff recommends approval of Amendment Number 7 to increase the compensation by $36,166.57 for a total contract sum of $255,000 and $704.95, inclusive of NMGRT, and delegate authority to the county manager to sign the purchase orders. Thank you, and we stand for questions.
Do we have any questions for Adeline or Bill Taylor? Commissioner Green?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Adeline. Thank you, Bill. I really love the work that they've done over the years, and I look forward to these two projects up in District 1. Somebody told me that there was discussion of them doing some improvements to rebuild the trails in Rio and Medio. Is that just not a part of this, and maybe that's coming soon? Or was that not in this room, but somebody told me that there was that project somewhere out in the distance.
Chair Bustamante, Commissioner Green, they will not be doing any work in Rio and Medio. That trail is actually owned by the U.S. Forest Service. So the U.S. Forest Service is hiring them, yes, to do work on that trail that'll go through the county open space, but not the county.
Okay, thank you for
Yeah.
clarifying that. That's great. They're busy and doing great work, so
Yeah.
thank you.
And I'll ask that you mute the microphone so that when Commissioner Kakari Stone speaks, I understand that it creates some feedback here. If you can just turn it off and on between.
Okay.
Additional questions? Commissioner Kakari Stone?
No questions.
No questions?
I will make a motion to.
I support this.
Okay, great. Okay.
I'll second.
Thank you. I will make a motion to approve Amendment Number 7 to Agreement Number 2021-0020 PW with Rocky Mountain Youth Corps, increasing the compensation by $36,166.57 for a total contract sum of $255,704.95, inclusive of GRT, and delegating authority to the county manager to sign everything to get this done.
And we have a motion by Commissioner Green. I understand we have a second by Commissioner Hughes. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you very much for your good work. All right. Item C. Request approval of agreement number 2025-0161 PWTS with Meridian Contracting. And we have before us Robert Walton. I think the microphone might be off. And just as a reminder, we're going to have to turn it off and on since we have someone coming in virtually and it creates a feedback. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioners, good afternoon. My name is Robert Walton. I'm a project manager from Public Works. Can you hear me okay? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. I am here on behalf of the Arroyo Hondo Trail Segment 2 and 3. I'm requesting approval for agreement number 2025-061 with Meridian Contracting in the amount of $3,998,907 exclusive of NMGRT. And this is for the construction of the two segments, which are Arroyo Hondo Segment 2 and 3. The project was bid in February and the bid was awarded in March. A little bit of context for the trail. The Arroyo Hondo Trail System is a system that connects 599 NM Rail Runner Station to the Santa Fe Community College. It's a multimodal use trail. There have been a lot of hands involved in this project and getting it this far. This would be the last thing to get it across the finish line. I know Commissioner Hughes actually joined us at one point in time, Turquoise Trail, collecting signatures for the condemnation of the property out there. Most recently, we were here in December securing construction management services, so that has been taken care of. This project has federal funds tied to it, so a lot of oversight for the reimbursement of those funds. More notably, it is a district trail in the Community College District Plan and part of the Santa Fe County Open Space Trails and Parks Strategic Plan. And it connects a lot of residential areas, commercial centers, and open space. So the trail itself has kind of taken a great effort of teamwork to get it this far. This is the last piece, securing the PO for this vendor of the winning bid.
Okay. Do we have any questions? We have Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, this is a great project, and I'm glad it's moving forward. I wonder if you have heard from people who say there's raw sewage running next to the trail where it's going to be, and they're very concerned about that. Have you heard anything about that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, I've heard nothing yet. I'm aware of SWIP out there currently, but I've heard nothing from constituents.
You've heard what?
I've heard nothing from constituents. I appreciate you.
I've only heard from constituents who complain about the smell. So we ought to look into that somehow. I know it's the New Mexico Environment Department would give them the best response, since they, they regulate effluent, but it seems concerning.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Additional comments, questions? Commissioner Kukari-Stone? Hearing none, do we have a motion to approve the agreement?
I move to approve the request for agreement number 2025-061 PWTS with Median Construction Incorporated.
Second.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Hughes, a second by Commissioner Green. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item D, request approval of agreement 2025-0196 FINTS with Clifton Larson Allen LLP.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I'm requesting the approval of the agreement 2025-0196 with Clifton Larson Allen, CLA, for internal audit services for a term of 4 years at a cost of $400,000. An RFP was issued to procure the necessary services, as the prior internal audit contract had reached the maximum 4-year limit for professional services. The evaluation committee reviewed and scored the proposals based on the respondent's introduction, evidence of professional competence, specialized experience, understanding the scope of work, past performance, and the proposed cost for the services. The committee determined CLA as the most qualified and responsive to the county's needs. The internal auditor will be overseen by the county's audit committee, with the finance division as the liaison. CLA has been the county's internal auditor since 2016 and has established themselves as an experienced and qualified partner in helping improve and find efficiencies in county's processes. With that, Madam Chair, Bill Taylor, Procurement Manager, and I stand for any questions.
Do we have questions for Yvonne? Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Yvonne. Thank you, Madam Chair. I serve on the audit committee, and I think this is a great resource for us to hear about optimizing our internal processes. We frequently hear about the audit, the big audit, right? That's the financial audit that goes to the state auditor. But this is sort of our internal tool to sort of study different areas of optimization for processes, mostly processes, and how we can be a better county. And so I'm in support of this. And Clifton Larson is our current auditor in that, if I'm correct, right? Yes. And so they've been doing a great job at that meeting. So thank you very much for keeping them on board.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, thank you.
Commissioner Kokari Stone?
No questions.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion.
Commissioner Green, we have,
Yep, okay, thank you. I will make a motion to approve item D, request for approval of agreement number 2025-0196 FIN/TS with Clifton Larson Allen LLP in the amount of $400,000 exclusive of NMGRT for a 4-year term to provide internal audit services and delegation of authority to the county manager to sign the purchase order.
I will second.
we have a motion by Commissioner Green. We have a second by Commissioner Johnson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And we have an opportunity for a vote from Commissioner Hughes, unless you want to abstain.
I vote in favor.
And aye by Commissioner Hughes, motion carries. Thank you, Yvonne. Item DE, approval of the purchase of various fire apparatus and the equipment for El Dorado, Turquoise Trail, Glorieta, and Edgewood Fire Districts. Good afternoon, Chief Black.
Let's try that again now that I'm unmuted. Thank you. Madam Chair, Commissioners, the Fire Department is here before you seeking the approval to purchase various fire apparatus and equipment to support emergency operations throughout Santa Fe County. The first is a water tender for the El Dorado Fire District. Second is a breathing air compressor trailer for the Turquoise Trail District to support filling of breathing air cylinders on fire scenes. Third is a fire engine for the Glorieta Fire District. Lastly, the fourth is a new ambulance to serve the southern fire region out of the Edgewood Fire Station. Each of these apparatus are at various stages of construction and thus have various delivery times. Additionally, each of these apparatus will be purchased utilizing existing contracts as well as through diverse funding sources, which are outlined in the packet material. The Fire Department requests you to approve the purchase of fire apparatus and equipment for the El Dorado, Turquoise Trail, Glorieta, and Edgewood fire stations, utilizing various existing contracts in the amount of $1,850,296.78, inclusive of NMGRT, and delegate authority to the county manager to sign the purchase orders and any necessary contracts. And with that, I stand before you for any questions.
Do we have any questions for Chief Black? Commissioner Kokari Stone?
No, no questions. Thank you, Chair.
Do we have a motion to approve this request?
I'll make the motion to approval of the purchase of various fire apparatus and equipment for the El Dorado, Turquoise Trail, Glorieta, and Edgewood fire districts, utilizing various existing contracts in the amount of $1,850,296.78, inclusive of NMGRT, and delegation of authority to the county manager to sign purchase orders and contracts.
Do we have a
I second the motion.
Second by Commissioner Kokari Stone. So we have a motion by Commissioner Green, second by Commissioner Kokari Stone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Thank you, Chief Black. Item F, request for the approval of change order number 3 to agreement number 2024-0192 PWDK with the TLC Construction Services.
Madam Chair, Commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Hart.
So this project is to increase our funding for a change order number 3 for an agreement 2024-192 to TLC Construction. This project came about as a result of two projects actually converting together. This is actually a need to extend the sewer system out beyond the scope of the Santa Fe Greenway project so that we can get it installed without having to tear up the road in the future. So this is actually taking a part of the project that would have been part of Phase 5 and moving it forward. So it'll be funded through the Agua Fria project, and it will be installed in the Santa Fe Greenway project. I stand for any questions.
Do we have any questions for Mr. Hart? Commissioner Green?
Thank you for working with the Dig Once concept here. That's really appreciated. When it comes to the next time that this work that would have been in that phase, please remind us all up here and people in the public that this was taken out of a future phase and added here in the effort to save money, or maybe not save money, but at least keep from damaging work on the Greenway project.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you. Any other further questions? No. Commissioner Kokari Stone? Hearing no questions?
Yeah, yes. I just want to ensure this doesn't take away any resources from the Agua Fria wastewater. Explain a little bit more.
It does not take away any resources. This work would have occurred in a future phase regardless. So we're just moving that scope forward.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have a motion?
I will make the motion. A request for approval. I will make a motion to approve change order number 3 to agreement number 2024-0192 PW-DK with TLC Construction Services to provide construction services for the Agua Fria wastewater infrastructure phase 2 project, increasing compensation by $320,039.99 for a total contract sum of $2,059,308.51 exclusive of NMGRT, and delegating authority to the county manager to sign the purchase order.
We have a motion by Commissioner Green.
Second?
We have a second by Commissioner Hughes. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hart, I'm sorry. Item G, resolution number 2025, and we'll get a resolution number when I'm done, a resolution agreeing to the Participation in Transportation Project Fund Program. We have someone other than Alexander Ladd and Yvonne. So what say ye, Mr. Clavio?
Good afternoon, Commissioner Bustamante. Thank you, and commissioners. On behalf of the Planning Division and the Finance Division, we're requesting to participate in the New Mexico Department of Transportation Project Fund Program. The New Mexico Department of Transportation offered us a grant for a Turquoise Trail Extension project, which is located on the outskirts of the Community College District along NM14, also known as the Turquoise Trail. This project is an interesting one in the sense that it's come together rather rapidly with the development of these multifamily housing projects along NM14. So as these developers were in the early phases of getting their projects reviewed and approved, we agreed to cooperate on providing a multimodal transportation component to their projects. Currently, NM14 doesn't have any bike or ped trails there, so this would be helpful. And because they are multifamily units, some people are going to need to be able to walk or bike to work or school. Also, the Fireplace Road has been identified in the Agua Fria Plan of 2006 as being a site of a future multi-use trail. So we basically combine those projects and put them together to extend the Turquoise Trail, which you may know currently, it was built as part of the Double Diamond Interchange project that DOT did several years ago. There is actually a multi-use trail that goes under that freeway. Not a lot of people know about it or use it, so this might actually help to promote that trail. But this extension would link to that, and it would actually provide another way of linking the city and the county together, which is a challenge because of that freeway. And it also would link this residential development to the station so that those folks can take the train or the bus to where they need to go. It's a really great project, and the county was able to get a lot of benefit from our development partners who did the engineering, and then the state of New Mexico is giving us the money for construction. So we're really on the hook for just a small amount of money to do this project, which has been important to the community for over 10 years. And with that, I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Brett. So it is my understanding then that this is a determination of the board to approve receipt of grant money.
That's correct.
That's a hard one. I don't know. Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, I have trouble understanding the map, I guess. Is this money for any particular section of the trail, or is it for the whole trail in general?
So this project would be a complete new trail. So currently the Turquoise Trail comes under the freeway and it terminates at Rancho Viejo Boulevard. So if you're a cyclist, you don't really have much where else to go. But this would now enable you to cross the street at a traffic controlled intersection and then take your trip on the west side of NM14 down along NM14 to Fireplace Road and over to the Rail Runner station. Another benefit of this trail is that it will actually connect with the Arroyo Hondo trail system that we just spoke about.
Yeah, that was my next question.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Commissioner Green?
Thank you. Anytime we can use other people's money, even if it is other government's money, this is great. If it's a grant opportunity, this is fabulous. Thank you for going after this money. I do think that this is a key segment of the trail system down there, and this is a great neighborhood for trails, and I continuously will say, I wish we had this over more of the county so that people could walk and bike and get to the Rail Runner or whatever transportation is near them, because I love trails. So thank you very much.
Welcome.
Commissioner Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Reiterating Commissioner Green's point, the connection to the Rail Runner station at 599 is particularly appealing, and I think it shows our commitment to establishing those connections in transit areas, and so I applaud this also that it's a grant. Let's do it.
Thank you. Commissioner Kokari Stone?
No questions, and I'm ready to make a motion when we're ready.
Okay, I have a question regarding internal resources for the execution of the grant, which is, usually the downside of accepting other people's money is there has to be some type of capability to assure that everything's in line and that we're in compliance and that we have the resources necessary to carry out that work.
Madam Chair, the county's portion will come from the set aside that we have, that we budgeted for surge capacity. So we do have the funding, and as soon as we have an executed agreement, we'll get the budget in place so that the project can then move forward.
Thank you, Yvonne. Does the grant provide money for the management of the grant, or is the money just for the project itself? So does it have any administrative support in that grant funding?
Madam Chair, the money is strictly for construction, and my understanding is that our Public Works team has the capacity to oversee this construction.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Hearing that we have no more questions and a desire to provide a motion, go ahead, Commissioner Kokari Stone.
Thank you. I make a motion to approve resolution agreeing to participation in Transportation Project Fund Program administered by NM Department of Transportation, project number LP50065 for the Turquoise Trail extension.
And I second it.
We have a motion by Commissioner Kokari Stone, a second by Commissioner Hughes. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, that resolution number is 2025047.
047. It's It is actually right in time for our break. We will meet right at 3:45, at which time we will start public comment at 3:45. So we have a 10-minute break, just shy of that. Let's please be back on time. any feedback. We won't get into discussion. This is just your time to express your concerns to the Board of County Commissioners, and then we'll go to the next individual. Okay? Thank you. All right.
Chair Bustamante, our first online speaker is Chris Michels.
Hello, I hope you can hear me. This is Chris Michels from Tsuke. Madam Chair and Commissioners, are we ready to begin?
Yes, please. Thank you, Chris. Go ahead, proceed.
Okay, I was looking for your clock, but I'll go ahead. Okay. I'm addressing you again upon the EPR problem, which is ongoing. I've been trying to get records concerning the election, the November elections, since November 21st, and I have still not received what I asked for. I bring this to your attention because it is your responsibility, the board, not the county clerk, which you seem to believe, not the attorney who is the records custodian, which you seem to believe. It is your responsibility. You own the records. The clerk does not, nor does the custodian. Please look into this. You seem to be ducking out, because if suit is necessary, and it's increasingly looking like it may be because you won't meet your responsibilities, then you, the board, will be sued. Not the clerk, can't sue her, can't sue the attorney, can sue you. You're the only ones. So I think maybe you should actually take your responsibilities seriously and actually look at it. Right now what you've got is the county clerk has finally, reluctantly admitted that she is subject to providing documents under EPRA. So we got some documents. That's the good news. The bad news, the documents she provided are fraudulent. She presented documents in response to my EPR request, which clearly, on their face, are not responsive, and they're referring to some other meeting and documents which I did not request. I went back and tried to correct this, and I've been ignored. The clerk provided fraudulent documents, and she and the county attorney are not responsive to that fact. So again, please look into this. We shouldn't have to sue the Board of County Commissioners to see the records that belong to the public. And please wake up. I'll leave it right there. Thank you for your attention. Bye-bye.
Next.
Chair Bustamante, our next speaker is Julie Bennett.
Thank you, Ms. Bent. Go ahead. You're muted. You're muted.
How's that? Good afternoon. Thank you so much. This is the third time I've addressed this body regarding the TDR program. I was impressed to see how much business was accomplished in the prior meeting. I would like to see if we can elevate the implementation of the TDR program to a higher level. My husband and I are still waiting determination of the quantity of our water rights. And as I said last time, if there were purchasers ready and willing to buy our TDRs, we would not be able to provide them because we have not received determination from the county attorney about our water rights bonus calculation. We did receive on April 25th, after being promised it on April 10th, after waiting for 7 months, a wordy, unsigned directive called the Water Rights Documentation and Information Requirements for TDR Application. It's a pretty verbose 2-page document that is a little bit overwhelming. We are feeling pretty frustrated about participating in this program, and it really would be appreciated by, I think, the county in general if the board elevated this process to a level at which there was some comprehensive planning. I would like you to look at some creative options. I know my husband and I are looking at creative options because the county doesn't appear to be a supportive option for us to preserve our land and monetize our property for retirement. Los Pucheros is a good example of a county purchase that might be another way to look at. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bennett.
Appreciate it.
Chair Bustamante, our next speaker is Jack Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan.
Unmute. You're muted, Jack.
Didn't want to make any assumptions that he was actually there. Okay, we're going to have to go on to the next speaker.
Chair Bustamante, the next speaker is Jeannie Dean. She signed up, she pre-registered, but I do not see her online.
Okay.
There I am, Madam Chair.
Okay, she's in the chambers. Okay, let's continue with those who have registered online.
This is Jack Sullivan. Can you hear me, Madam Chair?
Yes, thank you, Jack. If you can get a little bit closer to your microphone, that'll be helpful. Thank you.
All right. I'm not getting a video. Are you getting a video?
I'm sorry?
Are you getting a
No.
video?
No.
Well, let me proceed anyway. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Jack Sullivan. My wife and I reside at 49 Churchill Road in Santa Fe County. For 17 years, since 2008, the residents of our area, who are all on shared wells, have attempted to obtain county water service with no success. Then in November of 2023, without any public input or, to the best of our knowledge, any commission discussion or action, a legal ad appeared in the New Mexican saying that Santa Fe County is partnering with 2 area developers to transfer 5.53 acre-feet of water rights to an exploratory well in Rancho Viejo, less than 1.5 miles from Churchill Road, for so-called backup water in the event of a drought. This, of course, was an immediate issue for us regarding impairment and drying up of our wells. Wells in Churchill Road are around 300 to 400 feet deep. The Rancho Viejo exploratory well is 1,350 feet deep with a 20-inch casing and was pumped at 300 gallons a minute. The potential impact of that well is obvious. 300 gallons a minute is equivalent to 483 acre-feet per year, which is a far cry from 5.53 acre-feet. It's interesting that in the draft hydrologic study recently released by the county, the consultants studied the effects of pumping 450 feet per year, and clearly the ultimate purpose of this transfer is not for backup water. In fact, the county utility department wrote that the additional reason for this transfer, and I quote, is to satisfy Gardner Green's obligation to transfer water rights to the existing Arshar development. Parentheses, these are not for a new development. So we ask that the county please withdraw from this transfer application until such time as residents on Churchill Road are served by county water. In that way, we will not experience impairment to our wells. Thank you, and I'd be glad to stand for any questions.
Thank you.
Chair Bustamante, there are no other users online indicating that they'd like to speak.
Okay, we will now have individuals from the chambers. You can line up and bring yourself to the microphone if you would like to speak.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Manager Schaefer, and friends. My name is Joseph Lowy, 6 Monterey Road, Santa Fe. I'm pleased to see you all once again. I'm here today to urge your approval of the resolution proposed by Commissioners Hughes and Johnson for the purchase and conservation of the property known as Bobcat Crossing Ranch, Agenda Resolution Item 6I. My neighbors and I live reasonably near this property. We strongly favor the proposal as it extends our existing rail trail, supports new trail construction, has magnificent views, and much of the acreage is undeveloped. It affords unblocked wildlife migration and preserves the land from unwanted development. I've previously served with many of you as a 10-year Housing Authority Board member, and based on my knowledge of affordable housing development, I want to address the issue of the potential for a portion of this site to be used for public or other affordable housing. Due to the lack of existing electrical, gas, water, and sewer infrastructure, which is extremely costly, lack of public transportation, and the distance from major employment opportunities, it's my opinion that this parcel is unsuitable for housing development. Once again, I urge you to approve the resolution, which will benefit the residents of the entire county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair and members of the board, I'm Chris Mann, Chair of the county's Open Land Trails and Parks Advisory Committee, COPAC. And this comment I'm making on behalf of myself and committee members Dan Potter and Brian Bird. We greatly appreciate your consideration of our proposal to the county to acquire the property known as Bobcat Crossing Ranch for the open space portfolio, and strongly support the resolution proposed by Commissioners Hughes and Johnson. This acquisition presents a rare, timely, and tangible opportunity to take decisive action on numerous county resolutions urging the protection and enhancement of natural habitat, wildlife, water, and outdoor recreation. We have some concerns about the staff memo that was placed in the docket about this resolution. We feel that it's unbalanced in that it discusses only the potential costs associated with acquiring and managing the property, and doesn't acknowledge the immense value the property would provide to county residents for recreation and conservation. We also feel that some of the county's financial assertions in its analysis of the open space potential of the property, were it to be developed, to be shaky at best. The high value of this property for conservation and public recreation is precisely because of its large, contiguous, and relatively undisturbed condition at the ex-urban fringe of Santa Fe. The development plan included in the staff memo would result in large swaths of development at both the eastern and western borders of the property, leaving only a central area of highlands and narrow arroyo strips undisturbed. That development would eliminate the value of the property in viewshed protection, eviscerate its value as a wildlife migratory corridor, and restrict public access. So we urge you to move forward with the purchase for open space without imposing excessive conditions on the purchase. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Felicia Probert, 15 Gaviota Road here in Santa Fe. I am here today regarding the resolution proposed by Commissioners Hughes and Johnson to purchase and conserve as open space the property known as Bobcat Crossing Ranch, as referenced in Agenda Resolution Item 6I. As a resident of El Dorado and frequent user of the rail trail and nearby trail systems and open space, I, along with my friends and neighbors, urge you to approve the purchase and conservation of the Bobcat Crossing Ranch. This parcel is bordered by the existing rail trail to the west, which supports new trail construction on the parcel that will link various existing open spaces and trail systems. Maintaining it as an open space will conserve wildlife and vegetation, provide unblocked wildlife mitigation routes, and protect known cultural resources on the that are present on the parcel. And given that opportunities to conserve and protect open space that is not otherwise readily suitable for development are increasingly few and far between, I ask that you approve this resolution for the benefit of the residents of Santa Fe County and beyond. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today and for your vote in support of the purchase of the Bobcat Crossing Ranch. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Maya Clifford. I'm the General Manager of the El Dorado Area Water and Sanitation District, and I've come before you to share two sentiments of the board. The first is approval of the Bobcat Crossing purchase and protection of that land that the board feels strongly is the right action for not only the residents of El Dorado, but the ratepayers of the utility. And the second is the CCD P1 well, as mentioned, or I guess otherwise known as the Rancho Viejo well owned by Warren Thompson. You all saw in November 10th of 2020 this piece of paper, which I can distribute after. And basically it shows the importance and the reason why in the El Dorado Area Water and Sanitation District agreement with the county, how important this well was to understand the exploration of the Ancha and the Tesuque and the Santa Fe conglomerate formations. These are super important understanding of our groundwater basin that we don't have in this moment. And by exploring this well and understanding it, it gives all of us a better understanding of what our groundwater is doing beneath the surface and how we can understand and preserve it ultimately for aquifer protection. So I'm happy also to provide any information or reports that you may or may not have, and also tour the system if you want to in future. So thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I am Dr. Jean O'Dean. I'm a resident of Santa Fe. I am representing and going on record, representing Mr. James Dugan, who is an elder of the Chiricahua Apache tribe. He's also the nephew of the 106-year-old chief. I appreciate, Madam Chair, you recognizing the indigenous people's land and their stewardship. Mr. Dugan, in representing Mr. Dugan, we had offered a cash purchase of the Bobcat Crossing Ranch, which happens to have the address Apache Plume. Mr. Peter Kemp, who represents Mission Viejo, turned down our cash purchase offer. That was in November of 2023. It was then put on indicating it was sold. Once that sold property didn't go through, I contacted Mr. Peter Kemp again. That was prior to October of 2024, Columbus Day weekend, presenting the proof of funds, cash proof of funds, which is funded by a royal family. Mr. Peter Kemp canceled the following day after Columbus Day weekend and informed that there was a government entity that was interested in purchasing the land and refused to meet with myself and Mr. Dugan, who is representing and managing the royal family. He has also offered a $3.5 billion development and infrastructure project. This has happened to Mr. Dugan again when he offered to do the Midtown Development Project. And the city commissioners, I put on record there, and they went ahead. So if you do decide to vote, I'm sorry, Mr. Commissioner Hughes and Johnson, if you did not do your due diligence, there was a complaint against Mission Viejo and Peter Kemp with the Real Estate Commission. So, if you do decide, you'll be entangled in a lawsuit with Mission Viejo, the Real Estate Commission, who did not do the investigation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners, for allowing us to speak. I'm here, my comments are regarding the transfer of water rights from the Stagecoach and to Rancho Viejo. It's currently unused exploratory well. For the record, the original application, RG 28789, submitted by Gardner and Associates and Univest Rancho Viejo on September 19, 2023, signed by Alex Gerard and Warren Thompson developers, is untruthful with the intent of being deceitful to our community. The application states its purpose for a backup or a drought reserve in times of operational stoppage of surface water shortage on the Rio Grande. Protestants have discovered the purpose of opening this well is not only for a backup well for drought purposes, but for the purpose of satisfying Gardner Greer's obligation to transfer water rights for the existing Oshara development and new high-density building in La Pradera. This information was shared by the former utilities director for the county on December 19th of 2023, Paul Showman, via email, which I have, where nowhere is it stated in this application of their use. This well is capable of pumping 544.4 acre-feet of water over a 10-year period or all at once. What do you think will happen to the wells less than a mile or a little more of this from this 1,350-foot, 20-inch wide pipe well who will also be affected for this drought, do you think? The subdivision Rancho Viejo is El Dorado is in favor of this transfer. But wait, they have county water. The well users do not. They have nothing to lose. Well owners in the adjacent area do. Thank you for your consideration.
Ma'am, can you state your name for the record, please?
Joan, Joan, last name is Latner, Lattner, resident of Churchill Road.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Madam Chair, but
Hello, Madam. Sorry. Hello, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Michael Bartlett. I live at 23 Churchill Road. I've been a resident there. I've owned my property there for over 25 years and have noticed drastic changes in our water availability over the years, and I have grave concerns over the transfer of water rights from the Rancho Viejo well that has been discussed by both my neighbors, Mr. Sullivan, as well as Ms. Latner. So I would just like to urge your vote against that. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Melinda Hall. I live at 5 Conestoga Trail in Rancho Viejo. Thank you, Madam Chair and County Commissioners. I would like to say that we moved to Santa Fe 6 years ago. And after about 3 years, we started to notice a lot of housing developments popping up everywhere, including the county. And we wondered right away, and where's all the water coming from to support this housing? And then we thought, and what are the current residents going to do? Are they being considered? So I am talking about the water rights transfer today. My concerns regarding the proposed water rights transfer is that the overdevelopment, in my opinion, in the county will indeed create a water emergency. It will be a man-made emergency, and the backup well will need to be tapped in Rancho Viejo, which will then become a production well. I am worried that this scenario may be what is actually between the developers and county government and what they have in mind all along. So that's my comment here today. Thank you for hearing that.
Thank you. No clapping, please. Please, no clapping.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I am fortunate enough to be acquainted with the director of the Southwest Climate Hub of the United States Department of Agriculture. And I got her to send me a basic outline of the future projections for Santa Fe County water due to the weather and climate changes that are expected in the future. This information is from a variety of sources, including peer-reviewed research, the Santa Fe Basin Study from the Southwest Climate Hub, and the latest National Climate Assessment. I have copies of what she sent to me if you are interested, but the projections for Santa Fe County, New Mexico, indicate significant changes from both surface water and groundwater resources. Santa Fe Basin Study indicates that supplies from the Santa Fe River and San Juan Chama project could be significantly reduced, necessitating increased reliance on alternative sources such as groundwater that should be carefully preserved. There will be a decline, that the projections are that there will be a decline in snowpack and stream flow. Studies show that 16 to 28% decreased flow in New Mexico's major rivers, and this includes the Santa Fe River by mid-century. As surface water becomes less reliable, dependence on groundwater is expected to rise, potentially leading to over-extraction and further depletion of the aquifers. And the Santa Fe Basin Study recommends water conservation measures, aggressive water conservation measures, infrastructure improvements, and a diversification of water sources. I'm just bringing this forward because I would like to urge caution, and I would like to urge wisdom in looking at moving forward with tapping our aquifer.
Thank you.
Richard Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Hall.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Anthony Aspland. I live at 7 West Hondo Vis, and I'm concerned about this water issue as well, primarily because of the test well that's been dug, and that has the potential of withdrawing 300 gallons a minute of water from our water supply in that area. My well, which is not 1,350 feet deep, it's only 410 feet deep, has a reduction in water of 60% since '92. So water use is a big concern. There's map data on the Water Data website, which shows that of 21 monitored wells around the Santa Fe area, 18 have declined significantly in volume. There is more data available according to the Hydrology Bureau, which shows that water levels are down in wells that are even 1,000 feet deep. Santa Fe, where I live, is in the Rio Grande Basin, and all of the water that comes into the Rio Grande Basin doesn't come from the Rio Grande. Santa Fe's water supply is pumped from the Pewaukee area and other wells, but for us who live in the county, in the area where this well is located, all of the water falls from the sky. It doesn't come from the Rio Grande or any other river source. So being able to pump 300 gallons a minute is a significant reduction in our potential water. And with that, I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes, please, yeah. You can just grab it and pull it down. That elbow is supposed to be able to bend.
The elbow? Oh, well, is this okay?
Here comes some help.
Okay.
There you go.
We come in different sizes and shapes. Hi, my name is Lisa Burns. I'm a 36-year resident in the Visto Caso neighborhood in the Community College District. I have lived here since before there was a community college. I am one of 100 homes a mile from the 1,350-foot Rancho Viejo exploratory well. Existing wells in my neighborhood are 300 to 500 feet deep. Santa Fe County is struggling to supply water to all of the existing and new subdivisions that are either approved or in the process of being approved. Using the aquifer as the contingency to allow for more development prior to everyone being able to be hooked up on county water feels a lot like the cart before the horse. What happens when the aquifer goes dry? We are not living within our means for available water resources. New development takes precedence. Why is Santa Fe County partnering with developers? How is the county going to notify well owners that their wells will go dry? Don't existing longtime well owners also have the rights to have water? The aquifers are all connected, so it's likely several hundred homes could potentially lose their water. I appreciate the fact that El Dorado has been able to stop pumping their 19 wells since they have been hooked up to county water. But we are not hooked up to county water. I strongly urge this board to request a pause for this application to transfer water rights while you consider how many well owners will be impacted. Is there any guarantee that 100 well owners won't be harmed?
Thank you. No clapping, please. We're going to have to ask people who clap to be removed from the chambers.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Catherine Bilton, B-I-L-T-O-N. I live at 131 East Chili Line Road in Rancho Viejo. I'm the president of the Santa Fe Gateway Alliance, which is a county-registered organization. I speak in the matter of the water rights transfer. We request a pause in or complete withdrawal of the county from the application pending further study of water availability, aquifer health in these drought conditions, and potential impairment of wells in local neighborhoods. More evidence is needed to determine how public health will be protected. We also question the ethics of the county partnership with these developers, whose further construction of future large developments will be facilitated by the transfer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Christina Iverson. I live at 52 Churchill Road in Santa Fe County, and I'm here for the same reasons that a bunch of people already mentioned. I will repeat some of them because that's why I'm here, to protest. So, we're talking about the exploratory well, which will produce 300 gallons per minute, and it will be draining my well and everybody else's wells. We won't have water in a drought, which is when they're supposed to draw so much. Well, in the drought, we won't have water either, because we're within a mile. Aquifers are totally down, incredibly down. So I have another issue here. When the development was approved, it should have already have the water resource established. From the very beginning, a big question, where's the water coming from? Not now, when somebody decided, oh, let's build another 500 houses and let's make this exploratory well to produce an amount that cannot be even comprehended. I mean, it's beyond my imagination and anybody else's imagination. And the third thing, which is what somebody already mentioned, a few people, yes, the county aligned with the developer. Why? Without public input. I haven't heard of any hearing. I would have been there. No hearing was done. It was just aligned with the development, and let's do it, and the county is in. Why? Since when do we do this without public input? No hearing. So I'm done. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Janelle Johnson. My husband and I reside
at 50 Churchill Road. Madam Chair and County Commissioners, I'm also here to protest the transfer of water. I'd like to mention that when Ed Moreno was our county commissioner, we actually came to these chambers and met with him, many of us from Churchill Road, and discussed being able to hook up to county water. At that time, it would have been prior to the pandemic. I know he's since passed, but the discussion was that as more development came to our area, we would be in alignment to be connected to the county water. So what you need to know about Churchill Road is if you go down Churchill Road, the lower part of Churchill Road, we're either on shared wells with 4 neighbors or 2 neighbors. The water level has continued to decrease. And at the top of Churchill Road, there's 4 homes that are actually connected to county water. So I feel like the county has done us a disservice, joining with developers and ignoring our pleas in the past. You know, I don't know how things are recorded, but we did have a meeting and it was discussed when more development came to our area, there would be an effort to have us hook up. That's never happened. So I would like also to ask for a pause until something can be done. We feel very squeezed on Churchill Road that we're in this small area with development all around us. Continued development in La Pradera, also wanting to use that water, and there's been no consideration made when in the past those discussions were entertained. So I would request we also put a pause. Thank you.
Thank you, Janelle.
Hi, my name is Nancy Gilkison. I'm an equestrian and a hiker, and I live in Arroyo Hondo. I'm representing a group of neighbors and friends who support the county's purchase of the Bobcat Crossing Ranch. Can you guys hear me? We cannot imagine a better property to purchase for open space. BCR checks all the boxes that you already know about, and it's affordable. If we are really serious about creating open space as a balance to our projected growth, this purchase is a no-brainer. However, I would like to see a conservation easement put on the entire property as soon as possible. Facing the appalling housing crisis here, the county has suggested an alternative proposal, allocating more than half of the BCR to development and leaving as open space only the sensitive watershed area in the center of the ranch. However, even the most cursory research into suitable sites for development, and especially for affordable housing, will reveal that this site is inappropriate for the kind of very dense development the county proposes. The county alternative plan also lists some hypothetical and undocumented costs to develop the ranch's open space. These costs don't take into account any partnership participations that are so common in development of open spaces these days, partnerships that can only come about with a conservation easement in place. Right now, at least 2 exemplary developments in Rancho Viejo and Tierra Contenta, sorry you guys, are moving forward in Santa Fe County, with others in the approvals and planning stages. These developments are meticulously planned with roads in place, with utilities nearby and available, with community infrastructure existent, and with a percentage of the build-out dedicated to affordable housing. The county's growing pains and the very real problem of affordable housing are huge issues the county faces. However, along with our growth, we've got to remember to preserve the very thing that makes people want to live here in the first place. So our vote is to buy the property right now, however we can, but let's put it under a permanent conservation easement as soon as possible. One thing I've learned in the past 4 months is that we cannot assume that the things we love in our world are protected. Legal protection is the only way to safeguard what's dear to us.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman and Commissioners, thank you so much for this opportunity to speak. My name is Amy Lewis. I live at 7 Seton Plaza. I've lived in Seton Village for 40 years. I support the purchase of the Bobcat Crossing Ranch for conservation and wildlife, open space trails. I'm a mountain biker. It's, as Nancy said, it checks all the boxes. But as a hydrologist who have done reports for Santa Fe County and a resident and on the Sunlit Hills water system, I'm a little worried that the sky is falling as far as water goes. The wells that our system have are all dropping, and we see more and more single wells coming in all around us. And I've talked to county director of the water utility years ago about connecting Sunlit Hills, because what's going to happen when the system fails? So if you purchase this property and don't develop it, that gives me a little assurance that there'll be fewer straws tapped in to the aquifer, and that they don't rise to the priority over Sunlit Hills to be connected to the Santa Fe County's water utility when it goes dry. So anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and Commissioners. I'm Maureen Cashman at 20 Arroyo Viejo Road, Vista Casa neighborhood, and I'm here to ask you to pause the exploratory well at Rancho Viejo. Since we've lived there about 27 years, so not as long as some of my other neighbors, but within those 27 years, we've had to dig deeper for our wells. We are concerned, what is the contingency plan if this exploratory well starts to dry up our wells? What are you going to do for Vista Casa, Churchill? We're all connected, and you've got an obligation first to your current residents. I know we want to increase the tax base, and development does that, but what about the people that are living here right now? Our properties, if our wells dry up, we can't even sell them. And you know that just as well as we do. New development should first happen after you've taken care of your current residents. So please, we weren't notified of any hearings, we have a very activist neighborhood. We would have liked to have been in those discussions. And, it's not fair to leave the neighbors out of those discussions. We know the developers have a lot of clout here, but we as neighbors should also. So please pause this until you at least come up with a contingency plan for what happens if there is no water for the present wells that are out there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chairperson and Commissioners, thank you so much for letting us come here and visit with you today and make a request. And I'm here to make a request too, to have a pause on the water transfer rights. And it is, I don't want to repeat everything that everybody else has said, but I will say I'm here to strongly, and my wife Jan and I live at 43 Churchill Road. And I know we're a small piece of many wells around Rancho Viejo. But also, even if we were granted county water tomorrow, we know it's going to take years to get it in there. And in the meantime, we're going to be out of water. So will you please pause? Let us get caught up. Do what's fair to current residents, like everybody has said. We're right in a circle where there are people, developments all around us that have come up over the last 10, 20, 30 years. They get water, but us as residents don't. And one thing I would say to you as county officials, and thinking about it from a business standpoint, if our wells dry up and we can't sell our property, you don't get any tax money either. And if we get county water, the value of our properties go up. We pay the water, but we also pay more taxes. Eventually, the county's winning in money as well as serving the community. That's all I have to add.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Gary and Jan Tharp at 43 Churchill Road.
Thank you.
You bet.
Madam Chair and County Commissioners, my name is Susan Ewell. I live at 115 West Coronado Road. I stand in support of Resolution 6I for the purchase and preservation of the Bobcat Crossing Ranch, for open space and in perpetuity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please. Yeah.
Madam Chairman,
Commissioners. My name is Harmon Bertram. I'm a, excuse me, I'm a resident of Santa Fe. I was born and raised here. I grew up, San Mateo Road was the edge of town, the southern edge. And north of the interstate wasn't even there. There was no development at all. I moved out to Vista Ocasa in that area in 1981, so I've lived there 45 years. I like the area. I am concerned. I understand development. I know we need development. I know there's a tremendous shortage of housing. All of our young people are leaving Santa Fe and going to Rio Rancho. Warren Thompson and his father's partner, Larry Myers, bought the old Jarrett Ranch, which is now part of Rancho Viejo. That extends almost to Galisteo. It's probably one of the best areas for development in the future, but the water problem has to be solved. And I don't think it's fair that they start pumping water and a lot of the present residents, the wells go dry. But I do think that it really needs to figure out how to support development on the southern side of Santa Fe if the town is going to progress. Otherwise, we'll end up like Aspen or Telluride, where the homes are 2 and 3 million and nobody can afford them but the wealthy people.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. My name's Elizabeth West, and I live at 318 Center Street in downtown Santa Fe, which is in Santa Fe County. I'm here for 2 reasons. Quickly, I am in support of maybe a pause, not exactly a moratorium, but a pause to really look at the water issue. I know tomorrow night at City Hall, they're going to be talking about the city's approach. I believe Mr. Jesse Roach will be speaking. And that's interesting. Of course, some of you know me, and you know that I'm very interested in making a connection between city and county, because I seem to be in both places. My family lives out south of town, so I've said that about the water business. But I'm really here because my son, who is wonderful, said, "Mom, I'm at work. I can't go." I wish he could, because he's really charming and fun. Some of you have met him. But he said, "Would you go? You don't mind speaking up." That's true. "Would you go and mention that the County Road 44, otherwise known as Shenandoah Trail, named by some people who left the county very soon after naming it for a place that has absolutely zilch to do with this area, is really still a mess." And I know that the county has put up these flashing signs because I live right near them. I'm hoping you will consider, I want to put this on the record, I want you to consider something different, a little bit more aggressive, ideally working with the state to have a roundabout there. People are not slowing down, and when you turn off heading south from Santa Fe to turn off left or going going east on County Road 44, people speed up. Please lower the speeding limit. It doesn't need to be 35. They'll go 35 if you say it's 10. It's on the record. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Linda Parker. I'm here on behalf of myself, my husband Steve Parker, and the other residents of the Villa Linda subdivision. And we would like a pause or a complete stoppage of this water, the water rights being transferred. I feel that we also need to put the residents here above the new development that's going. I'm not very appreciative of the developing that's going on at the end of my road. I've lived out at my house for almost 50 years, and I guess like they say, a little taste of honey is worse than none at all, because it's really hitting us hard out there. So we would really like you guys to look at this well stuff and stop these big developments, these big dense developments that are going in. We live out on 2.5 acres, and now they're putting houses on postage size things. And we did get it stopped the last time we were here so that they would not use our road for construction vehicles. But this morning when I was going for my walk, I noticed the chain was off that fence step back there by this development that they're doing. So we're keeping an eye on it, and we would appreciate your help in helping us, because we really love where we live. We feel like we live in a park. We don't want a park. We don't want sidewalks. We would just like to be left alone and live where we are and have our water. So thank you.
Good evening. My name is Patty Montes Burks. I'm a 48-year resident of Valle Lindo, 14 Vista del Monte. And I'm here as someone who took part in the study for the Community College District Plan, and also I serve on the Santa Fe Regional Juvenile Justice, the Santa Fe Gateway Alliance. I'm actually here because I just learned about the application, and I want you to consider pausing on that, the application, because to me, I was looking through it, and there's a lot of obsolete and incomplete and also confusing facts on the application. First of all, it references 2023. Second of all, it's unclear whether it's going to be for 10 years or 40 years. It's unclear whether it's going to be 5.5 for 10 years, and then it's going to continue to pump from the wells for another 30 years, or up to 40 years. So if I were a commissioner, I would really want those facts cleaned up with the Office of the State Engineer. I wouldn't want to pose going forward with something that's so obsolete. That document is unclear and obsolete. So, and the other thing is, I want to ask you to put a pause on development. I think it's way out of hand. If you take a look, if you ride around, you're going to see so many developments going up. And yes, you wonder, are you guys in a bind for water for the approved developments and, something that may be coming in the future? So I'm just saying, put a pause on development until we can, for 3 years, 2 years, so we can see where everything lands up and the dust settles and we know that we're in a good spot to sustain ourselves through the future. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rachel Wixom. I live in Rancho Viejo. I agree with all the comments that have come before me. I think we have a serious problem with unbridled development in this county. Despite the unaffordable housing need, these developments are not affordable. And coupled with the very serious water issue that's already here, even common sense tells you we have a very serious water issue. So getting into bed with a developer and transferring the rights is extremely dangerous. So please pause or even stop that. And I do agree with putting a pause on development, as the woman before me has suggested. It's quite scary, and it's one thing that might get me, quite frankly, to move from here. And I know some of my family will not move here as a result of this. So thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman Bustamante, my name is Brian Bird. I'm a resident of the Miraceros neighborhood in Santa Fe. I am also an at-large member of the COLPAC, and I just want to express my appreciation to Commissioners Hughes and Johnson for introducing Resolution 2025 to acquire the Bobcat Crossing Ranch. As you know, we in the COLPAC presented you a unanimous recommendation to acquire that property for conservation in perpetuity. And I just want to point out two things. As you already know, we've had nothing but unanimous public support to our committee, to our advisory committee, and I think to this body itself, we've heard nothing but unanimous support for conserving this property in perpetuity. I also want to point out that our pace of open space acquisition is not keeping up with development. And I am serving on this committee as an at-large member to increase that pace and to do new acquisitions. So I really look forward to working with you all to acquire this property and see that it is preserved in perpetuity as the public desires for our citizens of Santa Fe County. So thank you again for your consideration.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Look at us go. Thank you very much for your comments. Okay. We will go back to our regular miscellaneous action item agenda. We are on, let's see, we agreed to participate, we got that. Let's see. We are on item H, request for approval to agreement number 2023-0219 CSD AV with Unitas, extending the term for 2 additional years.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Jennifer Romero, Community Services Deputy Director. The Community Services Department is requesting approval of Amendment Number 1 to Service Agreement Number 2023-0219 with Unitas for the continued provision of an electronic referral management platform supporting the Connect network. This amendment seeks to extend the contract term for an additional 2 years and amend deliverables and increase the compensation by $230,000 to support the services. The amended deliverables include Unitas Insights, which gives us access to data for the network, single sign-on, 5 instances per year, which gives us availability to not have to hop on to 2 different EMRs or data platforms, and our payments feature, which we have been piloting for the last couple of years. Our recommended action is to approve Amendment Number 1 to Agreement Number 2023 with Unitas to extend the contract term for an additional 2 years, amend the current deliverables to include 8 licenses for Unitas Insights, 5 single sign-on instances, and the use of the payments feature, increase compensation for $230,000 for a total contract sum of $460,000, and delegate authority to the county manager to sign the purchase orders.
Thank you, Jennifer. Do we have any questions for Jennifer regarding Unitas? Commissioner Green?
Thank you very much, Jennifer. Love what you do with this platform. I just have a question. I know that the state is about to stand up a statewide version of Connect. Maybe it's not statewide, but a pretty comprehensive one. Have you tested those other platforms? And given that they're going to go with a different platform, is there any look at maybe migrating to what the state does so that there's economies of scale and an integration? Or does this integrate with their platform so that they're talking to each other?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, we are consistently looking at other platforms in the delivery of what they're able to do in the electronic management platform as well as data, and continue to develop what we're doing with Unitas. Yes, the state has determined find help for their statewide platform. I had not heard of them prior to that procurement. We will continue to see how the state moves forward and really looking to see what that layout looks like in the next 2 years as far as sustainability, how it's working for them before we make any of our own decisions.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kokari Stone.
No questions or comments. Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Jennifer? Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, I just curious if you could tell us a little bit how successful this is. I mean, I know it's working, but you know, how many people are we reaching with this, and how many problems are we solving?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, thank you for the question. I would say overall the network is has been successful. The insights that we are able to glean on from the platform does allow us to see how many individuals we're seeing daily or monthly, annually. And I don't want to give that number right here. I usually jump on my computer and I look at that number, but I don't want to incorrectly state how many individuals we have served.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Johnson, did you have a question? No? I have a question. The last I looked at the platform that the state was looking at, unless they've gone to something else, there was very much a self-referral component, which Unitas is just a little bit more, I'm sorry, the only word coming to mind is intrusive, but it's more integrated into, you come with a question and we get you into a system instead of you find a system and then you'll work with other people. Is that the same platform? And I'm not recalling any names.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, we do have a self-referral capability as well, but we also track that referral. And actually, those referrals come into our hub navigators, which are staffed by both county and city navigators. And then we also have our 211 Connect navigator, where if somebody calls us at 211, that will come in as a self-assistance request as well. So the other option, yes, is kind of like using Google. You can search something and find kind of an overall general idea of what services might be available. But when you're inquiring with us, you get that live response and a screening so that we can assess for all of the needs.
Very good. I appreciate that understanding that some people don't have access to go and do that, to be able to find a phone and make a call. I also want to thank you for being at the cutting edge of this very early on, an early adopter of something that connected people to their resources. So thank you for that good work of yours. Do we have a motion to support this or deny this request?
I will do it if, okay, I will make a motion to approve amendment number 1 to agreement number 2023-0219 CSD/AV with Unitas, extending the term for an additional 2 years and increasing compensation by $230,000 for a total contract sum of $460,000, inclusive of NMGRT, and delegation of authority to the county manager to sign the purchase orders.
I'll second it.
We have a motion by Commissioner Green, a second by Commissioner Hughes. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item I, resolution granting the county manager authority to sign all documents necessary for the acquisition of one parcel of real property known as 116 Apache Plume, otherwise known as Bobcat Crossing Ranch. We do have this brought to us by Commissioner Hank Hughes and Commissioner Adam Johnson, and we will hear from staff. So I would like to ask, because it's listed this way, the presentation will go ahead and start with staff. Is that okay with you?
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll start with staff, and then I would like an opportunity for commissioners to speak to their resolution.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, thank you so much for your attention to this very important and exciting project. We wanted to start our staff presentation with just a little bit of background information, so I'm going to turn it over to Adeline Murphy to provide that.
Hello again, Chair Bustamante and Commissioners. I'll be providing an overview of ColdPAC's recommendation and also some details about the application that was submitted for this property. So to remind everybody, on February 25th, I presented to you all ColdPAC's recommendation for the acquisition of Bobcat Crossing Ranch for addition to the county's open space trails and parks program. In accordance with the acquisition process outlined in Resolution 2009-206, ColdPAC voted to recommend the acquisition of this property, and their recommendation read as follows. Recognizing a generational opportunity to secure an exceptional resource for the people of Santa Fe County, ColdPAC strongly recommends acquisition of the property known as Bobcat Crossing Ranch for the purpose of open space at fair market value or the asking price, whichever is less. To ensure the best and most effective cost management of the archaeological site LA4, the committee further recommends that a third party be sought to preserve and manage that site. So that was the ColdPAC recommendation that was presented to you all in February. Their application states that preserving Bobcat Crossing Ranch would preserve for both present and future generations the largest undeveloped tract of land between Santa Fe and El Dorado, which would provide significant benefits to the public, including linking, extending, and adding value to the existing county trail via the Santa Fe Rail Trail. The property could support a range of new trail types, including multi-use, loop, and/or single-use trails. It also has recreational potential beyond trails, including scenic overlooks, interpretive programming, and also education. There are confirmed archaeological resources of high value. It contains and is adjacent to historic trails, notably Route 66, one of the former alignments. The property also has the presence of surface water, which is also critical to wildlife, and that property is a regional wildlife corridor that connects the Sangre de Cristo Mountains to the Galisteo Basin and the Ortiz and Sandia Mountains. And the undeveloped property is currently relatively free of disturbance. And then lastly, the application proposes that the property be utilized as a combination of a preserve, open space, and recreational space, and that the development of recreational infrastructure should be carefully balanced with the natural characteristics of the parcel, ensuring that the land is used in a way that does not cause damage or degradation to its environmental integrity. So that's the background on ColdPAC's recommendation and their application concerning this property. Now, Alexandra Ladd will provide some other contextual factors to take into account. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. There's an additional memo in this packet that provides some information that we thought was helpful for contextualizing the decision you're making tonight. It's not intended to inform the decision necessarily, but we just wanted to make sure that these factors were taken into account because, like everything, decisions have trade-offs, and we want to make sure that the public and the commissioners are considering these trade-offs in this decision. The memo covers three main points. In the strategic plan, the Board of County Commissioners adopted a policy of ensuring that open space acquisitions were aligned with our budgeting and capital budgeting processes. So this purchase at this time is not in alignment with that process. So we just wanted to make sure that the Commission was aware of that. I think another point that beyond the initial purchase price, there are additional cost factors. Of course, the estimates in this memo are only estimates. They are huge ballpark numbers. All we know is that these numbers are most definitely not exactly accurate, because as we get into the process, many more circumstances will come to light that will affect the numbers. But there is the issue of maintaining the property, making sure it's staffed appropriately, and also developing the facilities so that the public has full access and enjoyment of the property. And then lastly, we wanted to just make sure that it was out on the table that by not developing this property, there is, again, one of these trade-offs where we will not have the opportunity to create more housing, which our community sorely needs. The yield studies, the SNPs from the yield studies are in there just, again, to be illustrative. Because of the natural topography of the site, there is quite a bit of open space that would be preserved even if it were developed at its fullest capacity. It's not a black and white either or kind of decision. It could be that the open space amenities were preserved to the full extent that they were accessible and enjoyable to the public, and some development may happen. Again, that's just to put this information out there in front of you so that you feel like you can have that conversation in light of that information. And I think the memo is pretty detailed and speaks for itself, so I won't go into too much more detail, but we are here to stand for any questions. And obviously, as we get down the road in this process, we're here to help both design plans to use the property as well as pursue any kind of development if that ends up being the board's desire. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you. Yeah, this is an important decision we make, obviously. Bobcat Crossing Ranch is a beautiful 2,000 acres. It provides wildlife crossing options. It creates recreation opportunities, and there's archaeology that can be taken advantage of and studied on the site. I'd like to point out that Colpack followed the resolution 2009-206, which gives them a process they're supposed to follow. The one sentence in the strategic plan stating it would align with budget processes is not in the coalition. We haven't passed a budget approving that, and so they followed the existing session. Also, my interpretation of that and my hope is that we would, during the budget process, we will at that point decide how much money we want to allocate to the budget. We didn't allocate any money last year, and so, we can follow the old process. If we do decide to put it in our budget, then we should allocate so many $1 million to Colpack ahead of time. We can't purchase property just on July 1st. That doesn't work. And this time, I investigated a little bit, and there is some interest in the project. There was an interest expressed 2 weeks ago to the developers that are selling it to us. They said they're holding it off the market until we decide. But if it goes back on the market, and they will put it back on the market, they will want to sell it. They're anxious to get cash for it. They'll put it back on the market, and perhaps the interest that was expressed 2 weeks will materialize into buying it. And so we can't wait till July. If we vote it down today, we are risking very much that we won't have the property. In fact, one lady came forward to speak who was also interested. I think her purchase didn't go through because she couldn't get the funding together. But there's two people interested besides us. It's not an option that we wait till July. So I think those are the main points. I'll turn it over to Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Alex and Adeline, for helping us understand what's before us today. Many of us went out to the site. It is a beautiful 2,600 acre site. It's really an exciting project in my mind. It's well connected to existing trail systems. Notably, it's adjacent to the rail trail, and even though large-scale open space projects like this take many years to develop the system and programming around it, we have an opportunity to make immediate connections. So that I think that's a great opportunity. As Commissioner Hughes pointed out, cold packs followed the process, and their application is extremely detailed in overviewing the benefits. They did a lot of research into this, and I don't take them as approaching it lightly. Already noted as the benefit of serving as a wildlife and migratory movement corridor in perpetuity. It's already relatively free of disturbance and presents a unique opportunity for us to maintain this property as open space, as was noted by Brian Bird, the Colpack member. Open space acquisition is outpacing development, so this is a good opportunity for us to make a gesture in that direction. There is a historic site. There is a Pueblo site on the property, and there are certainly valuable cultural resources, and the scenic opportunities of the site are unparalleled. A lot of those hills, I live quite close to there, have houses on top of them, so we should have the opportunity for a scenic overlook. I have in this packet, I just want to note the number of letters of support. We had, 8 to 10 people come out today, but in addition, we have letters from the Arroyo Hondo Land Trust, the Santa Fe Conservation Trust, Wild Earth Guardians, the Northern New Mexico Horsemen's Association. We have several archaeologists, the Santa Fe Archaeological Society, the New Mexico Land Conservancy, the Fat Tire Society, and a number of residents of this area. I won't name them all. The Santa Fe County Sheriff's Posse, Rio Grande chapter of the Sierra Club. So, people who are involved in conservation, public open space access are heartily in support of this project, and I encourage the commission to acquire the property. I think that as a commission, we, as Commissioner Hughes pointed out, shouldn't have to buy property just on July 1st, but have the opportunity when things arise in District 1, in District 2, in District 3, to be able to acquire property outside of the normal budget process, especially when it is a desirable property. As Commissioner Hughes mentioned, it was confirmed that another person is interested in acquiring the property, and we heard from someone in the chambers today who is also a developer or represented a developer interested in developing that project. It's quite far from the current development of Rancho Viejo, so it's not of immediate infrastructure connection. So as Commissioner Hughes laid out in the resolution, or mentioned the resolution, the items 5 do open the possibility of the part of that property being used at a future time. So I just want to point that out. The reason that there are in the 5th point in the resolution a sort of sequence that is laid out for the a change in use on that property. I think that, and this happened before I came on the commission, but it's important that we remember what happened in the South Meadows case, which was that the county acquired a property and then held on to it, made certain promises for it as an open space, but ultimately ended up selling it in an executive session without public comment. So there are reasons that that sequence is in place. It's to help us provide for public input, which is extremely important for community sort of digesting what the particular aspects of a project are, and being able to have a say in those processes. And ultimately, this is a property for the public. So I'll stop now, but I want to thank Commissioner Hughes for helping develop this resolution.
Thank you, commissioners and staff. I would like to now open this to questions from the commission. Let's start with Justin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So I want to thank the owners of the property for taking us out on a tour. It was literally the windiest and nastiest and coldest day ever. And despite how windy, nasty, and cold it was, we couldn't see anything, and it was still beautiful. So it is a beautiful site, and I acknowledge there is cultural property there, but it is a very large site, and it can have many uses, and it should have many uses. Some of it should be probably 100% conserved and actually have zero access because of it. It's a cultural property. So, you know, that'll be taken out of the trail system. It should probably have, or let's say it could have other land uses in there, and including housing or other aspects that are important to Santa Fe County at this time right now. And I think that should be incorporated into this resolution. So expectations are not given that, oh my, this is going to be 100% open space and conservation space, but that there's some guidelines set by this board if we are going to go down this road. So I'm a little concerned with expectations and us going and buying this, and, you know, one, off cycle. That to me is very concerning. And I'm going to go into a few more concerns I have. First off, there was no contact of a landlocked property that we identified in multiple presentations and the tour, and spoke about how St. Michael's High School owns 2 or 3 of the, you know, some parcels that are a part of this property. And that's not the way we should go about this. That should have been one of the first phone calls we made, was to St. Mike's to ask what their plans are for the property. If they don't have any plans for the property, for their property there, that maybe they would be interested in joining this as a purchase, right? You know, they should be a part of this. We put a couple $1 million into this project. You know, we're opening up a can of worms with St. Mike's, who might have other interests and are not aligned and feel like they've been left out of this. And so the folks at St. Mike's have expressed a concern about the lack of contact that we've made in this. And that's not the way that I work. Second, this is very expensive. And so in a world full of lots of resources constraints, we're about to go into budget hearings next week. I'd like to hear this in the context of our budgets, right? Do we have $3+ million to do this, and then $2+ million as a ballpark number to develop this? Or are we just land banking it and making it into a really nice thing for some people that live nearby to use somewhat illegally, and incurring a risk for us of people basically trespassing on this property? So the expense, you know, is definitely an issue, especially when it's not in a budget cycle. This is not ready for prime time, in my opinion, right? This is a great idea that needs further development. And I would ask that the folks that own this property hear that there's definitely, at least for sure, 2 commissioners here that are in support of this. But that there's, if we were to develop a good comprehensive plan for this property, that we would know how much it's going to cost to develop, what the true yield of potential housing, or maybe no housing, could be for this property, and that we do a charrette of sorts with some land use planning and some expertise to make sure that we have a comprehensive plan that we can approve here, so we know what we're getting into and that the community can be informed of that. There was limited, you know, to the point of not ready for prime time. There was packet material that was added to this packet after the agenda was published, and you know, that kind of happens all the time, but it's also a symptom of stuff not ready for us. And I don't know if the urgency of the moment really calls out that we need to decide this today. I wish we had more time to plan it, to really assess the property, and to look at the details for this. I don't think this is a site that's purely appropriate for affordable housing for a lot of the reasons that were brought up before, but that does not mean that it is not appropriate for housing, and it could be different types of housing in there that are more appropriate for the property. I don't think the property, if it goes into housing, should have fences and things like that. It should be more of a certain type of housing that encourages wildlife passages and people to feel like they're living out in the open range, if that is actually the course. So having read all of this stuff and looked and become familiar with this property, I've put 2 additional directives into now therefore be it resolved. And so this would be item number 6 and number 7. And if you will humor me, I would like to read these and have them debated here if we want to go further. So item 6 would be, now therefore be it resolved, Santa Fe County directs the county manager and planning staff to investigate multiple uses of up to 650 acres, which is less than 25% of the property, to include housing and related supported small-scale commercial and community amenities. Housing and all developed should be clustered. Additionally, the county should budget money for a land use consultant of up to $250,000 to expedite this study and strategy. Number 7, now therefore be it resolved, Santa Fe County Board of County Commissioners directs the county manager to work with St. Michael's High School to acquire their property located adjacent to the subject property at fair market value and to include it in the open space plans for trails and conservation. These 2 items here talk about an expedited plan to make sure that we know what we can do with this property that checks all the boxes, and checks all the boxes for our priorities in Santa Fe County for housing, our priorities in Santa Fe County for open space and conservation, our priorities in Santa Fe County for protecting cultural properties, our priorities in Santa Fe County for working well with neighbors, such as St. Michael's High School here. It's easy for people. Everybody's going to love this, of course, right? It's not their money. It's Santa Fe County's generic money that is at the Santa Fe County's in their budget. But we all have to live in an environment of competing priorities and limited money. So I recommend that we ask the sellers of this property to give us a few months to work with us to plan this property properly, and then to be able to work on a real resolution and a purchase of this. I will stand behind purchasing this when we know what we can actually, how we can actually manage this properly, and not just throw $3 million at something that might just turn into 10 or more $1 million, because we just don't know what's out there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Green. Commissioner Kakari Stone?
Yes, can you hear me okay, Chair?
Yes.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Hughes and Commissioner Johnson, for putting this together. I also want to thank the staff for laying out a deliberative memo. I have no qualms with the merit of purchasing property to acquire and preserve and protect open spaces, lands, wildlife, basically our ecosystem in Santa Fe, which is quickly diffusing due to development and sometimes unplanned development. So the merit of this is excellent. I heard the testimonies from the peoples, read the Kolpak study, appreciated the report in February. Here's some things that I think as a BCC collectively we need to consider. We're a stone's throw from the budgeting process. And how do we, Commissioner Johnson and Hughes, and I want to give you a chance to share your perspectives because I know you've put a lot of thought and community meeting times on this. how do we balance within this context of federal budget cuts? And if you read the article from the city of Santa Fe, they did consider this. There's going to be major cuts to social service programs, basic need programs, the food, shelter, access to housing, healthcare access. Our communities in Santa Fe, all communities, will suffer in some way. And so how do we plan out having reserves? How do we also, besides just having a one-off, a one-time purchase, how do we balance decisions around the priorities of Santa Fe County at our budget process? If we move forward with this, we've excluded the opportunity for parity across the region and across the county. So the other thing I had asked back in February, and it kind of gets to what Commissioner Green is talking about, is who else hasn't been at the table? And clearly one of the testimonies, what I asked, are there any indigenous tribes or sovereign nations or pueblos interested in this land? This land is more than a transactional event. It's in a relational process, and our relationship as a county government to be good stewards of the land and consider not the archaeological value, but the living archaeology of peoples today and their cultures and traditions. So who else could we be speaking with on long-term planning and land usage that's wise, that's relational, isn't just about purchasing, isn't just about scenic views? How can we best be stewards of the land? And one thing that's really struck me in the last 4 months is sitting on this commission and meeting with many, many diverse community partners is we don't seem to have a comprehensive approach for sustainability of water and development. And this keeps coming up over and over. So I was looking for, maybe you can provide me, Commissioner Johnson and Hughes, for a very good rationale of why we would consider this as a one-off outside the more comprehensive budget process to consider all these other contextual priorities. That's what I'm grappling with, and that's what some of our constituents would be asking. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a good question, and I feel that this is the way Colpack was set up to do it, and so we always bought it out of cycle. I don't remember, how many parcels went before I became commissioner, but, definitely out of cycle. The question I want to ask Adeline is to explain how we cooperated with Indian tribes on Thornton Ranch and how that might apply to this acquisition also. Because we had quite a complex and inclusive process with the Pueblos, and they might be just as much, if not more, interested in this process, in this property.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, tribal consultation has always been an integral part of the planning for the development of recreational infrastructure at Thornton Ranch Open Space, and this began far before I joined the open space team. I think initial conversations began in 2014, if I'm recalling correctly, and the county has reached out to about 20 different tribal nations, pueblos, and tribes about the property, because the Galisteo Basin is a place where many different tribal nations have either lived or moved through since time immemorial. And currently I've been leading meetings, about 2 to 3 meetings a year with tribal partners about Thornton Ranch Open Space. We're hoping to have one in June, and I was planning to provide everybody with an update of the conversations that have been happening around Bobcat Crossing Ranch and specifically regarding LA4. So, yeah, that's the extent to which I have worked with tribal members, but yeah, nothing has been communicated to them at this point because it's kind of hard right now to reach out to them about land that isn't under county ownership and that we can't freely visit. It requires a lot of coordination with the landowner, but I did reach out to one of our leading partners with Powaki Pueblo, and he is interested in visiting the property, but I just haven't arranged that yet.
And how long ago did we buy Thornton Ranch that we got to almost the point where we're actually making it accessible to people?
It was bought over multiple years. I believe the last parcel was purchased in 2004.
2004. I just want to point out that hopefully we'll go faster on this, but it'll still be a couple of years out, if not many years. And, depending on how many cultural sites we find and have to protect, it may take a while to develop recreational trails that miss all those.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes, and thank you, Adeline. I want to emphasize this going beyond a transactional event. I understand there's the hardcore reality of real estate and property, but there's this relational core value nature that as Santa Fe County governance, we have an obligation to follow a process and where we really focus on relational processes for long-term planning. Is it possible, Commissioner Hughes and Johnson, to include provision and additional provisions in this resolution? I'm not going to be prescriptive to you, but would you consider that would write in the various partners we would need to meet with, including our sovereign nations, pueblos, and tribal partners, to consult on the long-term planning in this land? And I know some of the community members testified today, but those aren't tribal partners, and they're not the rest of Santa Fe either, because this is for all of Santa Fe. So how could we engage with the other districts in planning for this? So is it possible to include some sort of provision?
Yeah, I think I had assumed because Adeline was so good at including the Pueblos and others in the planning for Thornton Ranch that it would automatically happen, but I'm happy to put that into the resolution.
As am I.
And
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Johnson.
May I thank you, Commissioner Kakari-san. I really appreciate your perspective and sensitivity in this matter. And, these landscapes are sacred, and making sure that we do right by them with the folks whose ancestors are occupied those sites is essential. I wanted to point out that, and I think this also gets to the issue that you raised about parity in commission districts, and it kind of boils down to how markets operate. We keep saying this, but it is, we can't make specific decisions that have a sort of July 1st execution date when markets fluctuate and properties come on markets all the time. So it feels like, this, even if this is very close to the budget cycle, what's happening in this instance could happen in any number of instances where open space comes on the market. The county is has the reserves to acquire it, but needs to act fast. And so I think that we should keep that option open in any case, right, for all commission districts. I would also say with the, as far as consulting with indigenous communities, the county is going to be a better steward of those sites than private, than a property that is entering the private market. Except in very, very rare cases. So we have, the opportunity for consultation and for living descendants to come and honor ancestors is actually an opportunity that the county has an opening for. That is not always the case with private property owners. So I just wanted to address those two concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. If it's okay, Chair and Commissioner Johnson and Hughes, I just want to add, I think you said something. You said sacred landscapes, and I would say sacred landscapes and sacred peoplescapes. And we learned, you said the county's a better steward, but we did have a sidestep with open meadows. That's my district, and talking to communities, they feel very betrayed in how we wound up using that land, even though it's going to benefit some affordable housing. And again, I think we need to, as local policymakers, put language that really embodies core values and vision for inclusivity, but also for these people and peoplescapes and landscapes, and make it relational so that it mitigates some of the hardcore money transactional event that we're doing. It's like, let's buy real estate. We don't have a full plan, but let's get it because it's a good price. And I think we owe that to all our constituents. So I'm really I'd like to see specific language that lays out the expectations for long-term planning with diverse communities, but also some of the other districts, because we also know from national data that people of color, low income, and other communities who don't have access to these spaces, there's a huge chasm and gap of usage. So we don't want to create a resource of privilege and opportunity that excludes others. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Green?
Just to continue the thought between Commissioner Kokari-Stone and Commissioner Johnson, any land use planning that would go, well, first off, this is in private hands already, so nothing has happened to the property. It may be in the near or long future that it is, but any plans that come to develop this will require some level of archaeological review. And so if it is identified that that there are a number of sacred or historic sites on the property, that would be identified and would come before this board, probably not this board here, but a future board, and would be dealt with that. And I do want to give Commissioner Kokari-Stone support for, this is a neighborhood of privilege. This is probably the highest earning neighborhood in Santa Fe County. There are seriously other places that are underserved with open space. And to give all of this money without a plan to give sort of something of equal value to other communities, be it up in the north, Espanola and Pewaukee Basin, which are noticeably less privileged in this space, or in the Agua Fria Village or La Cienega area, or further south in Santa Fe County. Without a comprehensive strategic plan, I would encourage us to ask Colpack and our open space people to do a countywide assessment of open space and access and all of these things, and then we can go forward with big acquisitions like this.
I'd like to,
Commissioner Hughes.
yeah, I'd like to mention that I think there are items 4 and 5 in there. Any process for changing the use requires consulting Colpack and a public hearing. That I put in exactly to avoid what happened with the South Meadows property. That happened my first or second meeting on the commission. I was appointed to take Ed Moreno's place, and so I wasn't fully prepared in any way. Commissioner Hanson, I'd like to notice, didn't voice any objection, and so I did not voice any objection, although I felt uncomfortable with it. And then once I heard all of the public concern, I felt we had made the wrong decision to sell it. Not that the end result was necessarily bad. We needed affordable housing also, but I felt that the county could have handled it differently. And that's why. And so it also opens a door, Commissioner Green, for housing later on, because 4 and 5.
Um,
So I don't know. Yeah.
Okay, Commissioner Johnson. Sorry. Forget him.
You're okay. So I think this is a really interesting conversation, and Commissioner Kakari Stone, in regards to your suggestion that we might add some language, I'm going to spitball it, but we could have a number 7 that something to the effect of directs land use and open space staff to identify indigenous consultants and also engage in long-term planning with Santa Fe County residents in all districts regarding this open space property. We wouldn't want to expand that in this particular resolution, but I want to assure you that I support that effort, and I think we should also do an inventory of open space properties or even just potential sites. I know that gets tricky with private property ownership on land that's not on the market, but you know, strategic areas of acquisition, zones where we are enabled to acquire that land out of cycle because it pops up. And so in this case, we're talking about District 4, but I could see, and District 5, but I could see another instance when it's happening in District 1 or 2 or 3.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Green?
Just to that point, there is a site in District 1 that we've been patiently waiting to put a proposal together for, and we're working with the community surrounding it to deal with the access of it. But there's a cycle. We could have easily pushed this thing forward and through, but we've asked the owner of the property, and we've been working with the owner of the property to wait and to work with us and to be aware of our cycle and our process and some of the issues that the neighborhood around it are concerned about, so that we can have a comprehensive and well thought out plan before we even propose it, right? And that and at the end of the day, that's the way we've asked ourselves to do these things. And I agree, the owner of this property is in this room. Budget cycle is 2 months away. We could ask land use and all of our folks to start a real dig deep into this with a little bit of direction from this commission here to say, figure out these 5 things, find the tribal liaisons that want to give some perspective on it, really assess the yield study in terms of housing and how much we can minimize the impact of adding housing to this, but with the most conservation and preservation on it. How we can make sure that this doesn't cost us nearly as much by, maybe it's mitigated by development, right? I mean, if this thing is costing us $5 to $6 million just from here with ballpark figures, you know, that's a lot of money. And maybe we can find a way to build some housing in here, solve that solution or that problem, not solve it, but at least mitigate a little bit of it. And then maybe make it cost us less and have more access to it. You know, develop it, the net to us could cost less than half of the $6 million if we sold some of it off and found a way to develop it. And that development still might not happen for decades, so.
Thank you. So I'm very familiar with a controversial and quite frankly quite a much more expensive acquisition that didn't have the planning done initially. And I think when you have something that's called county open lands, the idea of planning for it in advance, it's already doing its job pretty well. It's open lands. And I'm in full agreement with the land if that's what it wants to do. In other words, I don't necessarily buy that we have to start to put together any kind of mechanism to adjust what's happening on the land if it's already sitting there as open space. And I know that sounds so tongue-in-cheek, but a $7 million acquisition just south in La Cienega a number of years ago that required broad community input. So every commissioner had people allocated to this planning board. And the most popular idea was to have a kite contest out there. When we talk about the expense as entertaining, and I don't use that word lightly. It's like, oh, interesting, these numbers that it would take to actually do this, because the open space in La Cienega, I don't recall anyone new being hired just to oversee at the cost that it would be for this land, and that property actually had built infrastructure, or still has built infrastructure. To this day, and as a community member living proximate to it, what it did to limit the amount of water that was going to be used for the 600 home development. Now, this isn't what we're talking about here. Open space already did its job. You know, we didn't see, it was only going to deplete the acequias by so many acre feet a year, that particular acquisition. When we look at something like this, we're not necessarily taking it out of that type of development, but to have a solid plan for how we're going to use the land just goes back to that sort of anthropocentric perspective that I'm just hugely not a fan of. And it's not even within weeks of my getting into a serious conversation. We are in a national conversation right now, and I'm going to guarantee you that the current federal administration does not believe in public lands. We have tended to be a little more interested in public lands, at least in Santa Fe County and frankly, New Mexico. Our Secretary of Interior was from New Mexico, and having open land for the sake of open land has its virtue, if nothing else, to keep it from being a peoplescape. So with all due respect, I think that the big issues are who really benefits from having this open space? Who are the people who have that access? And yes, this is the most served, not necessarily the most. I will say regions, districts 2 and 3 are the least served, in my opinion, for how we are, and again, despite the reference to that other property, but this will be a nice, big, lovely open space in an area that already has a lot of big, nice, lovely things. That being said, when we have something that includes a dynamic of planning and not just necessarily an individual from each district, except for those who've been underserved or may not have had a voice but have an interest in what open space and land means to us as a species, and I'm going pretty ethereal out there, there's opportunity there. When we talk about our tribal neighbors and previous stewards of that land, when we talk about what it is, it's really just stewardship. Anyone will say the land is something that we're borrowing from future generations. That being said, how we acknowledge the property, who is inclusive in that planning. I'm not in number 4 and 5 saying county staff would be the ones, but to really use what Commissioner Kakari Stone is saying with regard to having language that plays out inclusive planning and how to make it available to the underserved in our community. How, and I think someone is going to have to be really creative, but how would this purchase in this part of our county really benefit the least served in our community? I'm not saying it can't. I don't know, but I do know that it's doing its job as open space. I don't think we need to give it a task, That being said, I am aware, and we were all sitting here when someone just previously said, something about $1 billion reference in infrastructure and what that could mean and what putting pristine lands in the hands of private ownership can be. And in the argument that I got with, in our group with New Mexico counties, when they were talking about getting rid of our ability to have public lands, I basically created a room full of enemies when I said, I'm sorry, but you're never going to get me to not believe in public lands. That being said, it matters to protect land, and I was told, well, what about the unexpected consequences? I think the unexpected consequences come with private ownership and gross development. That's what it's been. So I'm just pushing for how do we serve, and I'm looking at the sponsors of this resolution, right? How do we serve the underserved in our communities? Make acquisitions like this when we have open space doing a great job, but we are a human factor that's coming in as a variable that will have impacts on our community for whatever the future holds for this land, knowing that there have been people who want to acquire this land and do with it what they will. That's where I will leave something that absolutely provides no answers, but just a perspective. I think the perspective is pretty clear. So, what say ye? Oh, yes, I'm sorry, Attorney Boyd, I have overlooked you twice.
I have just one small thing to add here, and it's responsive to Commissioner Hughes's statements about the timing of this proposed acquisition. The county, it should just be noted, has the legal authority to force someone to sell their property to it for public use and for public benefit. And so a developer, the county doesn't have to abide by a landowner's timeline. I mean, that's ideal, and that there are policy reasons in support of that, and in terms of doing friendly acquisitions, for sure. But in terms, if the county develops the consensus that it needs to acquire this land, it doesn't matter for public uses. It doesn't matter if the owner doesn't want to sell it at that given time.
I
It can
appreciate you
force
saying that, because this is another area where my head could completely pop off. Condemnation of private land for public use is unethical, in my opinion, unless it's something that's going to serve in the interest of health, safety, or the betterment of not having drinking water in a particular place. We just need a straight line. But I really got taken to the mat when I just said the word condemnation at a meeting that Commissioner Hughes attended with me, and I personally find that insulting. I will not, and this is where now I'm standing with the other people at New Mexico counties and saying, keep your hands off my private land if it's about having another park. Sorry, but we're not going, I'm personally not entertaining. Anyone else wants to, that's up to you, the conversation of condemnation in the interest of maybe later we'll decide and just tell them, doesn't matter, we're taking it now. The people in the community want it. That's a whole different level of socialism I'm not willing to approach. Sorry, but boy, what the hell? Sorry, you made me say it out loud. And I tried not to, my friend. Go ahead.
Well, I'll say, I mean, sure, we can condemn the property, but it's a lot harder than, we have a willing seller now. We'd have to go through all, I mean, well, it just makes it easier. If we're going to buy it anyway, let's not wait. That's what I say, because it will be harder in July. We may have a different seller we have to deal with. And, I mean, Greg went over the money available to us, and we came up with $33 million. So this is about 10% of that. And so it doesn't, I mean, if you take out all the money for District 4 and 5 out of that, it still leaves us a little bit, and you can have the rest.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Johnson.
Well, I don't mean to put, I don't mean to push us towards a motion, but I would like to just amend and see if Commissioner Hughes is amenable to this as my co-sponsor, 2 additional directives in the resolution. I'm changing the first one slightly, and then I'm adding a second one, which will address some of the concerns that Chair Bustamante just brought up. So this number 7 would direct staff to identify Indigenous consultants or stakeholders and engage in consultation with them specific to the Chamisa Lomita site, and I hope that I'm getting that right. I think it's off the top of my head, but that is the identifiable archaeological site on the property. And then I guess it would be 8, that as we begin future open space programming, we ensure and prioritize that we provide this open space and access to it, programming to it that serves all 5 of the commission districts. It's obviously physically located in District 5, but I think that we have a creative staff that can, develop programs that have availability. It's a large site. We can host people from all over the county at it. So I would make those proposals, and I would ask Commissioner Hughes to respond.
Yeah, I'm fine with those. I think, though, you need to take out your parenthetical comments on.
Taking out the parenthetical comments.
Yeah,
Maybe you-
I'm trying to
maybe-
write this down. I'm trying to write this down and.
Sorry, we have a hand up with Adeline.
Thank you, Chair Bustamante, Commissioners. Just a point of clarification. It's Chamisa Locita, Locita.
Thank you. Sorry about that. L-O-C.
ITA.
Question with regard to the previous use of the land. I understand that there are cattle on that. Are there traditional users of that land, people from the traditional communities who have been using the land for grazing?
Chair
I
Bustamante.
don't think so.
No, the grazing is being used by the current landowner.
Yeah. Rancho Viejo's running cattle on it.
Commissioner Green?
Commissioner Johnson mentioned these were items 7 and 8. What was number 6?
Adjust the numbers to fit whatever sequence we have, please.
Okay.
And does the county attorney have those wording down?
Wait, could I?
I'm sorry.
If I have two requests. One, to ask Commissioner Johnson to repeat what is now number 7, what he previously said was 8, the second of his 2 items, and then clarify whether or not Commissioner Green's 2 items are being added to this resolution or not, and whether that's considered part of this.
If you'd like me to
There's no motion before the commission, by the way.
Right. So Commissioner Green, I took you to be adding items, but then suggesting that we do the resolution later, which is I'm not in favor of.
Well,
and I think that item 7 that you presented, or the last item regarding St. Michael's, is speaks to condemnation. So I would be
that would be I would hope that it would be a friendly acquisition.
With regard to that property, it is on the top of the hill and it is undevelopable. So it's not at risk of. It's also landlocked, so it's not at risk of. It is, as I understand it, a property, and actually Adeline could probably speak better to this, a property that was gifted to St. Michael's and that has an important sentimental value to the Seaton family.
Actually, St. Michael's called me yesterday.
Okay.
And they were a little.
Dead.
Well, it must have been his heir. Anyway, they wanted to work with us on the property, and I think they want easement to access it or to sell it to us, either one.
Okay, then I would be open to Commissioner Green's.
We could put that in, that we will work with.
So Attorney Boyd, if you would like my.
Oh, sorry.
Well, so I said, directs county manager to work with St. Michael's High School to acquire their property located adjacent to the subject property at fair market value and to include it in the open space plans for trails and conservation.
You email that to me?
And I can
Manager
try.
Schaefer?
Thank you, Commissioner Bustamante. Relative to the language on the last proviso, I don't know what those parcels are worth, and I don't know, how we would value them. So I'm a little bit hesitant to get, direction, because I feel as if you're potentially writing a check that I don't have a number to provide to you, and it gets back to process and timing. So that would be my hesitancy about having such clear directive language. Now, of course, if directed by the board, could engage in conversations with St. Michael High School about options to address access concerns, what have you, but that I would want to bring that back to the board when I actually knew what was what, so to speak. That would be my respectful suggestion.
Manager Schaefer, I would have to concur and say that if we are concerned with things falling out of line, as was pointed out earlier, without putting things in the schedule, I would suggest that we do not put that here, that this has not been a part of the Colpack review, and that if in the future St. Michael's wants to continue that conversation as part of the review, then we could go back and look at it under the process that we're right now questioning. The process would not be to add additional land to something that's been reviewed and was it within the Colpack purview, but we can do it later. So I don't really I don't personally agree that we should just add the language to a proposal that Colpack has provided a recommendation on.
So then I would make a motion that we table this and to allow us 2 weeks to discuss this with St. Mike's and to wrap this into the package.
Do we have a second? Do we have a second to table it and
No.
provide 2 weeks?
But Lisa Kakari Stone has a
Lisa,
comment.
do you have a second?
No, I think she has a question.
Let me ask. Do you have?
No,
are you
I'm gonna
second?
wait. No, I'm not. This was back to, no, I do not.
Let's stay in order. We do not have a second for tabling this. Okay, you have a question, Kakari Stone?
Yeah, I just, thank you, Commissioner Johnson, for wordsmithing some provisions in this resolution. The second one was so specific, number 7 that you wrote, that it seems to not include the original language of engaging diverse residents in consultation, because we have not just Indigenous, Native American, but we have Indigenous peoples of the different communities. So can we include something that's more inclusive of other stakeholders or other constituents in the 5 areas of the county? I wanted to include just the South Side and other folks, and we have a lot of Genízaro, Chicano, Hispano communities that could weigh in on how this could be used.
I would be open to something to the effect of directs county staff and open space staff to identify Indigenous consultants and stakeholders and invite the residents of all 5 districts of Santa Fe County to consult on the future of this site specifically. I guess what I'm struggling with is that we the identifiable descendants of the ancestral pueblo that is there should be it has a sort of like separate I'm losing words here, but
I think those words are great. Identifiable, to really lay it out, identifiable descendants
okay.
of the Chamisa Lucita.
So direct staff to identify identifiable descendants of the Chamisa Lucita site and invite all residents of Santa Fe to participate in planning for the future of this open space?
I think that really nails it, in my opinion.
Are we going to be specific as to how we find the descendants? Will this be by phenotype? Will we do DNA? How do we want to find the descendants of previous stewards of that
I think we should, I mean, if it's okay with you, Commissioner Kakari-Stone, just say it is an identified Pueblo site, so let's have Pueblo communities involved and maybe keep the language at that.
Again, I think that Pueblo sites.
But I want to.
My apologies. Go ahead. Go ahead, Commissioner.
I want to avoid tokenizing that we check a box. I heard somebody say earlier, we check a box. And I don't want to tokenize, people, oh, you're from a Pueblo, let's check a box. So, having an authentic engagement that builds relational connections and not just this transactional.
Commissioner Kakari-Stone, I think you should be part of the conversation we have with the Pueblos. You'll really enjoy it.
Commissioner Kakari-Stone, I agree, and I think what Commissioner Kakari-Stone is also saying, that it's not just Pueblos, that there are ancestral people who are now a mix of those Pueblo people who have been here now for several hundreds of years, even prior to this particular iteration of European oversight, and that if we have that in that communique, we could do something that's more authentic engagement into a much more broad community review. Is that, Adeline, you had your hand up?
What if we said...
Sorry, Adeline has her hand up.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Adeline.
Commissioner Bustamante, Chair Bustamante and Commissioners, this is going back to Commissioner Green's comment. If I may respectfully make a suggestion within the provision of stakeholder engagement to also include considerations of neighbors to make sure that the development of open space amenities is done in such a way that is respectful to them and their backyards, and that would include the St. Mike's parcel. Sorry to interrupt the conversation about other types of stakeholders.
Thank you, Adeline.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yeah, I was going to say, what if we had the wording, direct the staff to consult with Pueblos and other ancestral people? Would that work?
Great.
Does that work,
Does that
Ms.
work for you,
Stone?
Commissioner Kakari Stone?
Yes, and it's pretty broad, so, okay. Let's move forward.
Commissioner Green?
So it's strange to have the actual owner in the room, sitting here quietly, maybe counting votes, maybe just acting, like we're trying to facilitate something here, and we have the opportunity to, quote unquote, buy some time to get it right. And all it takes is calling him up and asking him if we can do this in our cycle, if there's the urgency of now, get St. Mike's on board.
We haven't had a second to the proposal to table. So
No, I understand. No, but
we won't be pursuing any type of tabling at this point.
it's not necessarily a proposal to table. Maybe it's a proposal. Okay, well, then he's here, so it seems appropriate.
It's here. If there's a question that someone wants to bring up from the commission, it wouldn't be inappropriate to ask staff to recognize the seller if that's what needed to happen. I do have a question directly. It says in the resolution that it's appraised at 37, which we've seen or 3,700,000, and you mentioned 33 million. Where would that number come from?
Well, when I met with Greg, it's a combination of this year's unspent capital money, next year's capital money, and some next year's capital money obviously is unspent, and I think some leftover money in the current budget. And I don't know we just looked at it real roughly. That's what it was.
Okay.
It's probably more than that now, but.
Okay. Do we have a question for the landowner?
I do, actually. I would like to know if it's possible to put it into this cycle. Mr. Thompson, are you prepared to speak to this today? Is there an opportunity? I know everybody would love a quick sale and things like that, but you know who we are, and you know that there's probably the votes to do it, but I would prefer that we did this right and comprehensively.
Thank you. Chairman, Commissioners. I have a number of partners on this, and I have to go back to them with any change I do and get their blessing on it. So I'm not in a position to negotiate anything at this point other than what we've approved in our resolution that we presented to the county.
And the resolution states that this is a purchase offer, we have a purchase offer, or we have the opportunity to have exclusive rights to purchase this until when?
Well, until you've scheduled this, you put it on the agenda, and so I think we're here today to decide that. And if you don't, then I'm going to have to, I just have to take whatever you guys decide and go back to my partners and inform them, and that's where we are. We've agreed to work with you. We've done that. We haven't shown it to anybody else. We're not going to. And then this came up on the agenda, so, I've told all my partners that it's on today's agenda, and I'll need to report back to them with whatever your decision is. You guys can decide whatever you want, but I'll have to go back to them to alter anything other than what we've gotten agreed to at this point. Is that clear?
Marginally. I mean, I think that there's, I mean, I don't know the structure of your partnership. I don't know how, if you can unilaterally make decisions or if you have to take a vote of the board or what form it's owned in. But you're here representing the ownership and knowing and hearing that there is support for us to buy it, but there are some complicating factors in this right now. Do you think that your ownership is gonna, say you must market this to the open market in the next 2 weeks, or we can put it into our budget cycle of capital outlay and our budgets that starts literally in a week and gets approved in a month?
I'd like to just point out that that's our operating budget. Our capital budget won't get approved till June or July. Be developed in June and approved in July.
Okay, well, that's
Thank you,
still
Commissioner
soon.
Hughes. Thank you. Did you have any further questions of Mr. Thompson?
If he could answer that, if he... No.
I'll try to answer it again. I have to have approval from my partners for all these decisions. I mean, before I spend over $10,000, I've got to have it approved. Before I enter into a contract, I send the contract and I get it approved and get a resolution and everybody's on board. So I have to take whatever happens here today back to my partners if it's outside of the bounds of what we've agreed to this point. And you have a copy in your package of the resolution that I had approved by my partners. If we go outside of those parameters, I need to go back and get approval. It's that simple.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Okay, so I will open it up again. Commissioner Green, would you like to restate a proposal, a motion to table the project?
Madam Chair.
Given that you have the answer from the landowner.
Yeah, I mean, I still think that is the most appropriate action right now. I don't think that this is going to, I think that the owners, Mr. Thompson and his partners, hearing the discussion here, we're close, but we're not there, and it's out of cycle. It contradicts a resolution, and, we do have the money, but it is not in our cycle right now, and it's a lot of money, and there's a lot of planning, and there's a lot of complications. So,
Commissioner Hughes, so quickly, did you share with us that the resolution that Colpack was working under, that it's not out of resolution authority?
Right. The resolution does not specify that they have to propose it in cycle for the budget. It's very definitely, they follow the 2009 proposal.
But we do.
The resolution.
So I guess the question is back on the table. Commissioner Green, you have the information. Would you like to propose and see if you can get a second for a table again?
I will put it out there. I will make another motion to table this action and to include it in our capital planning schedule that will occur in the next few weeks and months.
Do we have a second? Do we have a second? Commissioner, we do not have a second. Hearing no second, do we have an alternative proposal?
I'd like to hear maybe Attorney Walker Attorney Boyd, I'm sorry, could read what he has for the additions to it.
Okay, I wasn't sure whether the St. Mike's discussion is in or out, so tell me if that's needs to be added. But I have for number 6, Rex County staff to identify indigenous consultants and stakeholders and engage in consultation with them specific, I'm going to say this regarding, I'm making my own notes here, the Chamisa Lokita site within the Bobcat Crossing Ranch.
Commissioner Kakari Stone, does that reflect your interest in assuring diverse planning input?
I think we said, and others with ancestral roots from the area. We used something along that line, yes.
I thought that was in regards to the broader consultation requirement regarding the future use of the whole ranch. But if it's regarding
No, it was.
Chamisa Lokita site.
Yes, because many of the other mestizo peoples of the area have a lot of knowledge and history with this, the whole area, not just the Chamisa Lucita.
Maybe let's
So
hear
when
the
you say
second part.
consult with Pueblos, but also and other ancestral people, or do you sign
Yeah,
up for
I
that
think
ancestral?
there's historians within our districts that actually have expertise on a lot of these lands and histories. One of them is Dr. Hilario Romero, one of our former state historians. So he would not represent a tribal consultation or a particular pueblo, but he has a lot of history. He's just one example. So we need to write language where we actually recognize those knowledge keepers and consultants who understand this land.
If I can read number 7, that might help clarify this discussion.
Okay.
Number 7 is directs county staff to consult with Pueblos, ancestral people, and other stakeholders regarding any future use of the site.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Is that,
Does that
or the
does that fit you what you wanted,
sponsors
Lisa?
of the resolution and Kakari Stone's input? Does
I'd
that
say
reflect?
Pueblo communities. Just
I think it would be for the current protection and future use, because our future use is going to be far out and we're going to be sitting there. And I think Commissioner Green brought it up, with no particular things developed and having risk of people hiking on the land and so forth. So we need to have protection and preservation of current use and planning for the future.
So I'll read it again. Directs county
Okay,
staff to
thank
consult.
you.
Directs county staff to consult with Pueblo communities, ancestral people, and other stakeholders regarding the current protection and future use of the site.
Yes.
For protection, yep.
I think it's Pueblo and other ancestral people.
I think it worked.
Yeah.
Current use and future protection.
That's it.
If that's acceptable to the sponsors of the resolution, Commissioner Kakari Stone, you're in agreement that that is the language that you're recommending?
Yes, I agree. Before we go to any other motion, I do want to have a little bit more. Want to mention something else. Thank you.
Please go ahead, Commissioner.
Yeah, I want to go back to the merit of this, but being out of cycle, I'm going to be very transparent to say that I initially had the same observation and response as Commissioner Green, that we have to consider not just a one-off purchase, but the larger context of what's happening nationally with cuts, the needs of our community, and the priorities that we make as a collective for all our residents of the county. And I understand that, we're compromising something here by moving forward. But I heard, and I want to clarify for the record, Commissioner Hughes saying, well, with the budget, you can, when we go to do the budget process, you can take out Commissioner Johnson and I's other priorities and add that to the pot for the other districts. Now, I want to do you agree with that, Commissioner Johnson, that we are then, this is what you're pulling for your district as a priority, and therefore we get to prioritize other communities? Because that would be some sort of compromise and resolution that seems more amenable.
I'm not explicitly agreeing to that, no, but if you do take a look at the current budget list, at least as I understand it, District 4 is underrepresented on that. So I, just pointing that out, I'm not agreeing to remove my projects, but I think that it is underrepresented.
And I think I would agree that this is my top priority, and so my other projects fall below, not taken off, but they fall below your priorities. For example, you want more sewers in Agua Fria or whatever, that'll be, whatever the priority is for the other districts, we'll look at those first.
Yeah, and I'm doing it for the record for our constituents. It's not what we want. It's what our constituents need. And that's what a being in the cycle process is. And that's where the dilemma for me was. Is like being in the cycle allows us as a collective to really think through parity across these priorities. And so now, this just, I just needed to say that. And I'm not comfortable with it. But I'm expecting on behalf of all our constituents that we be able to have that conversation, because we have District 2 and Bustamante's district and my district. They're under-resourced communities with disparate historical inequities, and I think we need to consider what the impact of the national federal cuts are going to be on these communities. So I just want to say, if we could move forward with this vote, it's going to be a harder conversation, and there won't, I don't think there's any friendly amendments to that. I just want to be clear about that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Quick question for Adeline. In the time that you've been working with Open Space and Colpack, how often have presentations or recommendations for open space acquisition been within the cycle? Like when we talk about the cycle, or are they usually made throughout a given year, generally speaking?
Chair Bustamante, Commissioners, since I have been on the open space team, there have been 2 other acquisitions. One was the expansion of San Pedro open space, and one was the acquisition of 10 Little Hills, which was a donation. I believe San Pedro happened to occur during the budget cycle, if I'm remembering correctly, in 2023. But in terms of the historical, before I joined the open space program, I'm not aware of that being a requirement for other acquisitions. Of course, the context was different. At the time, there was bond money specifically allocated for acquisitions.
Thank you very much. And I think the last thing I'll say with regard to money, and it was stated earlier that, this is just money, and is it coming from, capital or from the overall budget? Quite frankly, all of it is taxpayer money. And however we're doing this must and better be in the interest, and I appreciate what you said, Commissioner Kakari Stone, is in the interest of the taxpayers and where we are. So that being said, I think that always has to be into consideration. Yes, ma'am.
This has been, putting this tonight on the agenda forced us to a dilemma. I don't think I'm choosing a dilemma, it's a dilemma. And that's what makes us more effective policymakers, is that we try to resolve these dilemmas in the best interest of all and not a few. And we are still a stone's throw. The merit of all of this is unquestionable, Commissioner Johnson and Commissioner Hughes. I just commend you. I'm 200% behind you. But the timing is so important in terms of our messaging to all of our county residents. And I think that, we're starting the budget process in less than 10 business days, that we should put this in the hopper as part of that cycle. So it's been a little difficult, it's painful, but I know if I go forward tonight without going with that core value of considering this in all the priorities and not just a one-off, that I'll regret that. And I know my constituents, they have other priorities, including the one around long-term housing and starting that process, Commissioner Hughes, for the homeless and substance use. And there is just being at the NACO and hearing the federal impact from all the counties, there's a lot of unknowns. And so I'm going to support Commissioner Green's, not all his rationale, but his motion to table this and put this into the budget process. And that's not an easy decision. I just want you to know this is not an easy decision.
Well, just to be clear, the motion was made, there was no second, and there can't be a second when a motion has failed. So there is no new motion to table. And we opened it up twice, reluctant to open it up for a third. Not really sure if it will bring any value to it, except acknowledging that you came to be in favor of waiting. I have to ask Commissioner Hughes and Commissioner Johnson if there is virtue in waiting and putting this within the process and bringing it to the group at that time. Or if this is a resolution, it's brought to the table, it won't be furthered, that's it.
Well, you heard from the seller that he's not going to guarantee holding it off the market any longer. So I feel like we have to take advantage of it now. I feel like this is a very fantastic opportunity for us. It is obviously very positive with my constituents, and like Lisa said, I have to give my constituents what they want, and they want us to buy Bobcat Crossing Ranch. And same with Adam, although he can comment afterwards. But I think also it's important to recognize, not everybody who lives in District 5 is upper class. There are low-income people who live in my district as well. And I just wanted to acknowledge that. But I think in terms of, your priorities, Commissioner Kakari Stone, I will certainly support those. And, whatever they are. I asked Senator Ben Ray Lujan, what I could do as a local commissioner to support him and fight, basically fight Trump. And he said, do a good job as a commissioner and listen to your constituents. And so that's what I'm doing. And that's what he said. I think even though the federal government is a complete mess, we have to be a good commission and we have to do a good job. And we have to, open space is something that the Trump is against, the Trump administration is against. Homeless people, the Trump administration is against. Working people, he's against. But we haven't seen how much damage he's going to do. And so I think what we have to do is really just proceed, kind of put blinders on, and do our best job as a local government, giving people what they want and what they need. And I certainly will support whatever the constituents of District 2 have. And interestingly, District 2 also includes Agua Fria Village and Las Campanas, which are very different populations. So
It also includes the South Side, Commissioner Hughes, and the immigrant population. And yeah, it's very different, but I hear what you're saying, but I don't agree with the blinders. I think we're interconnected, and it's a different of philosophies in terms of the morality-driving decision-making we have as local policymakers. But this is tough, and it's a tough decision.
May I speak to the dilemma aspect?
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Kakari-Stone, I appreciate your very thoughtful consideration of this and the additional language that we've added to this resolution. I understand that it is a dilemma, and I think that the commission is a really good team. We're unanimous in the majority of our decisions, and we've had a robust debate tonight. I just want to kind of point out the out of cycle nature of this. I think what Commissioner Hughes and I are signaling is support for future pop-up properties that support your constituents in the diverse districts. This happens to be adjacent to ours, but we are a good collaborative team on this matter. So I think you can, I think I think the commission can all trust Commissioner Hughes and I in good conscience in that we will, of course, support future endeavors as they arise and sometimes off cycle.
I appreciate that. I appreciate. Oh, sorry, Chair, I'm out of line.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead.
He was addressing you. Please continue.
Okay. There's a reality that doesn't get into the narrative of our BCC meetings, okay? And we don't get the chance to have these conversations because there'll be a rolling quorum. So we're having them in public. But we have to be good stewards of what we have. And we can't even water trees that are dying in one of our HUD neighborhoods on the south side. We can't, it's taken over a month just to get watering out there. And those watering systems have been broke for 7 years, okay? So when we have communities, when we have a community doesn't even have a bridge to drive over so they don't get stuck with the runoff and the water, there's a lot of realities. And you know, we have communities talking about, oh, they're great views. Let's protect our great views when people don't have basics. And I want us to hold that together. It's a collective responsibility. It's just not my district, my constituents, your constituents. It's the whole. And that's the obligation we took as county commissioners, was for the whole plus our constituents. And I think that we can't lose sight of that. And that's what I don't want us to succumb to. We're at risk for that.
Thank you, Commissioner. I have to also say that I concur with what you're saying. I said it earlier, what are we doing for the most vulnerable, those who have the least access in our community, the underserved? When we can't water trees where we are, when the city is proposing halfway houses in District 3, but we don't have any real place to take people who are transitioning out of our county jail before they hit the streets again and end up back in another cycle. Why District 3? Why not this potential open space? You know, it's always, everything goes south, quite literally. So I don't take what you said lightly. I completely hear what you're saying. And when we talk about what the federal government is doing at this point in the vulnerabilities, open space is one of them, but social programs are huge. What are we doing to take care of people, and how will we make sure that those resources are there if the federal dollars continue to be cut the way they have been? So I think we've come to the end of a very, I think, good conversation and discussion right here in front of everybody. And it's good, because that's the way it's supposed to be. So I'm entertaining a motion to whatever it's going to be, but I hope that we're all giving it the thought that it needs to, that it's worthy of, in the interest of supporting our communities.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make, sorry, let me pull it up, a motion to approve a resolution granting the county manager authority to sign all documents necessary for the acquisition of one parcel of real property known as 116 Apache Plume Drive, Bobcat Crossing Ranch, north of El Dorado and south of Seton Village, New Mexico, as an addition to the county's open space and trails program, with the additions that County Attorney Boyd laid out for us.
We have a motion on the table to approve the resolution granting the county manager authority to negotiate and sign all documents necessary for the acquisition of 116 Apache Plume, otherwise known as Bobcat Ranch, a Crossing Ranch. Do we have a second? Do we have a second?
I'll second it, but I was hoping you would second it. But I'll second it.
I'd ask for a roll call vote.
Okay. Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Adam Johnson.
Yes.
Commissioner Justin Green.
No.
Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Yes.
Commissioner Lisa Kakari Stone.
No.
And Chair Camilla Bustamante.
Yes. Motion passes. Okay, where are we on our agenda? I don't think anybody really needs a
resolution
break
number?
right now. We do have one more on our action items. We can hear our last action item and then take a break, and then we have presentations, or we can take a break now. Okay, let's do it. Let's hear it.
Madam Chair, there was a resolution number for that item. It's 2025048.
I'm sorry, 04.
8.
8, thank you. Okay. Item J, final order, case number 245230.
If I could, Chair Bustamante, I would just want to explain the reason that this was moved to miscellaneous action items is because the board heard the case and voted to approve it in December before Commissioners Johnson and Kakari Stone were on the board. So I thought moving it from consent made sense to the extent they wanted to abstain, from voting on this final order, given that they were not seated and did not hear the case. So nothing controversial about it. I just wanted to explain why we made that change. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we are hearing from our case manager, Kenneth Quintana. Is he here?
Good evening, Chair. As County Manager Schaefer just explained, it was moved from consent as it is a final order for a vote this evening. Don't have much of a presentation for this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any, how would we move forward on this one?
I believe you'd move forward with a motion to approve the final order.
Okay, do we have a motion do we have any questions or motion to move forward?
I would just ask, do the new commissioners have any questions about this for their familiarity before we process that, because it's on your behalf?
Thank you.
I do not. I had a meeting with Manager Schaefer, and I'm going to abstain from voting, but
Commissioner Kakari Stone?
I'm opting to abstain from voting.
Well, I make a motion that we approve a final order, case number 245230, Univest Rancho Viejo Authority, applicant Jenkins Given, agent requesting a preliminary plat for major subdivision with subphase for La Entrada Phase 2.
And do we have a second?
Taking a step back, I wish there was more stuff in this packet for this. This was literally, like, all of the stuff that had been presented previously should have been brought into this packet for these other commissioners or for us to review at this time.
Agreed. We have 2 new commissioners. We don't have all the information necessary. The 2 commissioners would have to abstain, and between the 3 of us who have seen this, we've slept a few times since the complete packet had been heard. I'd like to entertain any motion to either table with more information or move forward in any direction, but we do not have the information necessary for everyone on the commission to be able to vote, given that it's been taken out of consent agenda. Do we have a, we have a motion?
I made a motion, there's no second.
We have a motion, no second. Do we have a motion to table?
Sorry, I will make the motion to table to the next meeting.
I'll second.
Second?
Okay,
Yeah.
second, Commissioner Hughes. We request, well, first let's have a little discussion. Does everyone agree that we would want to, at that point, would you feel comfortable if you have more information that you would be able to vote on where it is currently? And I have to ask Attorney Boyd and Manager Schaefer, if they are voting on it for the first time, will it still be at this point as a final order?
So to clarify, the commission in December heard this, issued its final order at the hearing, approving this by a vote to 5-0.
Okay.
This is now before the commission as entering a written order on its decision that it reached in December by a vote to 5-0. That's my understanding of
So
the
it's
procedural.
already been approved.
It's already been approved
So
by a
this
vote
is-
of the commission.
Just in the due process, it's sort of accepting our approval previously. And finding facts and standards of, yeah.
If you open the attached order on the agenda item, it lays out that the matter came before the Santa Fe County Board of County Commissioners for a hearing on December 9th on the request. The hearing occurred. The commission made findings of fact. There's a staff recommendation listed on page 3. And then on page 4, you'll see that the commission voted to approve the final order by a vote of 5-0, the applicant's request for approval of a preliminary subdivision plat, et cetera. And it was subject to the staff's recommended conditions as stated above. And so I think the reason Manager Schaefer was saying that this is off the consent agenda and recommending the abstention of Commissioners Kakari Stone and Commissioner Johnson is that they were not part of the commission that heard this matter on December 9th. And so really, I see this as a ministerial action by the commission, ratifying its earlier vote at the end of that hearing. I believe the SLDC requires a written order, and that is what this written order is. It reflects the commission's decision in December. And so I apologize for any misconception about this. This was not a full-blown request for the commission to conduct a final hearing and abstain from that final hearing. It's the fact is that hearing has occurred, and we are now before the commission on a
Understood, and I think
request
the
to issue that final
confusion
order.
is pulling it out of a consent agenda for somebody else to consider when they really don't have to consider anything.
It's already been.
Except that
Yes.
they agree that it has been agreed upon.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you for that clarification. Commissioner Hughes, would you like to reinstate your motion?
Well, I think the issue was we'd like to include maps and stuff for the new people to see.
Well, what was just
I
discussed.
know we already approved it, and I don't care either way.
Then however you'd like to, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
I'll reinstate my motion to approve item J.
And I will second.
We still have an abstention from Johnson and from Kakari Stone. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. All right, we will take a break. Rain break. We are at presentations. Respectfully, and I know that you all wouldn't want to be here all night anyway, but if we can keep these as close to 15 minutes as possible, that would be very much appreciated. And for you all, it would be the gift of time. You would find yourself free. No, we're not going to do that to them. But we're really grateful for the presentations, and as close to 15 minutes as possible. That would be great. Thank you. So our first presentation on the Guaranteed Utility Saving Facility Upgrade Project Phase 2. We have Jacqueline and Tara Trafton. Thank you.
There we go. Sorry about that. Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Jacqueline Beam, Sustainability Manager with the... sorry, I'm all flustered now after all the 15-minute. We were going for 10 minutes, actually. So...
If you must. Nobody's going to argue.
I'm with the Community Development Department, and I am also joined by Tara Trafton and Isaac Ortiz, who's online from Energy System Group. And this is a presentation and request to move forward regarding the proposed recommendations for energy efficiency, water conservation, and PV installations as a result of the county's investment grade audit analysis, which was provided by the Energy Systems Group, formerly Year Out Energy, back in January of 2025. And there have been some recommendation changes, and so we wanted to, again, present the changes and some of the cost differences with the upgrade recommendations that have been made as a result of the IGA for 24 facilities. And to complete the construction portion of the contract, a final proposal is provided by ESG. And based upon the upgrade needs found in the investment grade audit, this presentation serves as their recommendations and the final result of their analysis for those 24 buildings. And with that, I will hand it over to Tara with the presentation.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Madam Chair and Commissioners, I'm really happy to be back here to share with you sort of the final result, as Jacqueline mentioned, of this year-long effort working with county staff to identify opportunities to upgrade facilities across the county and seek out, a way to build on the success that we had in the first round. I've also included more detail in this presentation. That was a request from the last one. Given the time constraints, I may not be able to touch on every point, but I hope that it has provided a lot of good background on what we did in the first phase, as well as what we're hoping to accomplish this time. So again, we'll be going over a little bit of background, the final phase 2 project that was developed along with county staff, and then next steps. So with the background, this is just a refresher of kind of how energy performance contracting works and comes together. We're at that line, kind of in the middle of the D there. We have finished our investment grade audit and our project development phase, and now we're ready to move into project implementation. Most notable, I suppose, is that we received our IGA report certification from Energy Minerals and Natural Resource a week and a half ago. So the whole document, which I have here, if anybody is curious, if anybody is curious, I have a copy if you'd like to peruse it, but it has been reviewed and certified by Energy Minerals to make sure that the calculations are correct and that everything is reasonable as far as costs and accurate as far as data. So now we're going to move into, like I said, that design, build, and then a little bit of prove, because we have guaranteed outcomes as a part of these projects. And then we move into measurement and verification, where we're proving on an annual basis that we're hitting our savings targets that we've guaranteed. So again, this is just a little bit of an overview of the phase 1 project. There were some questions last time from Commissioner Kakari Stone in particular about what was the dollar value of the savings. So the utility savings was $130,000 a year. It had reduced your utility costs by about 19%, energy use by about 16%. And there you can also see the reductions in units of energy and water and CO2 emissions. And then the measures that were implemented were lighting, weatherization, wireless thermostats, transformers, solar PV, and water conservation. You're going to see a lot of that as part of the Phase 2 project as well. I apologize in advance for this table. It's, engineers, we love tables, we love data. So this for us seems like the easiest way to represent the information, but here you can see the list of facilities that were included as part of Phase 1, and where there's an X that indicates that that measure was applied at that location. And again, there's a whole other report that goes into greater detail. If those of you who are new to the commission are curious and would like to have more details on what was done in those facilities, I can get that older report as well. Looking forward, with Phase 2, we developed a vision for the project with county staff. So the vision was to develop a resource-efficient and resilient community facilities through electrification in support of the 2050 net zero emissions goal. So with that in mind, and this facility list here, which again, as Jacqueline mentioned, 24 facilities. Here you're going to see a discrepancy in numbers because we grouped some of those together into kind of a campus or a complex for our analysis. And the asterisks here indicate that it was part of the Phase 1 project, and we were going back and evaluating those buildings for specific measures, namely electrification. This is the schedule that we work towards as we were developing this project. As I said, it's been about a year in development, going into your facilities, quantifying all of your utility and energy spend, water consumption, identifying solutions, pricing those out, creating the cost-benefit analysis, and we're at that point now where we're ready to move into contract execution, securing the project funding, and then going into the implementation phase, followed by performance. So the Phase 2 project, this is how it kind of shaped up to be. We're going to be replacing or relamping 4,000 fixtures, getting in these buildings. Those will then become 100% LED. We're remediating 35 square feet of building envelope. Those are gaps and cracks in the building envelope that are going to be addressed. We're replacing 7 low voltage transformers with newer high efficiency models. We're replacing or reconditioning 196 water components because sometimes it's a flushometer or a aerator on a sink. There's just a lot of different components that go into a comprehensive water conservation plan. We're doing 39 more Wi-Fi thermostats across these facilities. We were able to, through leveraging the savings from some of the other measures, implement electrification of HVAC systems in 6 locations, as well as do 3 domestic hot water conversions, so getting those facilities off of carbon-based fuels and towards electrification. We're doing 113 window inserts to add a second layer of glazing around the different facilities. And then there's about 180 kilowatts of solar either installed or repaired. And again, it's another table. I hope you all have maybe had a chance to take a look because there's actually 2 pages of these. But the main thing is you're going to see almost universal application of LED lighting, weatherization, and water conservation, solar where it made the most financial sense, as well as the other measures. So here you can see the first page, and then I'll give you just a second to review the second. I'll point out that the solar at the county admin building, that is a repair as well as an expansion of the solar so that it's functioning properly and will produce at the whole 162 kilowatts. With that, the project by the numbers, so the project cost comes out to just over $5 million with a minimum capital contribution required to leverage the savings of the project of $2.5 million. We're estimating that the county will get about $275,000 in rebates and IRA incentives. The additional self-funded capital contribution or financed amount, so what the savings would cover or what the county would need to come to the table with, could be if it's additional capital, it's not that number, it's just the difference, it's just the total project cost. If it's financed, that's assuming, I think, a 4% interest rate. You can see here the year 1 cost savings of about $120,000. the water savings over around 180,000 gallons per year. Your greenhouse gas reduction is approximately equivalent to planting 100 acres of trees per year, which is really impressive. And there you can see off to the side, those are kind of two KPIs or common metrics that we use. So again, we're reducing your energy cost by about 15.5% in these facilities, and your energy use by about 12%. So the next steps as we kind of put a bow on this project are really to get that contract executed and the funding secured for this project. So we're hoping to get that done over the next couple of months while you guys are doing your budgeting, I think is the plan. Project implementation needs to begin no later than July of 2025. That's because, as you're all aware, there's tariffs and price changes, prices can be volatile, and we're holding everything until the end of July. Then I think the next goal for us, along with county staff, is to start looking at what's next, right? So the Phase 3 IGA, the goal is to address facilities that haven't been part of Phases 1 or 2, and then to do a deeper dive on some of those other facilities on electrification, as well as doing a comprehensive analysis countywide of sites for solar PV. So with that, that's everything that I have for you, and if you have any questions, I'd love to answer them.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Of course. Did you bring the rain? Our sustainability people have it going on. Any questions for?
Two quick questions. One, of that $5 million worth of upgrades, more or less, how much was through grants and other programs, whether federal or state or things like that, or was that all straight out of general capital budgets and stuff?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, the $5 million is the amount that this will likely cost. If Tara's calculations are correct. It's for the future looking.
Yep.
Right, and we have allocated about $2 million for this project. So the rest, we are looking towards the budget process to have for the commissioners to have those conversations around where that's found.
And then some of those are probably part of bigger capital projects, Benny Chavez upgrades and other things, yes?
This project is the IGA, so it's separate, but certainly while the building is open, we should definitely take advantage of those opportunities and work directly with Public Works on any projects that they're working on. That
just like dig once if you're
Absolutely.
opening a wall and doing that. And then last, like same thing. How much is end of life? Like when you upgrade a transformer, if you've got 3 more years of life on a transformer, maybe it's not the time to upgrade it. But when you have 25 years of life, or I don't know what the logic is on that, but there's a strategy to do that where you don't just upgrade to upgrade. You've invested in something. Let's get some of you've depreciated it. You've done it. Maybe you're going to get some energy savings, but you're also burning a lot of fossil fuel to build that transformer. So
correct, embodied carbon. So, Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, all of those mathematical formulas are a part of this process, and that's why it's certified by a third party and also certified through the state. So those savings are very real in the graphs that are presented to us as well. And I believe this ROI is 17 years or 17 years.
Great, thank you. Good job.
Thank you.
Thank
Additional
you.
questions? I commend you on this good work. Thank you. Commissioner Kokari Stone?
No questions. Thanks for including those new numbers. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next on our agenda, presentation and report from Santa Fe Business Incubator. Marie, we miss you. There she is. Hi, Juan.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, this is a presentation from the Santa Fe Business Incubator. Since 2019, Santa Fe County has contracted with the Santa Fe Business Incubator under agreement number 2019-001 0266-GMM-AM to provide professional services focused on business outreach, data tracking, training, businesses located in the incorporated areas of Santa Fe County. Marie Long's here as the CEO, and she's here to present the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Juan. Madam Chairman, members of the commission, thank you for allowing me to be here this evening. I'm going to have to figure out how to work this again.
Thank you for spending your day with us, Maria.
Pardon?
I've seen you since a meeting this morning, so it's a pleasure.
I'm
It's
sorry.
a pleasure to see you
Oh,
since we've
thank
spent
you.
the most of the day together.
Yes.
Since our
We
meeting
have.
this morning.
Okay, that's not it. Yes, it is. All right. This PowerPoint presentation has been around a while, but so I'm going to highlight the differences. First of all, I'd like to introduce my colleague, Mr. Carl McClendon, who's seated behind me, who is our program manager, and you probably recognize him from his picture, which I had up here on the screen last year when I did this presentation, because he had just joined us as our program director. I would also like to mention we've hired a new office manager, Miss Lisa Leyba. Lisa speaks fluent Spanish, and we've had people on staff, but it's the first time we had a permanent person in a long time who speaks fluent Spanish. We're very pleased about that, and she's been there with us about 3 weeks now. You've seen the floor map, the floor plan. This is a list of industries. I'm not going to read to you stuff that you can read yourself. Our programs continue to develop. The basics of them are that we give entrepreneurs and startup companies training, resources, a huge network, and a place and a professional atmosphere and professional front to the world to start their young companies. These are some of our metrics. You also, in your packet, got a more of a narrative report that gives all the data of what the hard numbers of wages, et cetera, from the last year. I will say these are always a little bit understated and underreported because tracking down young companies to give us our data is always a challenge. But it looks good and continues to grow. Partnerships and collaborations, we have a wide variety of local economic development organizations and entities that we work closely with to help us do this work, which is why we can do the work with you seeing entirely. 50% of the permanent staff is sitting before you right now. So it's because of the partnerships we have, we can do that. We still continue to grow the biotech and life sciences companies in this community. This wonderful biotech lab that we got from help from the Economic Development Administration and the state of New Mexico and others has attracted a lot of really exciting companies here, and they're working on amazing research. That's a picture of our lab. There are some other interesting sectors bubbling up. One of our former clients and a current client are working on making Santa Fe a center for fusion resources, companies, innovation, policy, et cetera. So this is something that they're doing globally. There are other countries involved in this. There are companies here involved in this. We're working closely with others like Santa Fe Community College, private individual investors, et cetera, and they're bringing those together every quarter. So there's a little bit of information about that. Another outreach, exciting outreach that Carl presented at and presided over recently was our participation in South by Southwest Technology in Austin, Texas, where we had the New Mexico House and entrepreneurs from our community, from other parts of the state, key participants in economic development from New Mexico were there greeting people from all over the world, actually, and exposing them to what we have and the resources we have and the support we have for entrepreneurship here in northern New Mexico. there were a number of panels and so forth. The other big news we had this last quarter was the New Mexico NMSU's Arrowhead Center, which is an offshoot of part of their business incubator, and they get training money, and they've set up a northern branch in the Santa Fe Business Incubator, and we're working closely with Santa Fe County and the city on their outreach efforts to help entrepreneurs and young companies, and we're just delighted to have them there along with some of our other co-located partners like West and SCORE, so that we can help these companies while they're right there with us. Current economic challenges that our companies have, the increased cost of materials and supplies, and that's only getting worse as we talk. Government grants, contracts, and scientific research are very much at risk right now and uncertain, and a lot of these companies, particularly the science and research-based companies commercializing technology out of our labs and universities, rely on these research dollars to get their businesses started. Operational safety knowledge, there's a lot of what people are working on now involves chemicals and processes that could be dangerous, that could need special handling, and they and we don't necessarily always have the right go-to people and the resources to get that in. So actually it's one thing I will be asking for help from some of our partners and sponsors, is to find people who can come in and help us make sure that what's happening there and with our companies, engineering-wise, chemical-wise, we have safety in mind all the time. And then helping them, finding resources to help them. We've gotten a few out of UNM and other places to help them get trained up and working in our lab. Sources of capital is always going to be there. I hope someday it's not. It's better than it was, but it's still always an issue, funding for companies. Supply chain issues, of course, I think we're going to see that coming up in the next couple of months as these ports are thinning out of any kind of supplies coming in from overseas, and just general health and well-being, supplying health insurance and supplying things that the people need. So more than ever, these entrepreneurs need technical support, they need peer assistance, and they need support to mitigate risk. And they're all under stress. You're all under stress, we're all under stress, and they already started at a pretty high bar. So that's having them there together really does encourage and help them and keep them going. Changes and challenges, increased client needs, but there are still people who want to start companies. That number, it continues to rise, and that's very encouraging. Always when we see the economy dip a little bit, people want to turn to starting their own businesses. There's shifts to new technologies and systems, increased facility materials and supply costs, sponsor support. This, we're talking a little bit more about the incubator itself. Sponsors and supporters of ours are looking at a lot of needs, and we're going to see a lot more, so that we are competing with homelessness and housing and food insecurity and all kinds of things for the support that we need to run this, to help these companies get going and create jobs and diversify our economy. It's a real conundrum. Some of our observations I've already talked about: cost of material supply issues, labor costs have gone up, R&D uncertainty, capital, need for diversifying the economic base. But there are opportunities right now. There are a lot of opportunities in energy, sustainability, bioscience, and advanced materials. And we're starting to see some of this in advanced materials as well as the usual mom and pop service businesses that we rely on in our community, that come in and fix our problems in our homes and our businesses, and we have those companies and we're supporting those as well. And the public and private sector dollars really do make a difference. I meant to start out by thanking you for the support. Juan said this contract since 2019, and I kind of went like this, and I went, actually the county has been supporting this business incubator in various ways, with dollars, with connections, et cetera, since 1998, which is 1 year after I joined the program. And so we want to thank you for that. But the small amount of dollars we get here, we try and leverage as much as possible. We have about a $900,000 budget, and every little bit helps. And going out to the private sector, having public sector support allows us to leverage every dollar. And then, of course, the companies are leveraging every dollar. And for the studies done on business incubators nationwide is that for every public dollar, $48.50 goes back into your pocket. That's a very old number, and it's gotten larger over the years. But that's a good return on investment for communities. So with that, I would like to ask you to continue your help and support. But as a very wise person reminded me this morning, I should also ask, what can I do for you? And I really value the relationship and the support and the goodwill. And we do want to not only do the work we do, but find other ways to align with your goals, your strategies, et cetera. And a few things came up at a planning meeting this morning we were at with the North Central Council of Governments, where people were talking to me about different industry sectors that are coming up. There's outdoor rec, and there's this, and there's that. And what can you do for that? And I'm like, what we've built here is a template that we can help any kind of company. All companies still have to have employees and money and marketing and customer service and plans. And those things don't change regardless of what the company is and does. So the model we've built to give facility and core infrastructure help and training and connections and resources and technical assistance, coupled with a huge network we've built over 30 years. It can be applied to any kind of sector that you want to encourage. We've built programs that we can take out into the field, or we can bring people in. And so I hope you will feel in a broad way that we can partner with a lot of your goals. And with that, I'm sure my time is up, and I want to thank you for your attention and the opportunity.
Thank you, Marie. Do we have any questions for Juan and Marie? Commissioner Green?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Marie. It was good to see you. As the chair said, twice in one day is a privilege. So that was really good to see you this morning, and thanks for being here. Two sort of requests in this space. I know that we have in Santa Fe, we heard it today a little bit, and it's been on my radar as well. Childcare, right? So we keep hearing about the cost for parents of childcare, and the lack of availability. And so there's only one solution to that, which is more childcare, so we can possibly reduce the cost, but definitely have more availability. And I'm wondering if there's a workshop that you can, don't invent it, but go find some best practices somewhere else and some licensing gurus that you, in your knowledge of how to train people to do this, might be able to start, have a workshop, a couple days of, so you want to start up a childcare business, there's this available. There's so much money available in the state of New Mexico right now for childcare. Yes. The issue is actually providers. And so I think there's an opportunity there for that. And then I have another question when you're done with that.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. There is an amazing program, and whoever runs it went just right out of my head. I'm going to say it's because I'm tired and hungry, but I shouldn't say that to you. So there is a program that has been developed locally in New Mexico and nationally that has all the paperwork, the legal concerns, the insurances. It goes through every single aspect of starting a childcare business. And I can find who that is running that program here, because it's very robust. It's been very successful, and I wouldn't presume to know the ins and outs of the risk management, the insurance management, and everything.
Yeah.
But we can absolutely connect to that. Yes.
And then second question sort of goes along of breaking out of the shell on Airport Road and seeing if there are different communities that need this service in Santa Fe County. And so specifically, I would say, is it possible to do a workshop and very basic, who the incubator is and what you're doing and how you can help small businesses and entrepreneurs up in Espanola, right? Like, let's go team up with the city of Espanola, Santa Fe County, up in Espanola, and do one of these. We'll find you a spot up there for, an evening workshop, and then see where that leads, right? If it gets you, 15 people that want to sign up to a sort of remote sort of program and aren't ready to move to Santa Fe, maybe there's a place for them up there. We can talk to the RDC and other partners that are up in that area that have that collaborative aspect to that. So I want to throw that out to you. Lastly, we've talked about Spanish-speaking programs, and actually Edgewood would be a good community to possibly do a program down there and go see what you can shake the tree with on the southern part of the county. And then Spanish-speaking entrepreneurs.
Okay. Yes.
Madam Chair, Mr. Commissioner. So, yes, we have a 2-year contract with the Regional Development Corporation where we're going to do business retention and expansion. We're going to be starting that probably in the next 60 days. It's going to be involving identifying resources for businesses. They're going to take place outside of the city: Edgewood, Glorieta, Lamy, Galisteo, Espanola. So that's on the books. We are working on that, and we will be taking that resource on the road. Included in that is a Spanish language component, including translation of economic development materials, as well as reaching out through Spanish language radio. So we are working on that as per our economic development action plan presented in December. We are executing on that.
Fabulous. Thank you.
Madam Chairman, members of the commission, thank you, Juan. I really appreciate that, because that question is exciting. I can think of all kinds of exciting things we can do, and then it's terrifying because of resources, money, and lack of people. So the few times we've done those kinds of outreach, we've had special contracts to do that. We've hired contractors. Our wonderful Spanish-speaking new employee is marvelous, but she is a long way from being able to lead a training on entrepreneurship. She's our admin assistant. But I'm thrilled to hear about this morning and then just now some of the programs, because we partner so well with those other organizations, and under their auspices and some of their contracts and outreach, we can be part of that and show up and go into those communities in a way that's, I think, is going to be much more effective than we could do on our own. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on our agenda, WPAC, first quarterly report. Thank you, Andrew.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I'm Andrew Harnden, Santa Fe County Water Planner. The item before you is presentation of Water Policy Advisory Committee, WPAC, first quarterly report. This presentation summarizes the WPAC progress and activities to date. On March 26, 2024, Santa Fe County Board of County Commissioners adopted Resolution 2024-038, updating WPAC's purpose and activities and repealing Resolution number 2019-95, Exhibit A in the packet. Per paragraph 19 of Resolution number 2024-038, WPAC is required to provide quarterly reports of its activities and recommendations to the board, or as specified in its approved work plan. The 2025 work plan was approved by the board on January 29th of 2025 via resolution number 2025-0114, Exhibit B. Plan outlines 12 strategic priorities organized into 3 focus areas, and these are stormwater management, drinking and wastewater management, 3, outreach. WPAC operates through 3 working groups aligned with these focus areas. Each group consists of 5 members, including a group leader, and is supported by designated county staff. The attached first quarterly report, Exhibit C, outlines the progress made by each working group organized by specific tasks. WPAC working groups operate under a 1-page procedural guidance document, Exhibit D, which was adopted at WPAC's regular meeting on February 13, 2025. In alignment with the adopt reporting schedule, subsequent reports will be presented in July and October 2025. This is a presentation only. No action is required from the board at this time.
Thank you, Andrew.
Okay, now the quarterly report. This report describes first quarter 2025 WPAC activities for each working group by specific tasks. Progress has been made on some tasks, others are initial stages. Stormwater Management Working Group. Task 1, develop and present recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners on revisions and additions to the Sustainable Land Development Code related to water conservation, harvesting and reuse, stormwater management, and code requirements for new developments. The activity progress update so far is the working group has had a staff presentation providing background on the county's stormwater management program and continues to learn about the program. Task 2, develop a green stormwater infrastructure, GSI, facility master plan, and GSI maintenance training guide. Stormwater Management Working Group members received a briefing on staff's initial progress on a GSI master plan and training guide. Task 3, review information to develop proposals for a county compost facility and biogas capture project and provide recommendations to the BCC for inclusion in planning considerations for county wastewater infrastructure expansion. Stormwater Management Work Group members received a staff briefing on current county practices for biosolids management and treated effluent, as well as staff's initial thoughts on possible wastewater management partnerships. Next working group, Drinking and Wastewater Management Working Group. And Task 1, develop a framework for potential customers to efficiently navigate the process of connecting to the county utility system or requesting that the county take over an existing system. It requires completion of an after-action report on Canada de los Alamos application and requires review and potential request to amend resolution number 2015-121. Project was presented to BCC in presentation format and is currently in the capital planning process to identify funding strategies. Task 1A, same working group, Drinking and Wastewater Management Working Group, develop and present recommendations to the BCC for La Cienega drinking water contamination mitigation, including the bilingual, digital, and door-to-door survey. This survey has been postponed. A broader survey on main water issues may be distributed as part of the preliminary engineering report water planning activities with the community. This project is ongoing and it started actually at the beginning of this month. Task 2, review PFAS report dealing with the extent of contamination, cleanup timeline, alternatives analysis, and advise the BCC on most efficient path forward. Currently, the consultant is doing data collection and analysis and sampling, including employing groundwater modeling. Task 3, review policy, procedures, and enforcement for a county-wide domestic well monitoring program. Working group is reviewing the county's current domestic and well monitoring initiatives and will begin providing feedback in the next quarter. Task 4, a Santa Fe 2100 water plan. Work with the City of Santa Fe to prepare for the growth and expansion of infrastructure and increased water demand. City of Santa Fe, as we know, has signed a MOA with Santa Fe County on February 13, 2025, regarding the county's contribution of funds to the city for water and wastewater planning. City of Santa Fe Water Resources Planner Steve Schultz summarized the systems tool for evaluating water resource decisions and strategies. Brackets, this is the stewards model in short form, being developed as part of the long-range water planning, being developed as part of the long-range planning process at the February 13, 2025 for WPAC meeting. That's when it was presented by Steve Schultz from the city to WPAC. County and city staff are compiling data to incorporate into the project. Staff will present an update to WPAC later this year. Tasks 5 to 7 under this working group are in the initial stages. The third working group is the outreach working group. Task 1, recommend the initiation for developing a joint powers agreements, JPAs, with the City of Santa Fe for stormwater and wastewater management. Staff will continue to explore with WPAC potential areas of collaboration with the city and what activities could be effective and suitable. Task 2 is in the initial stages. Task 3, develop educational materials and partnerships to promote watershed health and water conservation. A meeting occurred between Working Group Task Leader Kadlacek with Santa Fe Watershed Association Executive Director Maury Hensley. She expressed a willingness to share materials and partner with the county to meet the objectives of this task. Afterwards, she spoke with their Director of Education, who confirmed that the Santa Fe Watershed Association can most easily offer support to WPAC and the county in terms of curriculum, training, and design, expanding any of their existing programs to other areas of the county outside of the Santa Fe watershed, or serving as a strategic partner and identifying educational priorities and then designing programs accordingly. Tasks 4 and 5 under the outreach working group are initial stages. We go to task 6, develop a guideline/information packet for communities to form 501c3 watershed associations. The task leader has prepared a narrative on forming watershed-related nonprofit corporations under New Mexico law called Comments on Forming Nonprofit Watershed Associations. This is attachment 3 to the first quarter report. And this was presented to the full WPAC on March 13, 2025, and approved as full satisfaction of this work plan. That is the presentation of the quarterly report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for Andrew? Yes, Commissioner Green?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that report. It seems like you guys are working on a lot of different things. I asked this question because it may not be on your work plan, but you have a body of very knowledgeable people on your board, and I wonder if there is awareness or any opportunity for you guys to take a look at and somehow get involved is not necessarily the right word here, but inspect and understand the situation with the Bishop's Lodge wastewater facility up there, and to take a tour. I've spoken to the owners up there, and they were interested in potentially bringing some folks up there that were knowledgeable about it in an effort to, sort of show off what they're doing. Additionally, there's the neighborhood association up there, Protect Tasuke, who somehow is not quite as knowledgeable about what Bishop's Lodge is actually doing up there, and having the WPAC become more aware of it might offer a sort of mediator, sort of in-between of experts that might be able to present to them to say, hey, you know, either these people are doing amazing things or they're doing terrible things or something in between those two. And maybe the neighbors would get better information.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Green. Staff will definitely summarize feedback from the BCC meeting tonight and present this at the next WPAC meeting, which is the 8th of May.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you very much, everybody.
All right. Item D, presentation concerning options for an independent salary commission. This will be presented by Attorney Boyd and is Valerie here? No.
Good evening. Good evening, Chair. Can you hear me?
Thank you. Please.
So in 2024, as you're all aware, the voters amended the state constitution to permit and require county commissions to set their own salaries and set the salaries of other elected officials in the county. There are also some implementing statutes that require periodic setting of salaries and also prohibit county commissioners and other elected officials from enjoying midterm salary increases. In December 2024, the commission adopted a resolution setting the salary of county commissioners and also setting the salaries of elected county officials. It also instructed county staff to bring forward either a resolution or an ordinance that would establish an advisory body to guide the commission's decisions regarding elected official salaries going forward. And that's what I'm presenting to you here. I've, in consultation with Human Resources Director Valerie Park, prepared a menu of options for you all. Really, as I see it, there are two. The two options are really between, and the purpose of this presentation is to find out the commission's sense, get the sense of the commission and figure out what you all are interested in pursuing and what would then be presented to you all for a vote at a subsequent meeting. So the two options are, one, creating an advisory body that is advisory, that prepares a set of recommendations for the commission to consider and adopt and modify if it sees fit. That could be done through a resolution. It'd be fairly straightforward. The memo notes a question about the Governmental Conduct Act, which generally prohibits an elected official and a public employee from directly participating in an action that affects a financial interest, here a salary. But in consultation with Greg, I think it's not really a real concern because the other statutes that prohibit you all from having midterm salary increases. So you'd be setting a salary for a future term in which you may not be occupying the position you currently occupy. So that's the resolution route. If you all are more of a mind of having essentially delegating this decision to a body, then that would be the ordinance course that's being offered. And so you could adopt an ordinance, create this body. It would then study the issue. It would work with Human Resources. I mean, both these bodies work with Human Resources, develop, do the necessary research, conduct any studies about similarly situated jurisdictions about what the appropriate salary is, and then set the salary. And so really, those are the two main options. And the purpose of this presentation is to get your feedback on which option you all would prefer. I could go on, but I think I'm under a 15-minute rule, and I like to keep things short.
We're good with that. We do have the questions, I'm sure. Are there any questions, Commissioner Hughes?
Well, just quickly, who do you have in mind would be on the advisory committee?
Well, so you would create this body, and then it would be populated by. I mean, the resolution and ordinance says the sorts of person who should be on this body. For example, I think someone with expertise in management or something like that. And there's a class of individuals who should be on this body, and then I think you all would appoint those individuals, and they would serve on the body for a term set by the ordinance or resolution.
Oh, so we would appoint them, okay. Well, I'm a little more comfortable with giving them the ability to set the salary and us not participate.
So I understand we would also set the criteria by which people would be identified. So we would identify the criteria, people with a specific background, and then find people who would fit that for the ordinance or resolution as the group determined, correct?
Right. So for example, if you take a look at the ordinance, ordinance section 5 says that one member of this body should be a representative of a community organization. One should be a current or retired attorney or judge. One should be a representative of the human resources industry and an employment consultant. One should be a current or retired chief executive officer, and one should be appointed at large. So those are the criteria. You would then appoint members to this body who would serve terms within that, and then would perform its function, whether it's to prepare a recommendation for you all to consider or to just set the salary. And both the idea here, as I understand it, is that, and as I understand the commission's directive, is that this body would do the work of studying what the appropriate salary is, and that could be doing market surveys. I know that the county has a consultant who it works with when it does comp and class studies, so that consultant could also be involved. And both the resolution and the ordinance contemplate the manager's office providing that support to the body in figuring out the right recommended or obligatory salary.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions? Commissioner Kukari-Stone? Ma'am? Commissioner Green?
Thank you. I concur with the idea of setting up a commission to do it. I don't think it's a never-ending thing. It's sort of like a 6-month at the most task that we could set up with a goal of trying to be done by a certain, by the end of this year or early next year. The other thing that, I like the 5 members. I might go to 7 with the idea that you would have some more opinion from the HR industry. So there's a diversity of opinion in there. A community organization and a person at large is 2 people that have very little knowledge of employment and may never have hired anybody in their life. Attorneys or judges might not even have that experience, but knowing sort of going rates, how to employ people, how to, judge whether they're, the time and effort that goes into this, right? I mean, we're kind of talking about us up here, so it's, it'd be good to have some knowledgeable people that are up there and not people that are pissed off at us. Right, so.
Chair and Commissioner Green, so just one further note of clarification, and this can be worked out in terms of what's presented to you for action, but the idea in the ordinance, and I think with the resolution as well, is that this would be a 7-member commission. 5 would be appointed by you all within these categories that I've just read out to you, and then 2 would be selected by the 5 appointed members. So there would be a 7-member commission, and so you could have those 2 remaining members be subject to one of these categorizations. Say they need to be from the HR industry if you wanted to add further representation there. But
yeah, I would like to have further definition of that to not just somebody random person, right? Yeah, maybe I get, okay, now I see the 7, 5, but having some classification or qualifications for the remaining 2 that are very specific to employment related fields.
Okay.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For clarification, if there are 5, does each commission district appoint someone subject to certain qualifications?
So as drafted, I mean, and this has come up a couple of times with these bodies that are, the whole commission is voting on appointments to, you all could, there's 5 appointed members, so you all could divvy it up that way and say, we're going to, essentially agree on which 5 we're going to appoint by allotting out the one that each one of us gets to pick. The other way to do it would be to, as you say, vote on each one by one, right? And decide who should fit these roles. I mean, the problem that I see with the problem that I can see coming up is that, depending on the number of applicants we get, there may be only 1 or 2 applicants who are in, who are meeting the qualification of a retired attorney or judge, for example, right? And then, the question is, maybe one commissioner likes that person on the commission, one commissioner doesn't. How do you get to a fully appointed commission with that approach? I mean, I would recommend just voting on each position as 5 commissioners, since this body will be setting everyone's salaries.
Okay, yeah, thanks Attorney Boyd for thinking through that
I'm sorry.
for me.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, I just want to clarify. This body won't be establishing the salaries. They'll be making the recommendation for the BCC to establish the salaries, correct?
That's the purpose of this discussion here. So,
Yes.
so I understood Commissioner Hughes to express some preference for a commission that has authority, that has delegated authority to set salaries. But the discussion we're having here is, what the commission's preference is between that approach, which would be a delegation of authority where it is essentially losing the ability to set its own salary, or a body that recommends and then the commission revises.
I would like to recommend that this be a decision made for another time. I'm sorry I
Yes,
caught
agreed.
this, but, as decisions go, and this isn't an action item, these are recommendations, but everything says that the BCC establishes it and approves it, so they would be a recommending body, and I think we can make that decision after a presentation and a proposal at another time.
That if that's the sense of the commission today, that's perfectly fine. But again, the purpose of this presentation before y'all was to get that input so that we can then prepare an ordinance that either creates a body that delegates this authority, or create a resolution that prepares only recommendations for you all to ratify or modify as you see fit.
Understood. Apologies, Commissioner.
Well, so I guess I'm just thinking through it in the sense that, if it's an advisory, they will advise us to a salary limit for commissioners who are up for reelection or incoming otherwise. And we could also just vote on that. In the other case, the ordinance just sets the salary, right? Honestly, I don't know which way to go. So I am interested, the commissioners with more experience and who also recently voted on the salary increase, to know what you would prefer. I'd see the advantage of just an advisory committee. We can own our own votes on our salary increases, but happy to hear from others. And I acknowledge Commissioner Hughes's preference.
Well, the last time we voted, my salary was the only one affected, so I just abstained. But I think if we went to next time, I think you all are up for reelection. All of you, all 4 of you are up for reelection, so...
No, just 2 of us would be in an election in this next cycle.
Well, right, but the others would be for a reelection sometime.
So
Yeah,
I think
let me finish.
Okay.
I just think you might feel uncomfortable voting on your own salary, even if it was 4 years ahead going to be your salary. That's why I suggested that the commission, we appoint a commission that actually set the salaries, but I don't feel strongly about that.
And I think it has to do with timing, if I may, Madam Chair. With timing. If we make this decision and we're deciding this after the primary next year, right? Or like we did last year, which was after the election. So we knew that you were already a shoo-in at this point. You were virtually elected, and then it becomes an uncomfortable thing. But when you have to win a primary and you have to win a general election, there's a level of risk that your vote is a political vote. So you're not really making a decision on your own salary. You're kind of telling the voters that if this is just one more reason to vote for or against you because of wise decisions. So, I mean, if we had this done by next March or whatever next April, or I mean, even by the end of this year, then it's all bets are off, right? Nobody knows who's going to be running in, or winning next year.
I appreciate the opportunity to provide these considerations. I truly do believe that there would be further consideration that would have to be taken and further discussion on what this means. It was very easy for me to vote in just establishing a salary that I'm not going to have for a few years, and it really didn't matter. But making sure that we're following up on the recommendation that an entity has disclosed or identifies to be a best practice is what the boards are authorized to do. So it's really more of an acceptance of that recommendation, and then I would say a validation of that by the Board of County Commissioners. But I think that would be something that you can bring upon further, consideration of this somewhat brief discussion, given the hour and the opportunity to really give us some time to discuss and think and make sure, because we did have one abstention, but it wasn't that painful to say, yeah, in a couple of years that matters to me. It just didn't have any bearing. But if we have a recommending body, they set it, and all we do is approve it, at least there wouldn't be anything that said, wow, how did that ever end up that way? And I don't think we ever want to be in that position. And I do believe that it's worth it, and I just see scenarios where we would have, well, we did what Socorro County did or whatever, and it's like, wait a minute, that's not commensurate to what happens here. I think that we need some more input on that as the Board of County Commissioners. And we can be separate enough from it that we can, make a objective call on what an appropriate salary would be.
So my understanding of the timing of the reason that I'm giving this presentation now is because I think that there's a need to kind of make this evaluation and make a decision about salaries before the end of this year. I think we're trying to set up an every odd numbered year we go through this process. And it's not just for you all, it's the other elected officials like the county clerk and the county sheriff. And so I think I detect a sense here that this be a recommending body. And I think that if I can consult with the manager in terms of timing and see whether we have enough time to bring this in front of you all again to deliberate on this issue of whether it should be delegated the authority or whether it should just recommend. But I think I detect a kind of, let's go the recommendation route, and we can prepare that, and if we need to vote on it, we can vote on it and cross the bridge of whether that's the commission's desire when the commission is actually voting on the resolution.
Thank you. Are there any other questions, comments, or concerns that we want to share with Attorney Boyd? Commissioner?
No.
No.
No, I concur with the recommending body option. Having an external commission or group bring in objective metrics, I think is really important.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, very good. Thank you very much. Matters from the county manager, miscellaneous updates.
Thank you, Chair Bustamante and Commissioners. Just a reminder that we do have some operating budget special BCC meetings scheduled for May 6th, May 7th, and Wednesday, May 14th, and we could schedule additional meetings as the board directs to study the operating budget. Secondly, we have identified a date. I believe Sarah did this working with you and your liaisons for the tour and inspection of the adult detention facility, and that is tentatively scheduled for Tuesday, May 20th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. We'll begin the event here in the Board of County Commissioners chambers with a presentation from the leadership teams of the adult detention facility and our community services department to provide the board with a robust update in terms of service augmentations that have been implemented at the adult detention facility, both in the areas of substance abuse disorder treatment as well as reentry services. So we look forward to that conversation as well as the closed tour of the adult detention facility with the Board of County Commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager Schaefer. We have a report, item B, the first session of 57th Legislature recap. Reggie?
Good evening, Chair Bustamante, Commissioners Hutchie Miller, Santa Fe County Manager's Office. So this is the report included on board docs under item 9B. And it's 29 pages long, and I promise to read very fast. Just kidding. I'm not going to go through everything. At least Karen was paying attention. So at the last commission meeting, it was just before the signing deadline, which was April 11th. And upon then, we've have the conclusion and what the final results are of the last regular legislative session. And I can go through this very briefly in the sake of time. What we have in the report is a look at legislation divided into 8 categories. And this analysis was provided to me by our contract lobbyists. And what they did within those 8 categories was take a look at the legislation that had passed and also legislation that failed. And it's not every single item, but it is key pieces of legislation that may be related to operations of local governments and in particular Santa Fe County. And what we plan to do with this information is, most importantly at this time, is take a look and see what legislation was passed which has funding within it and also which offers policy changes that are beneficial to the county. So what we're going to do is take that information, see where we can apply it to county operations, county services, and start that dialogue with state agencies to basically get in line for funding that we know that we can utilize. In the flip side of that coin is that we also need to take a look at the legislation which had failed but was introduced and take a look and see what are still potential items that are going to come forward in future legislative sessions and be ready to support or oppose what legislation there that affects the county. So we'll do that as well in this interim period to monitor what's being discussed within the interim legislative committees to see what are strong potential items coming forth in the next legislative session or even possibly a special session occurring this year. Also within the report are on the last 2 sections is a summary provided by our contract lobbyists taking a look at key pieces within the budget that are related to local government and county operations that are of importance to Santa Fe County. And lastly, the last few pages are a look at the capital outlay which Santa Fe County received. The first chart there takes a look at all the Santa Fe County managed projects which we received funding for. I'm happy to say that nothing was vetoed or line item vetoed, so there's been no changes within the Santa Fe County approved items in House Bill 450. And lastly, on that last page is just to take a look at all the items within the county compared to what other entities received for their capital outlay. And Also with that, I'd just like to state, since the conclusion, I've been putting all this information into spreadsheets, so I have information available on individual representatives and senators if you'd like to take a look at that. And I also have it for past legislative sessions so we can do comparisons to look at, I guess, trends regarding allocations made by senators and representatives. Anything else that you'd like to talk about for the interim? I always like to say this is an ongoing process. It's just not a 30-day or 60-day process. It's always best that we stay on our toes and monitor and understand what the legislature is discussing, and also communicate back to them like what we're doing here on our end at the county so that they're informed and we're not just coming to them during a session, which is the most hectic time, I would say. With that, you can take a look at the report and contact me, and I'll be happy to set up individual meetings to go over anything that's within the report and answer any questions, and also provide any further analysis regarding any legislation during this past regular session. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Hutchie. Do we have any questions? Commissioner Green?
Thank you very much, Hutch. Two things. One, can we prepare a letter of thanks to anybody that put some money in a bucket for us that we might be able to bring to our next commission meeting that we all sign, thanking representatives and the governor for whatever money we did get, $6+ million. I don't know if that is something that we would all want to sign, but I think that that's, you know.
Chair Bustamante, Commissioner Green, I do have draft letters formulated and ready to go. And so we can either do that through the commission, to individual legislators, or through the manager's office, whichever you prefer. But yes, that's an excellent idea. And I think that it's also just a great idea to communicate to your communities individually to say, this is what our legislative delegation has provided to Santa Fe County and to your districts as well. You can include that in your newsletters and your town hall meetings that you conduct, and I'll be happy to provide any information to the specifics.
Great. And if we can remind them that we asked for $5 million and not for $2 million, that would remind them that they still need to keep working harder.
I'll let you do that.
Thank you. Commissioner Kokari-Stone, anything?
No comments, but thank you for your report.
Thank you, Hutchie. One question that I have for the county manager, and just making sure that we're on top of it with House Bill 47 and the impact that it will have on our assessor's office and getting the tax valuation in time when this is. I'm wondering what the overall impact will be as far as staffing, personnel, et cetera, if we have to have any special considerations for that just to make that change. Regarding the veteran property tax exemptions, implements constitutional amendments to significantly expand property tax exemptions for veterans, which was passed and signed.
Thank you, Chair Bustamante and Commissioners. I'm not aware of any extraordinary budget request that the county assessor brought forward relative to that. I believe, though, I would want to confirm that the assessor's office may have requested an extension of time in order to issue notices of value, so as to provide some additional runway to implement those legislative changes. So again, I'm not aware of any extraordinary requests from the assessor's office, but I do believe that they requested an extension in order to sort through all of that.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Green?
I think that that was a fix that was meant to shift things, and we can check with the assessor, but the assessor's office is...
It was a discussion at the affiliates meeting,
Right.
and there are a lot of offices that we're having to manage personnel and do other things to be able to have the capacity to address that change. So it was going to have require some adjustments in the assessor's office. So that's why I was asking the question.
Gotcha.
Okay, thank you very much. Matters from the county commissioners and other elected officials. We'll start with Commissioner Johnson.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the folks at La Sala. Commissioner Kakari-Stone and I had the opportunity to tour that facility with Director Ryan, and it's an important asset in the county, so I want to thank staff for that. Commissioner Green, Commissioner Kakari-Stone, and I attended MPO. There were no action items taken, but we saw presentations on a Bishop's Lodge Road reconstruction project and NM 599 Camino Montoya's intersection. And so we continue to learn more about potential projects in our area. I want to thank Jacqueline Beam and Emily, whose last name is escaping me right now, but I gave some, with Commissioner Hughes, some trees to students in Santa Fe who had signed up to receive plantings at the Santa Fe County Fairgrounds last Saturday, and that was a fun event. The presentation on the EV car rollout at Camino de Jacobo, all of us attended, and I thought that was a nice event, and I look forward to seeing how that project unfolds. And I finally want to wish my daughter Ingrid a happy birthday on May 5th. So happy birthday, Ingrid. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Kakari-Stone?
Thank you. For sake of time, yes, it's been busy with committee meetings, and the La Sala, I think what's important to note is they've already outgrown the space because of the dire need. So I just want to put a plug there, and they're doing tremendous innovative work that's certainly evidence-based models, and it really represents a great collaboration. So it's good to share that with Commissioner Johnson. In addition to the MPO, the Solid Waste Management Committee, I want to highlight the Rio Grande Heritage Area meeting we had. It's a quarterly one. We had it last Thursday. Very important conversation. We had a presentation for representatives from LANO about the meeting compliance requirements of the National Preservation Act, Section 106. This is in regards to the electric power capacity upgrade project, and they basically presented findings from the environmental impact report as well as some cultural surveys they conducted, but they could not provide any details. They said that was confidential. In short, their assessment at adverse effects, they have some proposals for mitigation, but they certainly, with the current map, are crossing over 27 archaeological sites and 2 TCPs and the National Forest Service. So there were local representatives there that former Commissioner Hansen brought to the table that work the land, are part of traditional communities, are part of La Bajada, La Agua Fria, Jacoma, and the list goes on. And one gentleman who is a rancher and farmer did indicate that there's an alternative route that could be taken, and he's offered that and asked people to come out, but nobody's responded. I just wanted to share that with you. I think that's important. I continue the Cafecitos. We did meet at the Boys and Girls Club with the community where we had the EV rollout. They had some ask, and most of it's around the same sustainability of their trees and putting up signs because of increased traffic through there. They're worried about the children. Meeting with Aldea, I met with them last week, meeting with Las Campanas tomorrow, and then I have a meeting with Councilor Cassett on the south side with Las Acequias Association. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you. First of all, I wonder who all is going to the New Mexico County's convention. Convention in June 18th, 19th, something like that. I'm thinking about going. Anybody?
I plan on going, and
I'll be going.
the rooms are booked, so you better get a room.
Okay, and you said you're going in, Adam? Okay, gotcha. Okay, I also wanted to bring up, has everybody gotten this letter, a multi-faith immigration declaration? Or am I the only one who got it?
You're probably the only one who got it.
Ah,
I didn't.
well, it's very good. Maybe I'll make copies and distribute them to you, but it starts out, we, the undersigned, individuals, religious and spiritual institutions and social organizations, express our strong opposition to those elements of President Trump's executive orders which authorize sweeping deportation of immigrants and varied status. It's a very good letter. I appreciate Commissioner Kari Stone for sponsoring the resolution we passed, and I think we ought to continue keeping that in mind. And of course, following Senator Lujan's direction to provide at least good local government. I think it's important to represent, a lot of people have calling me about the well, Rancho Viejo well, water rights transfer to that, and I think we ought to discuss that going forward. It's a big concern, and I don't think people are reassured by any thing I say to them. So just a concern. And even the hydrology report that shows little effect, you know, they don't necessarily believe that. They believe their well is going to run dry when we start pumping the Rancho Viejo well. I think I did participate in the fairgrounds event this Saturday. That was lots of fun, handing out trees to children and parents. And finally, the Coalition of Sustainable Communities, which I represent the county on, we've been meeting the last 2 months trying to figure out the composition and size of their board. It's extremely tedious process, I will say that. It makes me think this commission and coalition is not going to accomplish very much if they're this tedious about everything, but I just inventing a little bit. And with that, I'll go on to the next person.
Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, when you give us 3 weeks in between board meetings, there's a long list here. So first off, I want to give a big thank you to the Santa Fe County Fire Department, Emergency Management, Public Works, and Sheriff's Office for helping with the Good Friday pilgrimage. I walked a bit, not nearly as far as I had in past years, but I did do it round trip for where I walked, so that was good. It was great to see lots of familiar faces out there, people going in both directions, and it was really a rewarding thing. Come join me next year, please. It is a wonderful tradition. I'd also like to encourage us to maybe look at creating a year-round pilgrimage trail. One of the best tourism sites in Spain is the Santiago Trail, and this is our Santiago. So we could create a trail through the Nambe Badlands and BLM land, and it is a beautiful walk, and I think it would be safer than walking along the street, and could be used year-round. I want to thank Senior Services for arranging the senior dance last week. It happened just after we had that EV ribbon cutting, and it was really nice. There were probably about 150 seniors from all over the county. Actually, there were people from all over the state. There was a group from Gallup that showed up. It was amazing. As many of you got to sing me happy birthday earlier in that day at the EV event, I had 150 seniors sing me happy birthday, and that was 10,000 years of people singing me happy birthday. It made me feel great, and it was really beautiful, and it was wonderful to see all these folks having fun, lots of dancing, and lasagna. It was a great event over there. The water issue, as you mentioned, is troubling to me as well. Having learned just enough about water rights and transfers and so on, it seems to me like there's a way to do this that doesn't make it pump from the Rancho Viejo well fields. And I'd be happy to discuss that with our water experts here to try to figure out a better way. We could, just off the top of my mind, we could acquire these rights. These rights appear to be coming from within the city of Santa Fe and being transferred to that location. I think it would be possible for us to sell or trade these water rights with the city of Santa Fe for them to use in one of their well fields, and that we could trade for some BDD water or some other type of water that comes out of a different well field and not tap a well field that is only used for exploratory purposes. As mentioned, we had a MPO meeting. We did not have a quorum, although I do want to bring up that we had a presentation for a variety of things. There was some contingency planning that they presented there in case federal funding for their office goes away, that maybe the city, county, and the state might have to step up to fund that office through that potential funding issue. Also, they presented a design for Bishop's Lodge Road, which goes from downtown here pretty much to the city-county line up in the edge of Tesuque. And it is an ambitious and beautiful road redesign with bike lanes and a separated walking trail along the road. And that is just great. And I hope that we could potentially extend it into the county a little bit and maybe make a trailhead near Bishop's Lodge and at just on the county side of that line sometime in the future. Today we went to the North Central New Mexico Economic Development's CEDS meeting, Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy meeting. It's good to see Commissioner Bustamante there. We talked about economic development, we had Santa Fe County's economic development team there. It was a little lightly attended. I wore two hats there in a weird way because as a county commissioner who's interested in economic development, I was there, but I turned out to be the only small business owner in the room. And so they needed to do a little bit more outreach to get some of those people, and hopefully they're going to be doing that. Met with Nambe Governor Porter last week, met with Sanai Governor Moquino yesterday, met with a group of Espanola Eastsiders who are interested in the Santa Fe County side of Espanola and working on a fitting topic, some property acquisition for some open space and recreation park space up there. And I hope to bring that forward in our planning in the next few months. And I expect your support. So went to the READY Summit that was put on by LANL and the Regional Development Corporation. That was interesting, talking about a variety of things, but sat in on a housing work roundtable there. Went to the AIA and Historic Santa Fe Foundation's Placemaking and Preservation Symposium this Saturday. Commissioner Johnson was there, and it was an interesting discussion mostly focused around City of Santa Fe issues and making a better preservation and new placemaking, quality placemaking discussion, but it has definitely some spillover for Santa Fe County and how we can do some community development and community planning. I was invited to the S3 funders call regarding homelessness solutions and discussed with Ancorum and the Santa Fe Community Foundation and the Thornburg Foundation on their progress, and the city and the county were on the call on their progress on homelessness. Really not solutions at this point, mostly on the assessment side of things these days, but it was an interesting conversation there. Met with the folks from Pathways Shelter and discussed their shelter situation up in Espanola and the progress of Eagle Village, which is a permanent supportive housing for folks coming off of behavioral health issues. I toured the Bishop's Lodge wastewater facility with some of the experts and the owners of Bishop's Lodge to see what was going in and what was coming out of their wastewater facility. I went to the Tesuque Protect Tesuque Town Hall, which was the other side of that conversation, who are very concerned about what Bishop's Lodge is putting in and out of their wastewater facility. And lastly, I went to the Tesuque Valley Association's Firewise event it was 2 days in a row in Tesuque, which was really amazing with some experts. Nobody really from Santa Fe County per se, but there were people from the forest stewards, from all of these experts that were invited in to give the Tesuque community a really robust look at how to make your house more resilient and be prepared for fire things. They're having a chipping event up there. The Tesuque community is really engaged in trying to bring resources to them on their own, and it was really great to be in the room for that. So thank you let's have another meeting in 2 weeks so I have less things to do in between. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Green. Who organized that meeting for Tesuque?
So Tesuque, they have their community organization has a FireWise person who is really engaging. Rachel White, I think is her name.
Thank you.
And I can get you in touch with her and the experts in that group. It was, we had former Chief Litzenberg there. There were people, Maya Hilty, who was the New Mexican. She works for the Forest Stewards. There were professional folks that clear and protect your house. It was pretty impressive.
Very good, thank you.
Yeah.
So we had a WPAC meeting, was the only meeting that I attended between this and our last meeting, which we heard the report today. Commissioner Johnson and I were at the Electrify New Mexico meeting in Albuquerque, which was very interesting, and to hear that we're still, I would say, cutting edge, and I had some confirmation of that this past week from individual who reached out and said that they were interested in New Mexico because they are the ones that are doing the most by way of addressing climate change in the country, which I found very interesting. That being said, I know that there are other states doing stuff, but that was good to hear. Then I attended the Commissioner's Affiliate at Inn of the Mountain Gods, and this was a very interesting meeting where the first presentation was from a gentleman from Doña Ana County who provided a presentation on what use of force by the sheriff's departments and how to make sure that people are trained appropriately. And I did share his name and information with our sheriff. But it was a very good presentation. It took a good part of the first morning. After that, we did talk a lot about open space and the priorities for such and how to get the government out of making these decisions, and we proved today that we might think a little differently. Then we also had a presentation on all of the legislative priorities and a good long presentation by Senator Woods, who gave us a breakdown of all the different bills that affected county. Nothing different from what we've heard, but it was a very good opportunity to sit, discuss, and network with other counties and commissioners, knowing that we all have constituents to serve and our constituents may have different needs. So the big announcement that I have, because I know that everyone waits an entire year from the first time I give this announcement, or the last time I gave this announcement, is the donkey races. And yes, the burro races are here. Yes, they are. Monday the 3rd, you get out there. There's nothing like seeing a burro race. I'm telling you. And they have cans on them, and they have packs, and it's worth it. It's worth getting up early, getting out to Los Cerrillos, and watching the burro races. There are a lot of, that is on May 3rd. The 3rd? 7th, why do I have it on the 3rd? Saturday, that's the 3rd. Yeah, this Saturday, May 3rd. And there are activities and booths to visit, and it's just a hoot. On that afternoon, the following day, we have a meeting at 2 o'clock in Galisteo with Senator Stefanix and Representative Matthew McQueen in Galisteo to just hear about all of the big change efforts that they made during the legislative session and what they've done for the community of Galisteo. So that will be fun because they're going to be serving ice cream. And that is it for what I have. We don't have anyone at the computer to see if we have any other elected officials who have an announcement. So we will move on to our matters from the attorney, and I'm trying to find it on here. Matters from the attorney.
Thank you, Chair. Members of the Commission, I'm seeking a motion to enter executive session to discuss for a discussion of bargaining strategy preliminary to collective bargaining negotiations between the Board of County Commissioners and collective bargaining units as allowed by Section 1015(1)(h)(5) of the Open Meetings Act, threatened or pending litigation in which Santa Fe County is or may become a participant as allowed by Section 1015(1)(h)(7) of the Open Meetings Act, discussion of the purchase, acquisition, or disposal of real property or water rights as allowed by Section 1015(1)(h)(8) of the Open Meetings Act, and the topics to be discussed are set forth with reasonable specificity in item 11A of the agenda.
Do we have a motion to go into executive session?
I move that we go into an executive session to discuss the 4 items that the attorney mentioned.
Do we have a second?
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Green, a second by Commissioner Hughes. Do we require
Roll call.
a roll call vote, please? Thank you.
Commissioner Adam Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Justin Green,
Yes.
Commissioner Hank Hughes,
Yes.
Commissioner Lisa Kakari Stone,
Yes.
and Chair Camilla Bustamante.
Yes.
Thank you.
We will reconvene after our executive session. Board of County Commission, do we have a motion to reconvene?
Yes, ma'am. I would like to make a motion that we come out of executive session stating that we did not make any decisions and only discuss the items that were laid out by the county attorney when we went into executive session.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Johnson. Motion by Commissioner Green. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we are back in session. Public hearings to be heard no earlier than 5 p.m. Thank everyone for our deliberate intention of assuring that it wouldn't be anywhere near 5 p.m. I just see the joy on people's faces over that one.
Madam Chair, may I? I know we wanted to change item C to be before item A, but I bet you we can knock out item A and B very quickly at this point, and item C might have a lot more discussion. Is it okay for the folks that are here for item C to go back to item C?
If we approve the agenda as it was,
I believe the agenda was approved with a switch in order there.
Okay, well, then stick with it. I just...
Thank you, Commissioner. So we will go to item C, resolution, public nuisance abatement pursuant to ordinance 2023-04, nuisance abatement section 11.
Good evening. I'm John Ziegler, the Public Nuisance Hearing Officer. I believe this is the first time this type of matter has come before you all. This relates to a property at 2133 Paseo Mel Sonata. Thank you. And I held a hearing on February 24th, 2025 regarding the property. I issued findings and conclusions of law on March 6th, 2025. I believe those are Exhibit P in your materials. I found several violations of the nuisance ordinance and anti-litter ordinance. The property had debris. The structure was damaged by a fire and in a state of disrepair. The evidence is all in your materials that were presented at the hearing. And I have prepared a draft resolution authorizing staff to clean the property and bring it into compliance. I believe that's Exhibit A in your materials.
Okay.
I stand for questions if you have any.
Do we have any questions of the hearing officer?
Oh, I do.
Okay. Commissioner
Thank you
Kukarski.
thank you for your work. And I was reading through the packets. Could you clarify to what extent we will go in and clean up? Because, you know, this property has been like this for years, and you know that, and it's in complete disarray and shambles. I mean, the community surrounding it is, I don't even know how they're continue with their patience with this, but it really needs to be almost flattened. I'm not the expert, you are, but it needs to be cleared out completely. And just doing piecemeal things, I don't think it's going to resolve anything. So what specifically would the county go in there and completely clear it out?
Commissioner, I think Joseph Martinez here is can address that.
Chairman Bustamante, Commissioners. So part of the process, just to kind of go through this real quickly, is that we're gonna go before the Public Nuisance Hearing Officer to establish for confirmation that the nuisance is clear and present, correct? And then after that, well, the resolution, once it gets adopted, then at that point, the intentions of code enforcement along with growth management and the county managers or the county attorney's office is to be able to, in the best interest of the county, abate the nuisance that's going to be financially acceptable, because we could probably go out there and spend $200,000 to abate the nuisance, but the county assessor's office only has the property valued at market value at $100,000. So it wouldn't be in the best interest of the county to abate the nuisance by going all out and spending all that money. So what we've decided to do is to follow a pathway in which we would get
an engineer, an architect or an engineer, and whatever the case would be, and in this case, it's going to be an architect, to be able to provide direction so that that way we can go ahead and find the best method to abate the nuisance. So in this particular case, we're going to be getting an architect to evaluate the structure, because part of the process in getting here was not evaluating the structure to be able to determine its worthiness to be occupied. Now, there was a fire in this situation where 50% of the structure was completely destroyed, which the intention, I'm sure, when the architect gives his expert opinion, is to demolish that portion. So, but there was a portion that was affected by the fire, but not completely burned. So we need him to give us his assessment to determine if that portion can be renovated by a future owner or the present owner to be able to be reused. So if it is his determination that this structure remain and can be used, then we will go ahead and secure the structure so that squatters or criminal activity can't occur in the structure. If it's his determination that the structure cannot be used any further, then we'll go ahead and we'll abate that nuisance by removing the structure. But we'll have clear direction from an expert who would be able to point us in the right direction, and then we'll go ahead and go out to bid, follow county RFP protocols, or if it suits the county in its best interest, to go with a CES contractor, which is a contractor that's already been vetted through the state of New Mexico to be able to be used by political subdivisions in situations like this, in which there's a clear and present issue in regards to health and welfare of the community, to where we can go ahead and get them to give us a proposal and act on it quickly. So there's still a little bit of a process that needs to happen in order for us to be able to abate the nuisance. The other issues that were surrounding this property was the trash and litter around it. So those should be easily addressed, and we should be able to get a contractor to get out there and clean that up. But as far as the structure goes, that's the intended pathway. Get the clear direction from an architect and then proceed on that clear direction.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Oh, Chair, please, you know, the city of Santa Fe has gone through this quite a bit with quite a few properties, and they have a contractor they use that is really, I think it's out of Albuquerque, comes in and does everything. So I hope you'll consider, they do a really good job is checking with the city and who they use. And the photos don't do it justice. The photos really that the residents and the constituents in District 2 have sent are really more explicit of how far gone this property is. I mean, I don't know what we're paying to get paid for an architect. You said you don't want to go all out if it's only worth $100,000, but what's the cost of an architect to just determine that it really needs to be cleared out? It has a public health safety concern, serious concerns with rodents, with all kinds of infestations, and so the community is really impacted. We don't even know if there's bodies in there because it was used as in some ways for fentanyl use, and people just, you know, who do squat using drugs. We don't know if there's a body in there. It is really bad, and I'm not exaggerating.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Is the property owner in the chambers? No? Okay. Is there anyone here? Are there any further questions for our officers? Commissioner Green?
Yeah. So this is not, I mean, appears like an abandoned property, but there is an active owner that we've made contact with, right? Just to confirm that. I see it in the notes here, but.
Yeah, Chairman Bustamante, Commissioners. So at the public hearing, the property owner did call in, and he did state that he did not have the ability to be able to make the changes or to be able to clean the property. He said he was going to try to do the best he can. Unfortunately, it led to some other issues regarding the City of Santa Fe Police Department. But he made attempts but didn't follow through. We've made several attempts to contact him, but unfortunately, even in the magistrate court, as part of the evidence that was included in the packet, he failed to appear for magistrate court as well. So the last communication that we had with him was at the hearing. He did say he was going to try to make some of the changes and try to clean it up and secure the property. But as of last week, when we went out, myself and other code enforcement officers, the property was still in the same condition. So we can only presume that he's not been able to make any changes or has not been able to gather the resources to be able to make the changes.
I would guess that we're doing him a favor at this point.
Yeah, Chairman Bustamante, commissioners, at this point, the property as it is going to invite criminal activity because it's completely unsecured, and it could pose a potential danger to individuals who are not realizing, because you can't really tell that the structure, how bad the damage is from the outside. I mean, you can see it to a certain degree, but the moment you enter the structure, yeah, it's got some serious issues.
And he's obviously has no liability insurance or anything in there, and he's not securing the property. So somebody could wander, a kid could wander in there, and just something we don't want to think about.
Chairman Bustamante, commissioners, exactly. That's what our fear was also, is that this could potentially have some kind of hazard for an unintended consequence for a small child, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? How many people are here to speak to this issue? Okay, if you can approach the microphone, and we'll need to swear you in. Go ahead.
Thank you for raising your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And thank you. And for the record, before you testify, please state your name and address, and that you understand you're under oath in order for your testimony to be valid.
Sure. Tisha Shostrand, and my address 2126 Pammy Utilia, and I am under oath.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak, Commissioner. Excuse me, I'm a little nervous. This is
Please
really
speak
We
into
want
the
to make sure you're in
microphone.
the microphone.
Right, okay.
And don't be nervous.
All right. It's been a very long haul for me. I bought my house 22 years ago, and I watched this young man grow up with my kids, and I have reached out to him, and I've tried to feed him and help him, and unfortunately, it has not been to any success. What I have, can I approach?
Yes, please. Not, yeah.
2017, the property started going
I'm
down.
sorry, Chair Bustamante and commissioners, that this is, as was alluded to in the staff memo, somewhat of a unique procedural posture that I want to make sure that Attorney Boyd is addressing. We're not here to take new evidence. We're just here to hear argument
let's hear it.
on what's in front of the hearing officer.
Understood. All right. Thank you.
Well, yeah, I would just like to go through what I've experienced, and then I'll explain what I've sent to you. In 2017, 2019, it started getting severe overdoses, needles. I've been the first responder. I have naloxone, is that the name, at my house. I've dealt with overdoses, drug deals, child welfare, called children running around wondering where their parents are because they're high in cars, public sex in the cars, around the children, outside of the cars, inside the RVs, several RVs through the years, gunshots, often fighting, domestic violence, parties, suspicious vehicles, things stolen from my neighborhood, from all of our cars, drove over our fence. Their family shut down the gate to keep people out because it's private neighborhoods. They drove over the gate. They have drove over my gates. They came at me at in the middle of the night when I was on the phone with 911 with their cars. I guess there's just a list of it, but what I have done here is I've collected all the 911 calls. And a dead body, you're right. Evidently, a year ago, there was a missing person, and they found a dead body in that house. It has been going on for years. Recovered stolen vehicles, this is since it burnt down. Suspicious person, several patrol calls, welfare checks, structure fire. There was a fire not 6 months before at that property. Disorderly conduct. Missing person, death, unaccompanied death, recovered stolen vehicle, suspicious person, disorderly conduct, burglary in progress, domestic disturbance. It's been a disaster, and I beg you to take the whole thing down, and I even question it's a trailer with an addition. I don't even think the addition was permitted. So to spend the time having that looked at, maybe look at your own records and see where that's at to begin with. But I beg you to take it down. And I don't know, it's been a hard road and it's very dangerous. And the pictures you'll see, they still don't have the doors shut. The gentleman was right that you can go in there. It looks kind of safe. But the day it burnt down, there was 2 RVs there. The 2 older couple had come from Arizona and had a strap of propane tanks on those RVs. And I said, "What you doing?" He said, "I came to here to help burn down their house because they're manufacturing the drugs." And that's what happened. So please, please, please take it down. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this issue? Any questions? Any further questions? Any more comment? There is not. Question that I have, are we going to, what the staff's recommendation is that the board confirm the findings at this point, because it's been stated several times that no one should enter there. Is there anything that we can do to prevent someone from entering the property? Is that in our authority? Attorney Boyd?
So, go ahead.
So until the resolution gets, Chairman Bustamante, Commissioners, until the resolution gets approved, we wouldn't be able to take any action. It would have to be compliance from the property owner to be able to do that. So if this gets approved, or when this gets approved, then that's part of the first things that we're going to be doing is securing the property, because we got to take ownership of it by securing it first.
Okay, if there is no further discussion, do we have a motion?
I have a question for clarification, Chair.
Yes, please.
At what point in the name of public safety are we allowed as government to take over the possession of the property completely from the owner, since nothing has been done? And I appreciate this woman's testimony because it is severe.
Commissioner Kakari Stone, I think I can answer that by saying that's what we're doing right now.
Sort of.
Okay.
We're not going to take over the property. We are.
As we do this, he said we will.
I want to, can I clarify
Yes,
here?
please.
Yeah, so, as we discussed earlier in this meeting, if the government wants to take property from a property owner, it needs to pay compensation to the property owner for this. What the commission is considering here is authorizing a resolution to go in and abate the nuisance that this property is presented, and the nuisance as found by the hearing officer. So it's to address the public health issues presented by this property without going through a condemnation process. So the record should be clear. We are not taking this property from the owner, and we are not, removing their ownership of the property.
Right. We cannot take the property, but we can do what we need to do to secure it
And abate the nuisance.
and
yes.
abate the nuisance.
So we're putting a lien on the project, so we can, if it's sold, we get paid back for how much we spent remediating it.
And if he doesn't pay his taxes, then it'll go to tax court and things like that. And
Do we have a motion?
I'll move that the Board of County Commissioners confirm the finding of fact and conclusion of law from the nuisance hearing officer and adopt resolution, we'll set the resolution number, to allow the immediate remediation of the nuisance located at 2133 Paseo Mel Seneda, and a lien be placed on said property for any and all expenses associated with the remediation.
Do we have a second from Commissioner Kakari Stone?
Yes, I second it. Thank you.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Hughes, a second by Commissioner Kakari Stone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Aye.
That will be addressed. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, that resolution number, it's 2025-049.
049, thank you. Okay, presentation on guaranteed, that's not presentation, I'm sorry. Case 255120 Beer Creek Brewing Company, small brewer's license.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Dominic J. Cisneros, Building and Development Services Supervisor with Growth Management. BCBC LLC applicant requests approval of a small brewer's liquor license. The property is located at 3810 NM14 and is zoned commercial neighborhood within the San Marcos Community District overlay, within Section 35, Township 15, Range 8, Range 8 East in Commission District 5. The applicant is requesting a small brewer's liquor license with on-premises consumption. The applicant was previously approved on April 30th, 2019 by the BCC for a small brewer liquor license. Under state alcohol beverage control guidelines, when a partner passes away or is replaced or added, it is required to submit a new zoning statement and reapply for a liquor license. Bear Creek Brewing Company has been operating for 7 years, not 25 years, under restaurant license 31379 and small brewer's license 67137. The restaurant, known as Bear Creek Brewing Company, currently operates a full-service restaurant, including the service of beer and wine. They are open 6 days a week from 11:30 a.m. to 9 p.m. from Tuesday through Sunday. The zoning for this property is regulated by ordinance number 2016-9, the Sustainable Land Development Code of the SLDC. Chapter 9, Section 9.14, the San Marcos Community District Overlay. The site is located within the Community Neighborhood Zoning District, within the SMCD. Table 9-14-8, Use Table, allows a restaurant with incidental consumption of alcoholic beverages as a permitted use. The activities associated with a small brewer's license are considered incidental to the restaurant use. BCBC LLC is not requesting any expansion of the structure and/or infrastructure as identified in the use of as a restaurant. Any expansion of the existing 360 square foot brewery area and/or intensification of the use of the restaurant shall comply with the criteria set forth in the SLDC. Table 9-14-7, Use Table, label defines a permitted use as a permitted by right within the zoning district. Permitted uses are subject to all other applicant standards of the SLDC. The State Alcoholic Beverage Control Division granted preliminary approval for this request in accordance with Section 60-6B-4 NMSA of the Liquor Control Act. The Liquor Control Act requires the local option district to conduct a public hearing on the request to grant a restaurant beer and wine liquor license at this location. In accordance with the Liquor Control Act, the BCC may disapprove the issuance of the license if the location is within 300 feet of any church or school. The issuance would be in violation of zoning or an ordinance, or the issuance would be detrimental to public health, safety, or morals of the residents of the local option district. Growth management staff has reviewed this request for compliance with pertinent code requirements and finds the following facts to support the submittal. The activities associated with the small brewer's liquor license are considered incidental to the restaurant use. The zoning on the site allows a restaurant with incidental consumption of alcohol beverages as a permitted use. The applicant has met the state of New Mexico requirements for noticing. The site is 0.19 miles, 1,000 feet from the nearest church, and 0.19 miles, 1,000 feet from the nearest school. Staff recommends approval of the small brewer's liquor license. Madam Chair, I stand for any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Mr. Cisneros?
I'd move to approve.
We have a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner.
Hold on, it's a public hearing. I think you got to go to
Wait,
public
do we have
hearing.
anyone who wants to speak in favor of this or against? At all?
I believe if there's an applicant presentation, the
Oh,
applicant
we
can
have an
present.
applicant presentation.
I don't know if the applicant is present, though. So.
Okay. Would
The
you like
applicant
to
is present
present
if-
something? Okay. Okay. I don't think anyone's going to argue with you. We just look forward to you opening up. All right. So open public hearing is closed.
So yeah, after the applicant has gone, if there's anyone in the public who wants to present, they
Got
can
it.
do. But then, you can
I
close the
usually
hearing.
know that it's just kind of late. My apologies. We had open comment, we had closed it, no presentations, and we have a motion by Commissioner Johnson to approve. We have a second from Commissioner Green. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Motion carries. Thank you. Onward ho. Thank you very much.
You unplugged the.
All right, case number 255070, Culinary Cocktails LLC, Craft Distiller Liquor License, Cocktails LLC.
Madam Commissioner, Commissioners, Culinary Cocktails LLC requests approval of a craft distillery liquor license. The property is located at 20 Bisbee Court, Unit D, in a zoned employment center subdistrict within the Planned Development Community College District, within Section 24, Township 16 North, Range 8 East, Commission District 5. The applicant is requesting a craft distiller liquor license to produce and bottle spirits to sell in the New Mexico market. Culinary Cocktails LLC does not intend to have a tasting room at this location. Hours of operation will operate from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., Monday through Friday. Parking for employees will be in the designated employee parking area of the shopping center. The property is zoned as employment center within the Planned Development Community College District located at 20 Bisbee Court. The zoning for this property is regulated by ordinance number 2016-9, the Sustainable Land Development Code, Chapter 8, Section 8-10-3, Planned District Santa Fe Community College District. The site is zoned as the employment center within the PD1 Community to College District. Table 8.44, the CCD use table, allows for a warehouse or storage facility wholesale trade of durable and non-durable goods, refrigerated warehouse and cold storage, beer, wine, and liquor sales. The State Alcohol Beverage Control Division granted permission approval of this request in accordance with Section 60-6B-4, NMSA of the Liquor Control Act. The Liquor Control Act requires the local option district to conduct a public hearing on the request to grant a craft distiller liquor license at this location. In accordance with the Liquor Control Act, the BCC may disapprove the issuance of the liquor license if the location is within 300 feet of a church or school. The issuance would be in violation of zoning or an ordinance, or the issuance would be detrimental to public health, safety, or morals of the resident of the local option district. Growth management staff has reviewed the request for the compliance with pertinent code requirements and finds the following facts to support this submittal. The activities associated with a craft distiller liquor license are considered incidental to the warehouse or storage facility wholesale trade of durable and non-durable goods, refrigerated warehouse or cold storage, beer, wine, and liquor sales. Off-premises consumption of alcohol is not proposed in this application. The applicant has met state of New Mexico requirements for noticing, and the site is 0.2 miles, which is 1,056 feet from the nearest church, and 3.8 miles, which is 2,064 feet from the nearest school. Staff recommends approval of a craft distiller liquor license. Madam Chair, I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Dominic. Do we have any questions for staff? Do we have a presentation or information from the applicant? Do we have anyone from the public who would like to speak to this matter, either in the chambers or online? All right. Do we have anything that the board would like to proceed with?
I'll make a motion that we approve the craft distiller liquor license to be located at 20 Bisbee Court, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87508.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Hughes. We have a second by Commissioner Green. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Dominic. Be safe driving home.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioners.
All right. There are no further matters. Are there any announcements?
Feel better, Greg.
Yes, please sleep in or something. All right, motion to adjourn. Anyone?
Second.
So,
Oh,
so
moved.
moved.
Second.
You were already on the second.
I moved to adjourn and we had 2 seconds. Do with it what you may. All right.
We're out of here.
Have a safe trip.
Yes, thank you.
Commissioner.
Take care, everybody.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Oh my God, I'm like.